In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Happy Vikings Monday! Oh my God. That made me cough. I go to the screen and no, nobody heard it. But I go to the screen and I see Johnny coughing his I'm like, here we go. Vikings Monday, off to the races. And I click the thing and the first thing I see is I'm like, that's not good. That's a bad omen. No, nobody heard anything.
Yeah, my lungs are still being shitty.
Are they really? Oh boy. Oh, they sure are. Those are shit. I've seen, look, I'm not a doctor, but I've seen shitty lungs before.
Them some shitty lungs.
And that's what shitty lungs look like. That's for sure. I gotta go. Oh man. Now I gotta get a physical next week for my fight on the 22nd of February, which, by the way, 9 pounds away. So we're under the double digits. Fuck. I've also picked up 2 extra sparring dates per week, so I can really, at 38, I can really kill myself. I'm excited about that. But seeing Johnny with the coughing, like, you ever see someone, like, they're coughing or they're not doing, it's kind of like yawning. Like, you see somebody.
You gotta do it too?
Yeah, and then you're like, oh, I'm sick. And you're like, no, you're fine. And you're like, no, I'm sick too.
I'm fine.
You're good? I thought you said your lungs
As good
were
as
fucked.
I can be with
All
the
right.
lung situation.
The lungs. Do you have like a puffer? Did they give you a puffer? Sometimes they give you a puffer.
They didn't give me anything.
Oh. Well, that's the opposite. That's the opposite of helpful. No, like steroids or anything. Sometimes with the lungs, they give you steroids.
Nope, they told me I had influenza A and it was too late to do anything about it, so go home.
Wait,
You have
I
a
don't.
mess, it'll take longer to recover.
Like, I always say this about like dentistry and stuff, but I think with doctors, it might be the same thing. We haven't really come as far as we think we have.
Nope, we
'Cause, like,
certainly haven't.
There's a lot, like dentistry especially. I'm like, oh man, this tooth hurts. And you're like, don't we have like robot shit? Like, can't you just give me a robot treatment for my teeth? They're like, look, we got 2 things. We can drill the fucker. You're like, okay, that sounds barbaric. Or we could put a fucking foot on your chest and yank the son of a bitch out. It's like that.
Doesn't sound much better.
That sounds like what they did in 1294. And they're like, yeah, that's what we did in 1294. Yeah, can we do something that's maybe this century? Not this century, fuck that. Can we do something this millennia? And they're like, why? We're good.
Get those fake veneers put in.
Yeah.
Isn't that your robo teeth where they put a bunch of anchors in your mouth and they just put some caps on
Well,
them?
and they drill, don't they file down all your other teeth?
Yeah, they file them down or they put in like anchors either into the tooth or into the bone.
You said you got influenza B, right?
A, influenza A.
Honky has a joke. Can I please do, don't give it away. Can I do Honky's joke? What kind of influenza did the Fonz get?
What kind?
influenza A.
That's not helpful.
I have to say, I like that joke way more than I should. Way more than I should. All right, while Johnny dies of influenza A, why don't we get a show started? Because we got a lot of stuff. I have an announcement to make. So I started clipping again.
Yep.
And I got a piece of paper here for the top donors. I got a piece of paper here for the shit I'm going to clip. And that's what I'm going to be writing down during the show today. The clips did well. They averaged over, I think, like 1,500, 1,600 views a day, and that's just getting started. And I think once we slip into some algorithms, that'll go up quite a bit. But I've decided that if I continue clipping every day, it takes a little pressure off the audience, so to speak. We also had a great Rumble Friday. We did miss twice last week, but with what we made over Rumble Friday, our total loss for last week ended up being $20, which I'm happy to say is negligible. Thank you guys very much. I appreciate that. But now with the clipping and everything, and that taking a little downward pressure off the audience, I am happy to announce it's a small thing, but it is what we wanted to do in 2025, and I think it's the first of a few. I think we'll probably do this twice more during the year. We can officially drop the goal in the mornings by $20 a day.
Sweet.
I'm fucking happy. It's a start. I remember there was a day where April and I were like, let's get them down to 300, 200. 300 morning, 200 evening. Now we're down to 200 in the evening. That's just because, people left. But we're getting ever closer to 3. I've always said 250, 150 would be magic. Mm-hmm. And I got to tell you, these clips keep going well, and then we keep on the trajectory that I wanted to be for 2025. I don't think it's too. I think 250, 150 is a very serious possibility. So I'm very happy about that. We're starting today at 3:30. I'm going, and that's going to be a full goal from now on. 3:30 is the number. So thank you guys very much for contributing to the show. I appreciate it. And no triple N. I don't have a $500 a day queso habit. That is a disgusting rumor. And I would honestly, I would appreciate you to stop spreading it.
Just that's a monumental amount. Like, queso's not expensive. $500 a day. That's like truckloads of.
That's a lot of queso. You know what? It's such a comical amount that I would hope that nobody would ever believe that. I would hope that everyone would go, well, that man's being ridiculous, because $500 a day on queso would be, you'd be dead. You'd be dead.
Well, I'd argue it's about the picture of the person you claim that has that habit. Because, I mean, sure, you look relatively rotund, but I don't think $500 a day. I'm kidding. They're jokes. But yeah. Where'd that come from? Fucking crippled asshole.
Fuck out of nowhere. Like that's the RKO of insults. It just
relatively rotund.
Out of the relatively rotund. That's like the word. I don't care what adjective you put before it. The word rotund is going to hurt feelings. There's no way to fight it off. Welcome to the program, everybody. We have a very good one. It's Vikings Monday, which means the schedule switches up a little bit. Evening show today will be at 4 o'clock. We're going to go 4 to 6 on the evening show. The Vikings play at 7. Nobody would be watching this show if we tried to do an evening show tonight. So we're going to go 4 to 6 p.m. We're going to grind that out. In between, I got to go and I got to go do sparring. I got a new sparring partner for Mondays and Wednesdays. Then you still got the Thursday sparring day. Just in time for my fat ass to drop about 9 more pounds before the fight February 22nd. So I got fight February 22nd. I got the state tournament in April at that Waite Park, the Waite Park place?
Yeah.
The nice hotel convention area?
Yeah.
It's nice. Usually it's up at Hinckley, and that's kind of a hike. This one's kind of in the backyard, which is all right. So I got to stop being a fat shit, and it's all food. Like, I'm back to going to the gym 4 times a week. Do you know how like shit you have to eat to be at the gym?
Go to the gym 4 times a week?
4 times a week.
And still be down.
And then, like, the things you do, you, like, convince yourself, you're like, well, I'm lifting a little more. My shoulders are getting a little more. Maybe I'm just, just adding muscle.
It's muscle weight.
It's not. It's not. And then when it's
not that extra piece of pie.
Yeah, and then when it's weight and it's like water weight, you're like, oh, no, I'm fucking losing. I'm dropping. This is really going well. And then
I just have to piss.
Yeah, right? So we got to eat better. I don't know if that Ninja Foodie 6-in-1 fucking air fryer thing that SP got me for Christmas, I don't know if that's going to help or hurt. But I think like anything else, it's an operator issue. I think it's an operation issue. Okay, couple of items of housekeeping before we get started here. 3:30 is the number today. Here's what I say. I for some reason woke up feeling good about today's show.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to feel like an asshole about that. Let's PayPal, Streamlabs, and Venmo this thing right out of the gate. Let's get a couple 20s, couple 40s. Let's go fucking bananas and get this thing off to a cool start. And then the top 4 from yesterday, I still need Flinty Gecko's information. So Flinty, if you're watching, I have a autographed Twister box sitting in my car waiting to be sent out. I need your information. So Flinty, when I know he watches every day, Flinty, whenever you watch this live, later, whatever, send me your info. I got a fucking autographed Twister box with your name on it. Also, there are now prizes for the Chad Buzamok donor rankings, and talking to our friends over at other places, it sounds like there could be more in the coming weeks. Here's what we've got. First place, you're getting the autographed Twister. Second, third, and fourth are getting $50 to Stoney's at the end of the week. So we've got all that. If you were one of the top 3 yesterday, if you were Jeremy, if you were Travis, or if you were not Beetle Bailey, who was our Lions fan from last week? God damn it. It was like Wally World. Thank you. Wally World, any of those guys, if you were in the top 4, send me your info. I owe you some shit. So we can get that stuff out to you. All right, Paul starting us off this morning. Let's see what Paul has to say. Of course, I have to log back in because of timing so I can get to Paul's comments. So why don't we stall here before I get to that? Here we go. What does Paul have for the show today? We got $2 from Paul. He says, you're nicely rotund for a sloppy, skinny guy. See, like, if you would have called me sloppy, skinny, the main word is more important than the adjective.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the descriptor word is what really hurts.
Right.
Or I'm sorry, it's not the descriptor. The word you're describing is the one that hurts. Like, skinny, cool. I don't care if I'm sloppy, skinny. I'm something with a good word attached to it. Nicely rotund, that's hurtful. Because I'd rather be a bad good thing than a good bad thing. You know what I mean? Like, I'd rather
I understand what you're saying.
I'd rather be a lax version of a good thing than
like a
great version of a shitty thing. Like, if someone like, hey, you're mildly fat as fuck. You're like, okay, the mildly part doesn't help because it's the fat as fuck thing that I'm putting. Or how about, you're a gross looking thin dude. Okay, I'll take gross looking. I'll take that one.
Okay.
That one's better than, again, the nice bad thing. Scott Christie Jones, becoming a member for 2 months, says fluids, ibuprofen, paracetamol, whiskey, and crack. That's
all right,
health.
I've taken fluids and ibuprofen.
Any crack?
The other ones I haven't used.
Haven't
the
used any?
paracetamol, the whiskey, or the crack.
You haven't used any crack.
No crack.
Well, I mean, that would explain why you're probably feeling like shit.
Yeah, I'm crack deficient.
You're crack deficient. $1 from Coltrane. He says, let's go with the big donations, big spenders, LOL. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I would like that. The taunting is not as helpful as you think it might be. All right, guys. Thank you very much. So 3:30 is the number today. Let's get it knocked out. Let's, in spots, 300 by 7 o'clock, 200 by 8, 100 by 9. The money part's the ugly part. Let's go. Let's get on with the show. Vikings tonight, and the way things shook out this weekend, it's going to get a little weird. So I don't know where all these Eagle fans came from, but every time I start the stream, before I start the show, I open up the actual stream on YouTube. And in the morning, I'll hang out in the chat with some of the audience members, and we'll talk about some stuff. And I didn't know, like, we got OGs who are Eagles fans. I got Chad Buzamak, who's an Eagles fan. We had another guy on the Members Only fan show that's an Eagles. Like, Vikings fan is number one because we have so many OGs from the radio days that are still here. That's the majority of our audience. And then, but the next step down from that you'd think would be like Packers or something like that. It's Eagles. Like, we have way too many fucking Eagles fans in this audience. And they were like, fly, Eagles, fly. How about that, Aaron? The fucking Eagles won. And I'm like, you guys understand you were playing the Packers, right? Like, I'm happy that the Packers got eliminated from the playoffs and that Jordan Love looked like shit. That's awesome to me. But they're like, yeah, fucking Eagles. Here's the only shitty part about it. The Washington Commanders, the artist formerly known as the Redskins, they beat Tampa last night. They were the road team. They're the 6th seed. What sucks about that is with the Commanders winning, they're now the lowest seed. So if we win, we're not going to Detroit. We're going to Philadelphia. I don't want to go to Philadelphia. I mean, I want to win tonight. I'd like to beat the Rams. I'd like to have our season continue. I'd like to have us move on in the playoffs. But, and I know a lot of people are like, Aaron, are you out of your fucking mind? You know how many people would rather go to Philly than go to Detroit? You don't want Detroit again. They beat you twice this year. Okay, maybe true. But A, it's hard to beat a team 3 times in one season. 2, that's like a known thing in football. 2, I want another crack at those guys. And 3, Chad Buzamak, cover your ears. The Eagles scare the shit out of me.
Why do the Eagles scare the shit out of me?
I don't like going to Philly. I don't want to go to Philly in January. The fans are retarded. They're insane. The environment in Philadelphia is way more a home field advantage environment than Detroit. I bet you if you go top 5 places to play or top 5 toughest places to play in the NFL, I bet you Philly's on every list. 5 toughest places to play NFL. There it is. Kansas City, Seattle, Minnesota. That's fun. Philadelphia.
Can't go to the goddamn frozen north.
That's voted on by the players. The players say Kansas City's the toughest place to play. Seattle's number 2. Minnesota's number 3. Philly's number 4. We don't have the option of playing in Minnesota. So I'd much rather go to Detroit and take my chances there than go to Philadelphia. It's like I said, it's fucking cold out. I don't want us playing in the freezing cold, and I don't want to play the Eagles. Their fans.
So would you be willing to play the Eagles in Detroit?
Is there going to be a wildfire in January in Philadelphia?
I have no idea. I'm just saying if we found a way to make it work, would that be better?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind playing the Eagles here. Detroit. I just don't want to play them in Philly. I don't want to go play in the cold. I don't think we do well in the cold. We're an indoor team. So if we win...
It's weird because this is Minnesota.
I know. If we win tonight...
Look, we're not really rated for cold weather.
We're not. If we win tonight, we go to Philadelphia. That fucking sucks. And it would be just like the NFL if we win on Monday night, they make us play on Saturday because there's going to be Saturday games and Sunday games. You watch us have to play on. I think that's stupid to have people to have teams play on Monday night in the playoffs. They should do 3 games Saturday, 3 games Sunday. To have teams play Monday and then turn around and have Saturday and Sunday is I don't get it. They did it recently. It's fucking stupid. I don't hate this idea. April's Missing Orgasm says, can we change Chad Buzamak donor ratings to top tonators?
That doesn't sound bad.
Top tonators.
Idea obviously inspired by Chad Buzamak, but
I can still leave Buzamak's name on there.
All right.
I can write Chad Buzemok presents Top Tonators.
That worked.
I don't think Chad Buzemok should lose his sponsorship just because of a pesky thing like he never gives us any fucking money. That should never eliminate your sponsorship. Come on. This is about friendship. This isn't about money and business and everything else. Let's go to Mild. It says, Aaron, should they do away with the 2-7 game, have 2 bye-week teams, and only 6 playoff teams per conference? I didn't see any reason to change what they had. I loved the 6-team format, but I think once they switched it to 4 divisions, it was kind of inevitable to go with 7 teams. Plus, I mean, look, if you were a 10-win team in the NFC, you couldn't get in the wild card this year. So, I mean, it's still good teams that are getting in there. Suicide Jockey says those other places are because those environments are really loud. Philly is tough to play because their fans throw batteries at Santa. They're mentally ill. Like, Philly fans are fucking insane, and you can't reason with them. You can't, like, there's no, like, scene in a movie. Remember when we always talk about when Rick cut Negan's throat, but beforehand he gave him a lovely speech about can't we all just get along?
Right.
And Negan's like, wow. Negan went, oh, God damn it. I didn't do that over the weekend. I didn't reset my stream deck. Negan went, wow. And then Rick cut his throat like a piece of shit.
Mm-hmm.
You can't have, like, the moment where you have a nice speech to Eagles fans. They just grunt and then smash you over the head with somebody else's leg bone that they found and then eat you. They're fucking savages over there. They're like, honestly, the most dangerous places to try and be a good person, number 2 is Philly. Number 1 is Sentinel Island. In the world, those are the 2 most dangerous places to be a nice human being. Like, you go
He's got to be California.
All the gay people in LA.
Oh, we're going to be playing that. Yeah, we got that clip. Yeah, so, go to Philly and be nice. You'll die. Go to Sentinel Island and be nice, and you'll also die. Those are, yeah. Delco Lou becoming a member for his 10th month says Vikings fans disgraced Rocky. # never forget. Yeah, I think we put we put a Viking scarf and a Stephon Diggs jersey on the Rocky statue when we.
Oh my God! Yeah, I want to see pictures of this.
When we came to town for
Google
the
search later.
Yeah, the 2017 NFC Championship game. We did Philadelphia Rocky statue, Vikings. We may or may not have pissed off lunatics doing that. Yeah, here's the. Yeah, we took the Rocky statue. And we dressed it up in purple and gold. And we did the skull chant on the statue, the Museum of Art steps. So we were being total fucking assholes.
Isn't that statue dedicated to the character in the movie?
Yeah.
Or is that? Yeah. Wasn't there an actual like Rocky character that like real person that could have worked for?
Joe Frazier. Yeah, Joe Frazier.
Yeah.
But Bill Burr said that the only reason they wouldn't do that is because he's black and they can't handle it. By the way, North Sentinel Island, not South Sentinel Island. I apologize. So, yeah, we went in and we just rattled the cage of a bunch of socially illiterate retards. And you want to know something that Eagles fans did when we went there in 2017? So there was this really nice feel-good story about the 2017 Viking season. There was this 99 or 100-year-old woman named Millie who was a big Vikings fan, and she'd seen the Vikings lose 4 Super Bowls. She'd seen them lose, I think, at that point, 5 trips to the NFC Championship game. Yeah. And she was just feeling it. She was like, I'm so excited to see the Vikings go to another Super Bowl before I die, right? They got her like a suite at the stadium in Philadelphia and everything else, and she got to go watch the Vikings. It was the week after the Minneapolis Miracles, an amazing thing. After the Eagles won the game, so like you've already won the game, you're going to the Super Bowl, congratulations, right? They had to ice the victory. Their fans walked through the streets of Philadelphia holding up a giant banner that said, "Fuck Millie."
Oh my God.
Oh yeah. These are terrible human beings.
Well, you say terrible, and now I'm like, that's kind of entertaining. I mean, is it a dick move? Yes, but it's such a huge dick move that I almost I almost have to appreciate it.
They're insane people. Every last one of them. I have a tweet here, but it wouldn't load. I was going to show. I think somebody had the video. Yeah, here. Oh, something went wrong. Try reloading. So yeah, when I Google it, you can see there's a tweet about it, but it's gone now. So like in the last 7 years, somebody got rid of it. Let's go. Millie Madness as Eagles make. Millie responds after Vikings lost to Eagles. I need to find a picture of this.
God, I hope she told him to eat a dick.
I wouldn't it be great if she's like, I hope they all get AIDS from all their drug use. Oh yeah, here we go. We got a video of it.
Millie. Yeah. Hashtag fuck Millie. Yeah. Let's go. Millie. Yeah. Hashtag fuck Millie.
Why are they baying like a goat?
Well, that's horns honking.
Oh.
Hashtag fuck Millie. And then they literally walk through the streets of Philadelphia holding a sign up. Fuck this 100-year-old lady who just loves her Vikings.
They're just jealous because none of their fans live to 100. Between the activities they engage in and their diet, they're lucky to hit 50. They're just like, all right, you know.
But that's
this old broad rubbing it in our faces. She's seen twice as many games as we have.
But that's the only issue is that, like, they don't care. Like, they're just, like, try to do something nice. Like, there's no approach you can. That's the frustrating thing about Philly fans is that do whatever you want. Like, try to take whatever tact you want. They'll just turn it into the most horrible, awful thing they can think of.
So it's like this show.
I'm a saint compared to these people. A saint. BJ with $5 says Melton wanted to do a three-way, so he started supporting the Seahawks because he heard they were 10-7. It's a good joke. Professor Tie-Dye with $1 says, for being as rotund as he is, Aaron has the least pendulous man boobs of the internet streaming slobs. You see, but it's the as rotund as he is. You see, that's the part I hang on to. I'm sorry.
But he said least pendulous.
Right, that's what you guys see. Right? You guys go, oh, well, hey, come on. At least he said, you know. No. That's not good. Chad Buzamok with $2.79 says, Chad Buzamok Top Tonators trademark my envelope for the month. All right, well, the naming rights to the board are officially $2.79 a month. Oh, man. Well, thank you guys very much. That's we're off to a start today. 325 away. Let's get it to 300. Let's get going. Let's not do a goal thing today. Let's just fucking keep banging it out.
Thing.
Yeah, just keep banging it out. Keep knocking it out. Let's do this thing. $1 from Coltrane says, if I lived in Philly, I'd be a pissy little bitch too. City is a fucking dump. I worked there for a time, and I wouldn't recommend it ever. He says ever.
Isn't Kensington in Philly? Isn't that in that area?
Oh, yeah. They don't give, that's what I'm saying. Like, they don't give a shit. These people have no shame. There's nothing that works. You know, like when your parents tell you, you know, hey, if someone bullies you, you give them this speech, blah, blah, blah. And then they just rub your face in shit anyway.
Right.
Same thing with Philly. You'd be like, you guys are nasty, terrible people, and you have no class. And like, take his pants off and fuck him in the ass. Come on, he's being a clear.
And in other news, Aaron now booking a vacation.
Now I'm going to Philly, and I'm going to just start talking lots of shit. Why not? $1, Coltrane says, disrespected a movie character. LOL, Philly is retarded, and that stands as proof. But it's not about disrespecting the movie character. It's about them finding anything they can get worked up about and do something shitty about. Like, so we put Vikings clothes on their fake movie character statue, and then they go, oh, yeah? Well, that old fucking grandma who likes your team, fuck her, I hope she dies. And you're like, guys, fuck, like, regular, normal people, and then Philly is like the real world versus the internet. It's like you only win when you don't play. Like,
Right,
so,
but in
so
this case, you have to.
right, people in the real world are like normal, they're fine, they're okay. And then the people on the internet, the Philly people, are like, oh, yeah, well, I hope you fucking die. And you're like, you don't know this person, right? Yeah, but fuck. maybe you just let them do that. Just let them go ahead and, get it out.
Till they burn themselves out.
Yeah, you know what? Honestly, dealing with people on the internet is a lot like having a newborn. Just let them cry it out. They just need to cry this thing out and shit their pants. They got a bubble in their tummy. They don't know how to use their words to get it out. They're upset. Rusty Grammer becoming a member for 32 months.
Thank you.
Says Skull. Holy shit. 325 is our number today. Go ahead and knock that down. As we said earlier today, the goal has officially been dropped by $20 a day in the morning. Let's get off to a good start for the week because, like I said, we lost by at the end of the week we only lost by 20. But I hate those misses. I hate those losses. I sit for an hour after the show and I grab a calculator. Okay, what did that do? Before we got to get to our first story here today. Hopefully the money starts rolling in soon. Our first story today is something that got sent to me by a lot of people. A lot of fans of the show were sending this story, and they thought, haha, this is hilarious. I got a lot of, Aaron, is this you?
Uh-oh.
A lot of those. There was a tragedy in Shakopee, Minnesota. Shakopee, Minnesota, small little attraction here in this state. You got, in the summertime, you got Canterbury, you got the horse racing place, and then you got Mystic Lake Casino down the road. They got all kinds of concerts, events, shows, shit like that. And you got Valley Fair. You got the theme park, kind of the Six Flags style theme park. In the fall, you have the Renaissance Festival. Shakopee is an interesting little place. Well, it became interesting this weekend in what we would call the off-season, which would be the winter time. Not for a good reason. And I can't count on two hands how many times I went on to, say, my Facebook page, and I saw notifications. And it was me being tagged in a post, and the post saying, bro, is this you? Aaron, did you do this? Let's go ahead and check it out. Shakopee, Minnesota. Tragedy in beautiful downtown Shakopee.
Story out of Shakopee, where this hotel is at the center of two death investigations. Police believe the two died were attending a swingers party when they were.
Oh, is that you, Aaron? Oh, were you there? I get it. I mean,
are you a little hurt that they didn't at least offer you some sort of celebrity hosting MC thing?
I wasn't there. I'm not interested to be there. I'll say it again. Got in them shoes, tried them, wore them. Wasn't a perfect fit, so I couldn't sport them. Leave me out of your shenanigans.
I think that would have helped the attraction. And the event will be hosted by famous swinger Aaron Imhoff.
I don't want to be famous swinger. See, now, Johnny, see that thing we talked about earlier about the main word being the key, not the adjective that describes it? Mm-hmm. Famous is a good word, right? Fame's fun.
Yeah,
famous
I thought you'd appreciate that one.
I'm not. Swinger's bad. Swinger bad. Swinger bad.
Well, you learned that now.
Right. So I'd rather not be called famous swinger. I'd rather be called shitty philanthropist.
Okay.
By the way, because I recently started watching Always Sunny because I'm 15 years behind everything. And I can't see the word philanthropist anymore because of the episode where Charlie refers to himself as a full-on rapist.
God, I love that show.
When they say, oh, yeah, tell her, now let her know you're a wealthy philanthropist. And he goes, yeah, I'm a full-on rapist. And you're like, no.
No, that's not how you say that, Charlie.
No, Charlie.
God, I love that show.
So they're having a swingers party and somebody dies. And I can only say from my limited experience, you're doing it wrong. Or doing it remarkably right, I guess. One of the two.
I guess You swang so hard there was no point to living.
You fucking died from it. Now
They swung for the fences.
they really did. The pearly ones. From a pearly necklace to the pearly gates, everybody's sharing. Yay. But yeah, don't. So I sign every time I sign one of these Twister things. Like someone gives us $100, I sign a Twister game, I send it out. I put a little message on there.
Mm-hmm.
I sent out 2 this weekend. One of them said, "Just say no," and I signed it and Steel Till Morning Show on it. And then the other one, as soon as Flinty Gecko sends me his information, I have to send that one out to him. It says Polly ? Not even once. And then I signed it. So like little tidbits, life
There
advice.
you go.
I give a little. It's like a Snapple. You open it up, you look under the cap. Hey, you're doing all right.
There you go.
It's kind of what
positive affirmation.
Yeah, a little positive affirmation on the autographed Twister that I send you.
They were found dead in a hotel room on New Year's Day. Police say they found drugs in the room.
No way. Swinging and drugs? Never heard of it.
You're telling me morally flexible people started playing with chemicals? Holy shit.
Jesus Christ. So I'm going to go with Coke cut with fentanyl.
Okay.
And they ate it. Not ate the Coke. I mean, like ate it, metaphorically speaking. They died. That sounds about right. Look, man, I like I said, limited experience and all that. You can't do this shit and be okay. Like everybody thinks they're going to go into a fucking lifestyle like this. Like, it's going to be fine. We're different. Society's full of shit. Kind of that teenage rebellion fucking attitude that people get at 30, 40, 50 years old. It just makes you look fucking cringe. And they're like, yeah, we're different. Society's going to. And then they always end up coming to one of 2 realizations. 1, society was right. Or 2, I'm dead. This was destructive. I'm finished. Figuratively or literally. In this case, it was literally. But like the fact that people are usually doing copious amounts of drugs while they're doing this tells you that it's not like a normal state for anyone.
No. It's a party at best. And most of us realize that the whole party thing was a big thing when we were younger because we could like recover from the mistakes and learn from them really quickly and well. At a certain point, your body and your psyche doesn't have that flexibility anymore. You got to stop putting those kinds of nightmare fuel logs in the fire.
Well, and then you also, like, the older you get, the more shit you have to lose. There's, children, there's jobs, there's, careers, shit like that.
God, thank God I don't have any of those.
It just burns it all down. Yeah. So, like, and also for what it is, like, nobody's ever honest about what it is. Everyone's like, oh, no, it's love, and it's, you guys are all prudes, and let me tell you, as someone who's been to the other side of that, those people are full of shit. You know what it is? Free pussy. That's what it is.
I ain't banged that lady before.
Yeah, you get free pussy. You're bored. That's another one. You're like, here's what it is. Like, swinging is this. Hey, honey. It should be a disheartening, horrifying thing to talk about doing because what you're doing is you're going, hey, honey, I really want to cheat on you, but the hiding thing just seems like a lot of work. And
I want
then
to do it face to face.
There's no win because either she says, no, are you fucking insane? And it's over. Like, you get a no, that's it. Or they say yes, which is basically them saying, oh, really? Cool, because I really want to cheat on you too. And the sneaking around sounds like a lot of work. So it's doomed from Jump Street.
I just want to I fuck you while I dick fuck her.
Dick fuck is a new fun little verb. Play around with.
Ian Russell is here with details and a message from that party organizer.
Oh, no. So it was like an organized, like, lifetime keys go in the hat.
I love that we can go to the leader of this event.
Yeah, right. You can go to like the guy, like the CEO of Swingers Incorporated. How about this? How about if you come to cover this news story, I'm the manager of the Baymont Inn and Suites, and I go, if you don't blur our fucking logo, I'm suing you.
No, dude, this is Minnesota. They're like, fuck it, we'll take the business.
I don't want the swingers. And by the way, you're going to put on a swingers party. Could you pick somewhere nicer than the Baymont? Have you ever been to a Baymont Inn?
No.
The last time I was at a Baymont Inn, I went to use the towel and the fucking towel rack fell off the wall.
Well, they save so much money on the rooms, they can afford more toys and lube.
Let me tell you something about the Baymont Inn. I stayed there once when we were having the anniversary shows at Shady's in Albany.
Mm-hmm.
I stayed at a Baymont Inn. They don't allow smoking at the hotel. The room reeked of cigarette smoke. I don't know how.
Shit, was that the one that we were at? I think I might have been at a Baymont then, too.
Yeah. Because they always got us rooms there. Because they wanted us to stay and get shit-faced with everybody who was there so we would stay longer and they'd make more money. So they'd get us a hotel room. They're like, we're going to get you a suite. And you hear that, you're like, oh, shit, they're going to get me a suite. That's nice. Guys, a suite at the Baymont Inn. You know how I say the description is less important than the thing?
Yep.
When you hear a suite at the Baymont Inn, focus more on the Baymont Inn part for your expectations and not the suite part.
Less on the suite.
Yeah. Because, like, you go, oh, man, we got you guys a suite at the Baymont Inn. You're thinking, like, Plaza Hotel, Home Alone 2. You're like, are they going to be fucking individually wrapped cookies and shit? And you're like, no. There's going to be a couch that probably has jizz on it. It's going to
probably.
Well, I'm trying to be hopeful. It's going to smell like shit, and you're going to get into that bed and just you hope you don't hear sloshing. Is basically it. So it's less sweet and more Baymont Inn.
It's one of those hotel rooms you walk in and you go, cream-colored couch. They knew what they were doing.
Were found dead at this Baymont by Wyndham Hotel on New Year's Day. Search warrants obtained by Care 11 show officers responding to the hotel for a welfare check after family members of 47-year-old Josh Peter Quayle said they hadn't heard from him. Quayle was supposed to check out.
Oh, my God. Imagine that. Your family members call the authorities because they're like, we haven't seen him. We haven't heard from him. Would you check on him? And they're like, guys, I got one good news and I got two. I got a good news, I got a bad news, and I got a kind of coin flip, depends on what you think news. Okay, cool. What's the bad news? Or what's the good news? We found him. Oh, okay, well that's great. What's the bad news? He's dead. Oh my God, that's terrible. What's the question? What's the questionable news? He was at a swingers party doing drugs and fucking other people's partners. So we just should have never called you guys, huh? No.
Then the one creepy family member, oh, figures, and he didn't invite me, asshole.
Well, we weren't invited. I mean, it's kind of nice because, like, it saved our life and everything, but I knew he didn't like us for real.
On December 29th, when officers entered his hotel room, they say they found a man and woman later identified as Quayle and 54-year-old Chantel Denise Bresson dead and decomposing.
Oh, no. Well, and there's cum all over, so that's rotting. So you just smell stank pussy and stale jizz as you walk in the room and then mix that in with death.
Yeah, dude, but you realize what one of the parts of death is, right?
What?
It's the whole bowels letting loose thing.
Oh, so you got cum and shit and piss everywhere?
Yeah, dude, and if anyone took the mud road, it's like lubed now, and it's like, oh, dude. Now it's just extra messy and gross. There's no winning in this. This is like God punishing you. You did something wrong in your life if this is how you're found.
Yeah, like you died swinging because all three of them are in the room. So they all did coke laced with Fent is basically what I'm thinking. And you get in there and you're just like, oh my God, there's shit, there's piss, and oh, there's the cream pie, it's out. Oh God, she evacuated everything. Why is it coming out of that guy's ears?
Why does that balloon not have frosting? Oh no.
Could you grow the fuck up? Life isn't all about your cums. You know, there's more to life than just your orgasms. Fucking chill, guys. You're degenerates, you're garbage. Learn the fucking lesson. You know, a lot of people who do this are people whose kids like are done with high school and they graduate and like now all these people let loose. Like mostly swingers parties are like 50-year-olds. It's like,
and everybody keeps thinking they're gonna see hot people there too. That's the worst part. You got like everybody that goes to these swingers parties, like, yeah, I'm gonna find some hot ass. I haven't, it's like, dude, look in the mirror. You're not hot, and guess who's going? More people like you.
Yeah, you're going. That should tell. Oh man, am I gonna get some hot pussy? I don't know. Look in the mirror. That's who you're gonna be fucking. The female version of you. Oh, well, where are all the hot ones? Happy. They're happily married, and they're hot, and they're fine, and they're taking their kids to fucking soccer practice. That's where the hot ones are. You know that. You know that from when you were a kid in high school. All the hot moms are taking their kids to their activities.
Right.
We used to look like in high school, we had one of the guys on our team. We were in the pitching rotation. My buddy Zach, and his mom would come to the games, and he would have to warn us before every game. He's like, "I'll fucking kick the shit out of you guys if you talk about my mom. Like, I'll kick your don't talk." He got tired of it because we would like in high school. It's funny to tell your friends how hot you think their mom is, and looking back,
dude, you must be lucky you came out of that pussy. Look how hot your mom is.
Hey, you came out of it. We're all trying to get in, huh? Hey, have a good game out there, all right? Don't throw your arm out, because I'm going to throw my back out fucking your mom. Yeah, he would threaten to. He's like, my mom. He would tell his mom not to go to road games. Like, he would try to get his mom to not go to games as much as he could.
Oh, you can't do that, because then she'll wonder why. And if you tell your mom that, like, you can't go because you're the hot mom, you have screwed yourself. Because then, even if she's a saint, she's like, well, I'm the hot mom. I better go.
Right. There's
like,
some people who are like, you know, there's nothing wrong, especially if you're a woman in her 40s. Like, it feels good to be complimented, right? It feels, you know, it's a positive affirmation to know people find you
attractive. You're not going to do
anything
anything illicit or anything. You're just going to go and know, yep, I'm the fucking hot mom.
I'm the hot mom. That makes people feel good in their 40s, I'm sure. But yeah, Zach, I can imagine that. Like, you tell them the truth. Such an awkward conversation. Mom, you can't go to the games. Why? All my friends think you're fucking hot. I'm like, oh, that's wonderful. Shut up, whore. Stop it.
Trying to plow you like a snowy road. Stay home.
Let's go to a couple of these and we'll finish up the swinger story. Samuel with $5 over on YouTube says, I find it funny how Shakopee can hand out the warrant to search private property, but it's impossible to get one from the St. Cloud Police Department. Oh, somebody's a little upset with the St. Cloud Police Department. Sanford's son says, that Baymont Inn does have a killer breakfast, though. No, I do not work for Baymont Inn. After one of my fights, the one where I dropped a guy, I stayed at a hotel, and in the morning, like I went to the breakfast, and it was at a Baymont. I wish I remembered what the breakfast. Yeah, I can't remember, but it was a Baymont Inn, and it was the most basic, shitty, like, here's some cereal and here's a waffle maker. Good luck, asshole. Here's frozen pads of butter. Best of luck to you. And I think maybe they had a juice machine.
The Continental Basics.
The Continental Basics, exactly. Thank you, boys, for the $5 each. I appreciate that. Very nice of you. That knocks us down to $320 away from today. PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Thank you very much. Keep it going. Thank you so much. All right, let's continue on here. So far we've got Swingers Party, Baymont Inn, a couple and their concubine fucking decomposing in the hotel room when the cops go to check on them.
Officers say they saw illegal narcotics and drug paraphernalia close by. Officers were told that the two were at the hotel for a party known as the Big O. And
God, this is what I mean. Like,
it's not even creative.
If you're swinging, and I will openly admit this about myself a year ago, if you're swinging, you have failed to find any meaning or purpose in your life. If you're in your 30s, 40s, and 50s, and your life is coming, not enough coming, come more, you're gay, and your life is empty. You're fucking up, bud. You're fucking up if life is just about more coming. You gotta find like things to be fulfilling, to impact your life in a positive way, that you're not just going, more orgasms, please. Like, that's cool at like 18, 19, 20, 21. That's fucking awesome. Why? Because you have nothing. You've built nothing. You have nothing going on. You're just starting out. Orgasms is all you got. But like,
orgasms is all it is.
so like if you're 20 and you're talking to your buddies like, yeah, all the pussy, man, a pussy. Fucking I got more pussy. All right, that's one thing. If you're in your 40s and you're doing that and you're going to parties for it, normal people, and I can say this from experience, are going to look at you and go, dude, you're a fucking loser. Like, what is wrong with you? Do something. Accomplish something. Like, what do you do? Like, this is embarrassing. Like, that's the thing. Like, from the inside, all swingers think they're like cool people bucking societal trends. Everyone on the outside looks at you and goes, dude, fucking get it together. Like, what's wrong with you?
The entire hotel is rented out for this party. That event is sponsored by Midwest Euphoria, a swingers group hosting parties at this hotel.
See, that's it. Midwestern Euphoria. Everything's about euphoria and like the peak of everything and come. It's
Is it maybe a Minnesota thing? Like, because we're frozen so much of the year, people can't get out and they're going crazy up there at the house and they need to plant the seed.
I'm going crazy out there by the lake. I'm looking for some action. And I'm like, what kind of action? And he says, swinging action. And I go, well, I don't organize that kind of thing. And he goes, well, you must think I'm some kind of a jerk. And I don't say nothing. And he goes, last guy, he said I was a jerk. He's dead. And I don't mean from old age. And I don't say nothing. And he goes, well, what do you think of that? And I said, well, that don't sound like too good of a deal for him. Maybe you're right. Maybe they are going crazy up there by the lake. But still, like, have something. Love each other. And they're like, that's what we're doing, and we have so much of our love, we're sharing it. No, you're not. You want to get some fucking strange. You want to get pussy, and you want to, basically, you're telling your partner, hey, go fuck off and do something. I need to get fucked. I tell you this from having that feeling myself, and I tell you from experience. It's gay.
Look, I'm just really horny and I want to sleep with somebody. What about me? I've done you.
Boring, to be honest with you.
In a post on their website, that event called Frozen Fantasy spanned 3 days into...
Oh, by the way, you see her?
She ain't there.
She ain't going. You know the woman...
They never show you the people that are there.
Yeah, you know who's there? Here's the famous person they have that's there. Remember the woman who fed the pigeons in Central Park in Home Alone 2?
Oh, Jesus.
That's who's showing up to the swingers party. A teacher of 30 years who's retired now. That's who's going to be at your... This woman is busy with her children and her modeling career, and she's not swinging. She's taking her kids to, orchestra and all that shit. Just you miserable old fucks are the ones going to the swingers party.
Patrick Melton is the one you're going to see there. That's the picture you should
No,
have.
Johnny, it's a swingers party, not a daycare.
Oh.
Yeah.
From the 27th through the 29th.
Although at both, they wouldn't let him in, and he'd just be sitting outside the window going like this, fogging it up with his heavy obesity breath.
My name's Ian. I'm a reporter at Care 11, just letting you know I'm wearing a microphone. Just looking to see if there's a property manager I can speak with. Hotel staff declined to speak with us. Instead,
they're all washing the cum off of themselves. Oh, my God. And then imagine that. You're working at the hotel. Remember, this whole hotel got rented out for this party.
Yeah.
So you have to hear just swinging noises, and it just sounds like like every room. It sounds like, hey, you guys making mac and cheese in there? What's going on?
And for those of you that are outside looking in, they face blurred and a real Minnesotan just standing. It looks like he's holding a McDonald's bag. Those are the people you're going to see at the swingers party.
Oh.
Not the news anchor in the blue jacket walking away that you're like, that could be okay. No. Tons of fun there. They're like, oh.
Well, like, and here's and then the other thing is, you're the housekeeping crew, right? Those fucking rooms are going to smell like dirty pussy. Let me tell you something. You start taking multiple dicks, that shit's throwing off your pH, and your pussy's going to fucking reek. You're going to have nasty, disgusting, stank-ass pussy, and the other people are just going to be like, I'll power through it. I don't want to be rude. But, like, you're throwing off your pH. You're using that thing too much. You're wrecking it. I mean, you better have industrial strength, clean pussy soap and shit like that, because you're going to have a rank-ass pussy.
Wow,
and then
every room in this Wyndham has a bottle of Summer's Eve.
Yeah, right. Oh man, they must have had some kind of a seafood boil last night. That's weird. You don't see that at hotels very often. Would everybody make a crab pot?
instead giving me the email for the owner of the hotel. I have not heard back. I also reached out to Wyndham Hotels directly and have also not heard back.
I love that when the news goes, we don't understand. Nobody wants to talk to us about the drug overdose at the swingers party. Yeah. Typically, no.
Strange.
Yeah. And also, I believe Baymont Inn and Resorts or Suites or whatever the fuck they call themselves, I'm guessing they're going to send out a company memo that says, we're not booking these anymore. Stick to, like, hotels usually book, like, hey, a bunch of teams are coming to town for a hockey tournament, in the winter. We'll rent it out to the hockey teams.
Yeah, nothing bad ever happens at those.
Right.
Listed in the search warrants is the owner of
Although, I don't know if you know this, hockey parents are fucking degenerates.
That was the point I was making, because we've done a story where literally the hockey mom was trying to bang the
Oh,
hockey
that's
players.
right. Yeah, and like they were weren't they taking care right there in Brainerd?
I think so.
I think it might have been a Brainerd story. Yes, I remember that because we stayed at that hotel for my buddy's wedding, like the following summer.
Oh.
And I was in the hot tub that chick was in the hot tub with those hockey players with. And I remember feeling really icky about it.
I'm sure they cleaned it by then.
Yeah, oh no, this was months after the actual thing happened. But I remember being like, this is funny. My buddy's getting married in the hotel, because they always give you a hotel, like, this is where you can stay. We've reserved rooms here, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, oh, the room we got is the hotel we're in is the hotel where the mom fucked all the hockey players. Jesus.
Midwest Euphoria. We spoke on the phone and he declined an interview, but said they condemn all narcotic use at their events.
Well, then you're not going to have any more events, because all of these people are trying to convince themselves that the fucking they're doing is totally normal and it's totally fine. No.
And even if they are totally fine with it, it's an attitude of like, we're partying, we're having fun, we're cutting loose. So that it's always going to be starting with alcohol. Then they're going to start increasing the kinds of drugs that are around there until something like this happens.
But also, the drugs are, they can tell you whatever they want. The drugs are to quiet that little voice you still got in the back of your head. That little voice that's going, you're disgusting.
Mine's in the front.
You're disgusting. You're a piece of shit. This is garbage. This is immoral. This is wrong. And you're like, oh, that'll fix it. That guy's dead now.
On their website, that's listed on their rules for event participants.
No tolerance for drugs and prostitution. Yeah, come on, guys. We're not trying to do anything immoral here. Now go cheat on
All
your
right,
spouses.
guys, stop your fucking. I am the hall monitor. I gotta check every room and make sure you guys aren't doing any drugs. Ma'am, are you a whore? I mean a professional whore, not just a moral whore. All right, good. All right, everyone's good here. We're good. Keep
I'm
going.
sorry, but the prostitutes are more respectable than the swingers.
They're the professionals.
Yeah, they're getting paid. They're making money. These people are destroying their lives for free. It's interesting. Yeah, like, what are you going to do? Have hall monitors? Like, just make sure you guys aren't doing any coke. Hey, you guys making crab pots in here? What's the deal? You guys didn't get your complimentary summer's eve, did you?
Shakopee Police Chief Jeff Tate says all signs point to an overdose in both cases.
No shit.
A positive test for fentanyl. Tate says the case is still active, and there is still an event on the Midwest Euphoria website scheduled to take place at that hotel in February.
Yeah, you know what? No, because they're fucking...
How close are you?
Yeah, because they're...
February?
Shut up. Shut up.
Where's that fight taking place?
No, it's...
Extra innings.
Yeah. If that hotel doesn't cancel that fucking thing, they deserve another couple to just wind up dead in their rooms. That's a business killer, by the way. Like, everybody who looks up that hotel now is going to see that news story. And they're like, I'm not going there.
And they're going to be disappointed when they can't get into the swingers party.
Yeah,
Speaking of which, I'm going to need some time off in February.
Shakopee is one of those places where they do have, like, hockey tournaments and, like, events and shit like that. And people will be looking for hotels to stay in. They look at that one and they're like, I think I'll now.
I'm pretty sure I have a trophy or a medal from Shakopee.
Exactly. Let's go to 383 Novocaine. He says, Aaron, you were not swinging. You were couple swapping. Swinging is meeting people, and fucking, not the same couple. same concept though, where it's all about the coming and fucking other people and the. It's look what you can say. What I did was
there is one
weirder.
difference. Done, and I don't know if it's done appropriately because I've never been to one of these things. But I mean, done appropriately, you'd F those people, and then you'd never meet them again unless it was
Fair.
like another convention. You wouldn't say like go over next weekend and watch movies. So it's just there's a little difference.
Honky with $1 says, who's that Negro guy who lost to DeSantis for the Florida governor race that got found in a similar party but with more white flag gay twister? I don't remember. I must have missed that story. Coltrane with $1 says Aaron missed the goal, so he didn't make it to the Shakopee Swingers meetup. He also ran out of Twister games to bring with. Thank you, buddy. Hulkamasha Baby with $1 says, wait, swingers aren't like hookers. You're not supposed to strangle them after? My bad, guys. This one's on me. Oh, no, it was Hulkamasha Baby the entire time.
I thought it was like Grand Theft Auto. If you beat the crap out of them, you get your money back. And you get to keep the health boost.
Yeah, Sam Show writes, this swingers shit has way too many rules. Right? How about you just learn to enjoy fucking each other? That'd be nice, right? Or how about the fact that, like, because I've heard married couples say this, like, eventually it kind of morphs. Once you have kids and careers and stuff, it morphs into now you're kind of like running a corporation almost. So it's like, how about run your family corporation together? You know,
I've always understood that from successful couples, because I've never been one.
Hey, me neither.
Woohoo! But I've always heard, like, for them, it's like, oh, you got to make it exciting as it gets older. So, like, when you've had kids and stuff, the exciting thing is, like, finding a time to do it under the radar, to stealth F, if you will. And that's kind of the excitement, like, oh, we can squeeze this in right now. And so that's how you got to do it. I feel like if you're at the point where you're like, no, let's take a vacation from life, take a break from everything, and I'm going to take a break from you and break into her. Like, that's probably a bad sign. Just overall.
Here's also, like, a thing, a sign of maturity that I didn't have until very, very, very recently, which is, you know, guys will always complain. They're like, we had kids, and there's not as much sex, and blah, 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 blah. It's like, yeah, you know why, though? Because she's
got shit to do.
Well, and she's taking care of your fucking children. You know, the lives you guys created. You put your bodies together, and your bodies made another person. That's fucking incredible. That's amazing. What'd you throw it away for? They're coming. I needed to come. But you guys created lives, which is like, this is why.
Yeah, but the only fun part was making them,
right?
Putting up with them.
This is why I think, and I'm totally projecting here because I've been such a failure as a partner,
right?
But like, this is why I do believe, and because I'm not a religious person, but I think this country would be a lot better off if we were Christian. Like, if we were a Christian, fucking conservative country. I do.
God, I'd be dead by now.
Well, no, not Nazis, not like killing the affirmed.
Well, I'm just saying, it's not even the infirm thing. I just overall, like, if we're gonna hold down to strict moral codes and ethics, I'm probably ousted just for the family line alone.
Maybe I don't. My point is, maybe a little more like, we had this thing, fucking boomers, where we were like, yeah, the morals and all of that. And maybe we did go too far in the morality direction. But nobody can argue that we haven't taken the pendulum and swung it way too far in the other direction. And there needs to be a correction. You know? Like, if you discover a swingers party at a hotel, and let's say we sacrificed a couple of them, I think people would get the picture pretty fucking quick. The older I get, the more I really don't care as much about the Constitution when it comes to, like, and like, I care less about people's freedoms, and I care more about, like, I want to build a good society, then give those people freedoms. I get a little more Thanos-y in my older age. I see what you were on about years ago when Infinity War came out, because before I was like, Johnny's a piece of shit, but now I get it. We do need barbarism, and we do need to eliminate folks so that we can build the perfect society and then give the people that are left over freedom. You know what we need? Remember the scene from Dogma where they slaughter that boardroom? And then at the end, Matt Damon offers that woman they didn't kill a piece of gum. He's like, you're a clean soul.
You're a good person.
You're a good person.
You're a good person.
Good for you. And then offers her a stick of gum, right? That's a metaphor for how we should build society. Let's slaughter all these people. And then the ones that are left over be like, anything you need. You want some gum? You're a good person. You're decent. And sure, they're a little mortified and shocked because there's still blood on them from all the people you slaughtered. But they got the message. They get it now and they understand. And now
they'll certainly be better moving forward.
Exactly. And Papa Shab says, that's Jewish thinking, bro. Is it? Well, then I immediately deny everything I just said. And you guys should ignore it.
Jewish thinking would be like, and imagine the finances.
We could sell the organs. Honky with $2 says, Shaka P, that darky wooden minstrel was doing R. Kelly shit. I see what he did there. Coltrane says, if you were normal, you wouldn't go to church with the swappers. Well, you can't argue with people when they're right. 383 Novocaine says, the local swingers group used to host get-togethers at the Radisson in St. Cloud. Oh, the Radisson, huh? No. Is it reasonable?
The rash is in at that point.
The rash is in. Yes. Thank you guys very much for that. 315 is the number for today. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I think I want to rebuild the world the way they were trying to do it in Dogma. That doesn't sound.
Welcome to the team, buddy. We'll get you a jersey.
I watched, believe it or not, Endgame again.
Okay.
And I have to say, still just a fucking solid movie. Now, as far as like quality movie goes, I still think Infinity War is better.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as like a wrap up to a series of movies, I don't know if you're ever going to get better than Endgame.
Which is why it kind of sucked that Marvel's like, and you know what we're going to do, guys? We're going to keep this thing rolling. And I'm like, dude, you just put the perfect ending on here.
There was
Start off with something new. Let's build something new. No. We're just going to keep this train rolling. Can't miss.
But think about it. You're playing with house money. It's billions of dollars in profit you've made off of these. You know, like you weren't surprised though, right? Like you knew they had to keep going.
Oh, God, yeah. Dude, the fucking piles of cash that they had at it, they had so much cash that they burned through it all, fucked it up completely, and still had enough left over to go, hey, Ryan Reynolds, what do you need to fix this? Hugh Jackman? Here. He'll come over for that.
Well, and then like what really kind of fucks it up for me is bringing Robert Downey Jr. back as a different Marvel character. I fucking hate that. That's like they brought Brolin back for Deadpool, but it's okay because it was very tongue-in-cheek.
And they even made fun of it and stuff. But yeah, it's weird that they brought Brolin back for Deadpool, but at least the characters looked totally different. Like, in the case of this, like, you're still going to have Robert Downey Jr.'s face at some point in time, and it doesn't matter if he has an accent or a different hairdo or whatever. You're going to be like, wait a minute. It's Tony fucking Stark. Yeah. And they're using and the worst part is because it's a comic book, they're using some weird comic book loophole because in one of the tangents of the stories they've told, Iron Man and, Tony Stark and what's his name, Dr. Doom, were somehow related. So like, well, technically, canonically, it fits. It's like, yeah, in comic books, everything fits. It's like a swingers party. There's a different story all the time.
Yeah, comic books are weird because they use multiple universes. They bring people back from the dead. There's mysticism. Yeah.
When they write themselves into a corner, they just go, we're starting a new story arc now.
Right.
Let's just leave this one over.
Time travel. Can you help me with one thing? Guys, this is the last nerd thing I'm going to do. Don't leave me. Hit like, hit follow. I still don't get why didn't they run into themselves taking the stones when they went to replace the stones?
Because they knew when the stones were taken. So they just were like, oh, I'm about to show up right here. And then they just jump back in afterwards and swap. Plus, it was all Steve Rogers that went back replacing the stones.
So did he see Mark Ruffalo after he got the soul punch and talking to the Sorcerer Supreme, or no?
He showed up right after he left.
So then he shows up right after Hulk leaves, and then Sorcerer Supreme goes, oh, thank God it worked out. So she's cognizant of what happened.
Mm-hmm.
So you go, boom, boom. So for her, the whole thing lasted a second and a half.
Yep.
And that didn't disrupt the timeline at all.
Apparently not.
Fucking bananas, man. Fucking bananas. Wait a minute. So Back to the Future is a bunch of bullshit. Are you taking this whole time heist thing, and are you basing it off of Back to the Future? No. Good.
No.
Because that would be horseshit. Thank you very much. Gray Duckling with $30. There's our first biggie of the day. Thank you very much.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
Thank you very much, Gray Duckling. That puts us another $30 into things. That means $285. Hey, thanks, guys. Under 300 by 7 o'clock. Now let's get under 200 by 8 o'clock. We got another hour. 285 away. Throw in a couple of bucks. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Hey, that's great news. Keep it up. Keep it going. How about everybody just follow Gray Duckling? Because now Gray Duckling's in first. And then we've got a metric fuck ton of people tied for $5.
Yeah.
Thank you. BJ, one of them, at $5. Thanks again. I'm sorry, Ryan the Garbage Man. We do have to move on, and I did not hook up the phone. I apologize for that. I can't stall anymore. All right, we got some wildfire coverage going on today's show.
Still wildfires, huh?
Wow. I think there's still not only are there still wildfires, by the way, about 800 of you at 7 o'clock already. Awesome, guys. Like, subscribe, money, the whole deal. Thank you so much for your generosity on today's show. Keep it going. The wildfires are, they're still a problem. And I wish that it didn't take like apocalyptic destruction to get people to realize how bad these people have fucked up. I am happy that the more I read about this and the more I see what's going on with the wildfires, people are at least cognizant, especially now, these fucking asshole prick liberal celebrities. Boy, they all turn fucking based pretty quick when their house is on fire, don't they?
Yeah, it's amazing how much we have to blame the problems that we have on, we're not doing enough for the homeless, and we need to be more understanding of people in these situations, and, oh boy, now it's happening in your neck of the woods. Fuck these assholes. What are my taxes going to? Like,
they really bother me. Like,
switches.
I saw Kim Kardashian was upset with the mayor of L.A. because of her response to the wildfires, and two things bothered me about that. If you paid attention to what was going on in your state, you knew that this shit was brewing for a long time. I'm not exaggerating when I say these wildfires were man-made. And I don't mean like an arsonist set them. I mean...
Well, in one case, possibly.
Right. And that's usually how it is. Some asshole just leaves a fire unattended, and then 4 more assholes leave a fire unattended, and then all of a sudden all of California's a fucking tinderbox. But like, the situation that allowed this wildfire to grow and spread, it was preventable. And nobody gave a shit. In fact, they actively made decisions that ran counter to fire prevention. They could have. It's not that they did nothing. It's that the things they did were the opposite of what they were supposed to be doing. So then all these celebrities get together and they're like, fucking mayor, and their response. It's like, no. Guys. Your whole fucking state is rotten. Your governor is a complete fucking, if I may quote the New Zealandish, dickhead. He sucks. By the way, that guy is back again, Thor. Noob Master, he called me a dickhead again. Yeah, he just called me a dickhead, Thor. So, your leaders are actively making decisions that put you in shitty spots, but you just keep voting for them because they have a D next to their name. Then, we always have to wait until the fucking powder keg explodes before these people go, boy, I think we might have fucked up and made the wrong decision. But then, that moment, you understand, becomes fleeting. And in the next election, they go, yeah, but I'm not ready to make a change quite yet. And then you vote for the same people. What I'm saying is, there's a lot of people saying the right shit now that I'm not ready to give.
Said it before.
I'm not ready to give them any credence or any attaboys or any, hey, better late than nevers, because much like these wildfires, I don't think they'll last.
No. The biggest problem you have is even when they're willing to say to the mayor or Newsom, they're like, hey, you really effed this up. You made these mistakes. You made these decisions that really cost us. Oh, well, let's not make this political. This is a natural disaster we're dealing with. Let's not point blame and make this political. And it's like, yeah, let's not make it political because it's your fault.
Right, yeah. Hey, guys, let's not blame politicians for this. Why? Because politicians really fucked this up, and I'm a politician. But there are people calling out, there have been people calling this out. I thought when Trump talked about no irrigation in the Delta smelt, I felt so vindicated because I'd been talking about that for years because I saw a thing on Fox News about it when I was a kid. This has been, my entire adult life.
He's been, anal about it. You'll be at a party, minding your own business. You'll be like, yeah, so how are things going? Well, it's been a difficult year for finance. The fucking Delta smelt, guys.
Right.
The Delta smelt.
When I go to parties, I talk about two things, the Vikings and Delta smelt. That's it. If you don't want to talk about those two things, avoid me at parties.
Right off.
Yeah, I don't want to fucking talk about. Hey, Aaron, did you see the Vikings game? Oh, we're going to be here in the next 3 hours talking Vikings. Hey, Aaron, did you see the wildfires? Let me tell you how that little cunt fish ruined everything. But when Trump talked about it, I felt vindicated. You feel like a crazy person talking about, the reason California is so fucking dry in L.A. is because the Delta smelt. They won't let them irrigate. And they're like, what is this fucking crazy retard babbling about? And then Donald Trump. Do you know how fucking little known something has to be that you look to Donald Trump to make you look not crazy? Hey, man, if only Donald Trump would talk about this, I wouldn't look like such a crazy person. Well, here's Trump talking about Gavin Newsom. This is back from his Rogan appearance. If people have tried to warn California about Gavin Newsom for a long time. They're like, this guy looks like if I were to cast a scumbag, corrupt politician who doesn't give a fuck about anyone and burns everything to the ground.
He looks the part.
Gavin Newsom is the actor I would cast. People would be like, come on, how about George Clooney? I'd be like, no, he looks too trustworthy and good. He could never pull it off. Gavin
He doesn't
Newsom,
have that sliminess. He doesn't look like he's literally made out of ooze.
Right. Gavin Newsom looks, that's a great word to describe him, Johnny. Gavin Newsom looks slimy. He looks oozish. So this is Trump talking about Gavin Newsom on Rogan's show.
Gavin Newsom, one of the worst governors in the world.
Newsom, by the way, he has to have his little names for everybody.
I love that.
Gavin Newsom. He doesn't come, folks. I've heard this. He has non-ejaculatory sex, folks. He goes to Baymont Inns. He has dry orgasms. This is true.
World. And I used to get along, but I don't get along with him now because he's just too, it's just a whole con job. But Gavin Newsom, the other day, signed a bill that you are not allowed to ask a person, even ask them whether or not they have voter ID.
Now, what could be a charitable reason why anybody
because they
would want?
I'm a lot like Joe Rogan when people tell me shit like that. I immediately go, give me the nut, because then you kind of realize, is someone out to just get somebody and shit on them, or are they actually concerned about this? If I ask them, I go, what's their reason for doing it? What's the argument for it? If I talk to someone who thinks something's a shitty idea and they can give me an honest description of the other side's argument, I really trust that person because I'm they're acting in good faith. They're not assuming motive. That's good. I just worry that Trump here is hey, what's the most charitable reason you can have for that? Because they're pieces of shit. And it's okay, well.
All right.
No, I mean, Donald's one of those guys where you look at him and you go, I know Donald, but if I asked them, they wouldn't say, oh, I'm doing this because I'm a piece of shit.
Cheap.
But that would be the only thing that makes sense.
But that's taking it to the next level.
Right.
Now, you have ID. The Democrat National Convention, when they had it the last time I saw, they had a sign, a billboard on the name of the person, where they live, how they live, who the hell their boyfriends are. Every single...
I say boyfriends because they're all gay. It was California, and they're all homosexuals.
It was, and a big picture. That's for they have an ID, a big ID. It was hanging like you were a prisoner. They had these massive cars.
Well, I mean, you're at the Democratic National Convention, tomato, you know.
They're trying to get you guys the right to vote again.
It's everything. And yet when it comes to the vote, in theory, the most important thing we do, okay, when you go to a grocery store, you give ID. But for a vote, it's...
What?
I've never been ID'd for buying, like, bananas, potatoes, produce, things like that.
Green onions? Really? Fuck it. Let me see some identification. Sorry, I just...
Yams, go fuck yourself. I need an ID.
Oh, really? Navel oranges. All right, let's see if you're here legally. This is bullshit.
It's supposed to be a sacred thing, and it should be a sacred thing. No voter ID because they want to cheat.
Well, it doesn't make sense in any other way. I've tried to look at
There's no other way.
Right. Well, see, and there's where Trump's like, there is no other way. Stop looking. It's like, just calm
Stop
down.
trying to find fault in my logic. Just agree with me.
Say I'm right and then go fuck yourself. That's all we need. But no, he's right. It's like, it doesn't matter. Like what, like the rationale for not wanting voter ID, and I've tried really hard to find a good one. And the only way you can have an honest, quote unquote, detraction from voter ID is really, it's a racist fucking rationale. You're like, well, what are blacks and Mexicans gonna do?
They're just too dumb. They don't understand how to get an ID. Because the idea that you can't if you're black or some other race is bullshit. I don't know when that idea came about, but every day now, people of multiple races have no I've been to the DMV. You can get an ID.
Yeah, they're like, well, what are black people going to do? Go get an ID. Well, but they're black. It's like, yeah, we know this is weird. Are we really having this? Arguing with a Democrat about voter ID. You're just sitting there going, I thought you guys were the black people's party. It's like, yeah, we're looking out for them. You're calling them retarded. Yeah, what's your point?
It's the not the B skit. It's just literally well, obviously, black and minorities are disenfranchised because they can't get an ID. Actually, I got an ID just a minute ago. It was really easy. I just went, no, you didn't, you dumb black man. That's not something you can do.
What's the ignorant? He says ignorant. Ignorant means
ignorant
stupid.
Black man. Ignorant means stupid.
Yeah. Here, let's
we'll
just play the first minute.
In this Republican county where African Americans are being oppressed by horrific new voter laws, forcing them to acquire a legal ID to vote. Excuse me, sir. You're unable to acquire an ID, are you not?
Actually, I just renewed my ID. It's pretty easy, actually.
There you have it. This poor black man has been disenfranchised by racist voter ID laws because he's too ignorant. I'm sorry. Ignorant means stupid. Too ignorant to acquire a voter ID. Absolutely tragic. The new...
Ignorant means stupid. Yeah, I mean, I feel like a really super progressive person would watch that sketch and go, yeah, what channel is that news report on? That makes sense.
That all adds up.
Coltrane with $1 says, I don't want to do this. Johnny, would you read that one, please?
If you smelta, you delta. LOL, I'll leave now.
I'm glad it's $1 because if it was like a 20 or a 30, I would struggle to put him on the leaderboard. I would.
Oh, I was going to say, I feel like just for what he's done to us, we deserve more money.
That joke, absolutely. If you're going to send in a joke like that, at least 20.
He's going to make me cry.
At least 20.
Oh.
285 away from today. We're still on track, guys. Let's keep it going. Throw in your 5s, your 10s, your 20s, your 30s to the old insatiable steel toe animal, if you will. We didn't get to this last week, but I really wanted to play it. This is just, there's no nutritional value in this at all. It's just the Fox affiliate out in L.A. They want to talk to people on the street about the wildfires. Now, I've always been against the opinion of the man on the street on the news. I think it holds no value. I think all they're looking for is giant retards to go, maybe the leprechaun was a crackhead. Everybody's looking for maybe it was a crackhead guy. You know, They all want their ain't nobody got time for that, you know? So they interview the people on the street. And then they interview the people on the street looking to find some crazy fuck who goes viral. And then when they get a crazy fuck that goes viral, if it's not the right kind of crazy fuck that goes viral, they do the, oh, we're so sorry about the language you just heard on this report. It's like, you went up to a stranger and you stuck a microphone in front of their face. You're not sorry for shit other than they said something that might get you in trouble. So here's a guy coming out of either a parking ramp or a building or something on the Fox affiliate, and they're talking about the wildfires, and this guy has a theory. Let's check it out.
Yes, I can hear you. So the family with the poor little girl who was
Fire happening right now.
Say that again?
Why is there a fire happening right now?
There are multiple fires that are taking place.
See, I got to be honest. Like, when I saw this guy and he's like, why are there fires right now? I thought he was going to come with some, like, crazy conspiracy theory and, like, promote a wild book or some shit. But no, he's a little more innocent than that.
I just feel he sounds kind of, like, mentally handicapped. Why is there a fire right now? Dude, you live in California.
Yeah.
Like, why is there a fire?
Fires that are taking place.
Serious?
Yeah. Yeah.
You're in the news though. You're supposed to know.
Well, I don't know how it started. We don't know how it started. There, you know,
I think
winds.
it's all the gay people in LA.
Okay.
And that's when he became my hero.
News broadcasting 101. Don't just stick a microphone in a psychopath, like just a random stranger's face during a live news shot. Now, if you're recording this for later, go for it. See what the guy's got. You know, you can always edit it in post. But if you're live and a guy walks up and goes, hey, why are there fires, Holmes? Maybe just keep walking, sir. It's fine. We're doing the news. It's all right. Don't sit there. Like, guys, hey, look, everything's on fire. Isn't that weird? Why do you think there's a fire? There are so many red flags on this guy right away.
Oh, yeah.
You should have.
He was aiming for this from the jump.
Yeah, you don't stick a microphone in this guy's face. Let's see. Let's count the red flags. We're going to pause at each red flag that she should have known not to stop this guy.
Yes, I can hear you. So the family with the poor little girl.
Right
who
there.
was,
Right? Okay, there's number one.
There. He's too excited to get their attention and be involved. He has a plan.
He wants to say some wacky shit.
Fire happening right now.
Say that again?
Why is there a fire?
Okay, right there. Okay, now he repeated himself, and he's pointing
Why is
and like
there a fire?
Like Johnny said, like a Down syndrome kid, he's asking an overly simplistic question. Although, in fairness, it's probably hard to spot Down syndrome in Los Angeles.
That's at first I thought he was.
No.
Fire happening right now.
There are multiple fires that are taking place.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
in the news though. You're supposed to know.
Okay, right there. Okay, there's your third red flag. They're already being kind of shitty towards the news.
You're on the news, though. You're supposed to know. He's aiming for an answer, and he's going to give it to you.
He's giving, like, you might think that this came out of nowhere, but as we watch it back, he gave you plenty of warning that you should not have engaged him.
And
Well,
that
I
this
don't know
was
how
his plan.
It started. We don't know how it started. There, you know,
I think
winds.
it's all the gay people in LA.
Okay, there we go.
Okay.
We got the
Unacceptable. Gina, the
Unacceptable. I can't believe it.
I wouldn't say it's unacceptable. I mean, inaccurate and unscientific, absolutely. But let's be very, very clear.
Yeah.
They did have what's his nut from CNN out there interviewing Gavin Newsom, so it could be all the gay people in LA. I don't know.
Sir, that is not what flaming means. All right? I'm going to ask you to move along. Unacceptable. Hey. Let the viewer decide what's unacceptable, huh? Let them decide. 285 away from today's goal. We got about 35 minutes or so before we hit 8 o'clock. Let's hit $200 there. Everybody throw in a few bucks. I don't care how much it is. You got a couple, throw in a couple. You got 5, throw in 5. You want to become a member? Gift some memberships on YouTube. Our memberships have been going down. That hurts to check now. It hurts to check that our memberships have been going down for a couple months. I think like 3 months. Like, even as like 99% of the goals get hit, memberships are going down. And that's fine, but like as long as we hit the goals. But I'd like to see those membership numbers get back up there. Go ahead and throw in a few bucks. Click one of those links. A couple of funds for the toe, if you will. We don't even really have a top 5 established. so far for this morning. So let's go ahead and throw a couple of bucks in, get it down to 200 by 8 o'clock, and my shoulders can stay loose. Well, Johnny, it continues. Our girl continues to push towards the blaze.
Oh, Anna.
There she is. There's our girl. She is continuously in the process of fucking having it. She has had it. Anna Kasparian is fucking done with this shit. And every time something happens with a Democratic area or Democrats in general, you just start to hear that 40-year-old conservative start to come out. Let's now this time, and I got to give her credit, but I got to give her credit in like a very guarded way.
Okay.
I guess I would say. Anna Kasparian is fucking smoking the California leadership on this wildfire. She is.
Well, does she live in California?
Oh, yeah. Then
that would be a huge reason why.
I believe she lives in L.A. Like, I think she's all the way California. Like, she's as
well, and she's gonna have to move for me because I ain't doing that.
Well, she was going after the mayor. She's going after Newsom. The Young Turks' Anna Kasparian shredded California Democrats over their handling of the wildfires ravaging the Los Angeles area this week, declaring that if you want to radicalize people against the modern Democratic Party, you should send them to L.A. That's our girl. She's getting closer.
She's turning faster than a book page.
Responding to a tweet from a progressive nonprofit blaming the water shortage in the Golden State on a billionaire couple.
Ooh, this is news. I've only heard that it's been the laws about the no irrigation and the Delta smelt.
Yeah, you can't blame. Don't be blaming billionaire couples or anything like that. The thing you blame, we all know this, and I want you to bring it up at parties. I want you to bring it up to your family. There's only one reason why they can't get water to L.A. The Delta smelt.
Delta smelt.
Let everyone know. I want the by the end of 2025, I want the Time Magazine Person of the Year to be the Delta smelt. Because that little 4-inch minnow has brought down an entire state. Like, it's completely changed the dynamic. Just this little tiny
Who says
minnow.
the environment never wins one?
Right. Now, Kasparian wrote that California, and especially L.A., is controlled by Democrats. They are responsible. No more passing the buck. Holy shit, here we go. Our mayor, who was in Ghana as fires exploded in our city, cut the fire budget by $17 million, Kasparian said. Based. Endless amounts of money have funneled to bullshit scammer homeless nonprofits.
Thank you.
So she's even out of like the performative giving aspect of being a Democrat.
Right.
She's even calling out the money they do spend. She's like, this is all horse shit. It's all corrupt. It's all nonsense. We're the highest tax state, yet we have encampments and squalor everywhere. Even worse, we don't have enough firefighters to respond to the absolute disaster that we're experiencing right now. I mean, no offense, Anna, but even if you did have the proper number of firefighters, you don't have water in the fucking hydrants.
Yeah, that's kind of a huge problem. Oh, do you have the news story about Newsom talking about the water in the fire hydrants and that's not his job?
Oh, you know what? I can grab that clip very quickly. But yeah, I know which one you're talking about. Rather than conserve the record rain we got last year, we just drained it into the ocean, she said. We are a failing city run by a sick excuse for a local government. You want to radicalize people against the modern Democratic Party, send them to L.A. She also called California Democrats an unmitigated disaster. She declared, this is why I voted against Karen Bass, the mayor in L.A. Now, despite her progressive politics, Kasparian has been critical of numerous left-wing figures in recent days. Recent days? Dude, we've been watching this for a year or two.
She's been turning for a while.
Yeah.
I'm like getting ready to propose.
I think you got a shot.
No.
Deeming
You
California.
probably do more than me.
Deeming California Governor Gavin. No, she's followed the. Remember, she knows the.
Yeah, but that you got that star appeal. She could be one of the Immolde girls.
Oh, the steel toe guy? You mean the guy from the, what does Alex Stein call it? Not the Tribulations. Oh, God damn it.
I don't know what he calls that. I only know what he calls you, Aaron Immolde, and he's the Steel Toe Morning Show, the biggest show on the YouTube.
Yeah, what is he called? The Parable.
The Parable.
She knows the parable of the Ricada.
The Parable of
Immolde.
Steel Toe. Ah, that's right.
Yeah, so she's well aware, so I don't know if we're going to be... I don't know if Anna would be all right. I got a lot of dirt on my boots, so to speak. Despite her progressive politics, she's been critical of numerous left-wing figures in recent days, deeming California Governor Gavin Newsom the worst governor in the country by a lot, and announcing that she was going to quit her job and move if Vice President Kamala Harris succeeds Newsom. Dude, how... Okay, I might actually end up losing my Anna Kasparian to the Blaze bet. Because instead, what we might see is the whole Young Turks becoming like a moderate to conservative. Yeah, like a competitor for the Blaze. We might even see Cenk end up being a little...
Well, Cenk's been making a few moves himself in terms of calling out the Democrats, particularly in the fact that they won't be self-critical. But... yeah, no, Kasparian's been the one that's really flipping onto the other side. I don't know if the whole thing goes right, though, or middle, which is, for some conservatives, the same thing.
Yeah.
What happens to their fan base, though? They can't. Their fan base go with them?
They're doing a really smart thing, and they're slow burning their fan base. So they're it's kind of like
they're kind of bringing in new ones as they lose?
No, well, maybe, but... it's like the frog in boiling water. They're not dropping their audience into a based program. They're just slowly turning up the right-wingedness, and they'll just kind of go with them.
All right.
I think. I say. Let's go to Honky for $5. Thank you, buddy. He says, hey, history buff, have you heard of the Battle of Ager Falernum? To avoid the Romans who trapped them in a valley, Hannibal attached a bunch of burning faggots to oxen. Reminds me of L.A. Holy shit. I do have to brush up on my Rome-Carthage war.
I think he's using one of the ulterior meanings of that word.
I think he meant literally a bundle of sticks.
I'm pretty sure.
But he's saying that in L.A., they were using homosexuals. Which...
he's not the only one with that theory, as we just saw earlier.
I fact-checked it. It doesn't seem that that's accurate. Could be wrong. That puts us at 280 away from today. Guys, please help out and consider throwing a few bucks at the toe. We would appreciate it. Thank you, Honky. I think Honky's at 7 now for today. Thank you very much, Honky. Put that down. He's in second place right now with his $7. And then you got Samuel, Sanford's son. You got BJ, all of them at 5. That's what the leaderboard looks like right now. And we're 280 away from today's goal. Do us a favor. Click the Streamlabs. Click the PayPal. As you know, the toe does this for money. And we need to hit those goals, or we start talking about sliding back into the dark days of the spring and summer of 2024. So we appreciate you guys. We love you guys. So glad you're here. We got about 800 of you checking in. And I'd love to have you all throw in just a couple of bucks to help us out and help the show stay on its feet, so to speak. Let's do the Gavin Newsom thing. Let's do the this was on the not my fault thing, right?
Yeah, because they were asking about hydrants and pumps being out of water, and he's explaining how that's like a local management city level thing that they have to figure out.
Yeah, is the Anderson Cooper interview?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is like the worst thing you can do as a leader. Like there's nothing people respect less than a leader getting on TV and going, no idea what the fuck you're talking about, not my job. Like to millennial, and I am a millennial, but to millennial your way out of this and go, that's not my job. Fuck, dude. I mean, I'm trying to think of leaders who throughout history have been like, This one's on me. I really apologize. I'm in charge. So and now that I think about it, very few leaders actually do that.
Oh, yeah. Especially with natural disasters. They all act like there's nothing we could have done to prevent this. There's no way I could have helped or have been prepared, especially where things like this have happened before. And we could go, oh, what would we do if this situation arose? Yeah. Don't hold me accountable.
You know, one of the things that was really gross about like Katrina and all that, like, remember the Bush administration, you know, everybody criticized the Bush administration for Katrina, and they went after the FEMA director, Michael Brown, and they're like, he was judging horses before this. He wasn't qualified. Bush should have never done that. Bush is an asshole. Fucking Bush went down to New Orleans and said, doing a heck of a job, Brownie. That's what he said, and then people jumped on that. They're like, fuck you, George Bush. Michael Brown's a piece of shit. Michael Brown's a failure. And Bush, like, let Michael Brown take all that heat. Then that video came out after Katrina. They didn't play this during Katrina because the media has no bias. Of Michael Brown, like, giving this PowerPoint presentation. He's like, the levees are going to break. The city's going to get flooded. We've got to prepare.
We need to do shit about this, you guys.
Right.
And then New Orleans went, but we don't want to tax people more. We'll get voted out.
The mayor, the governor, and the Bush administration. Like, Michael Brown, people gave George Bush shit. They're like, yeah, heck of a job, Brownie. That's a terrible thing to say when all these people are drowning. Well, guess what we found out? Brownie was doing a heck of a job.
And if we had listened to the guy, we would have gone on a lot better through the whole thing.
Right. So let's hear, now it's Gavin Newsom's turn to pass the buck.
What is the situation with the water? Obviously, in Palisades ran out last night in the hydrants.
I love how there are literally multiple homes burning to the ground. Anderson Cooper's
in
like,
the background.
Yeah. Anderson Cooper's like, what's the water situation like? If I were Gavin Newsom, I'd turn around, I'd go, fucking great, Anderson. Crushing it with water, as you can see. Just water all over the fucking place. Are you dumb? I'd get mad. I would get mad at that question. As you're literally staring at a whole city block on fire, like smoke as far as the eye can see. And you're like, what's the water situation like? I'd just stare at him and go, you being a dick right now? Like, are you just being an asshole, or is that a serious question? Oh, yeah, I got shitloads of fire, Anderson, or shitloads of water, Anderson. I'm just waiting. You know, I'm trying to lull the fire into a false sense of security, and then we're going to pounce on it. God damn it.
I was talking to the firefighter on this block. They left because there was no water in the hydrant here.
The local folks are trying to figure that out. I mean, just when you have a system that's not dissimilar to what we've seen in other extraordinarily large-scale fires, whether it be pipe, electricity, or whether it just be the complete overwhelm of the system. I mean, those hydrants are typical for 2 or 3 fires, maybe 1 fire. You have something at this scale, but again, that's got to be determined by the local.
Yeah, it's the local government, not really much. I mean, why should I be tapped into their conversations? Why should I kind of oversee what's going on? Who am I, the fucking governor?
Yeah, it's the local government that's got to handle that. And you got to remember, these things aren't really rated for this. They're kind of set up for like 1 or 2 fires, not for like the state burning from top to bottom like it does every fucking year.
Somebody in the chat says, fuck Michael Brown. Hands up, don't shoot was a lie. Different Michael Brown.
Yeah. I don't think that's the same one.
Different Michael Brown, boys and girls. 280 away from today. We are starting to fall behind. I'm starting to feel the heat a little bit. No more L's, guys. That would be great. We clawed our way back to like a respectable loss last week, but I want to start this week off with a win really bad. So please throw us a couple of bucks. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Johnny holds a gun to my head if his payment is late. He literally threatens to shoot me. Don't let the illnesses and all that fool you. He's really fucking mean, and I get intimidated easily. So throw us a couple of bucks. It's a problem. Yeah, throw us a couple of bucks. Let's get to 200 in the next 20 minutes and make sure this thing goes well. I also saw a story about the wildfires where fire trucks from Oregon were coming to help out. And they got turned away in Sacramento. The reason why?
Why?
The state hadn't done an emissions check on their vehicles.
Are you effing kidding me?
No.
Yeah, we don't want to bring in any smog with all of this wonderful smoke we have in the air.
The entire state is coated in smoke from all kinds of like burning shit. Who knows what you're fucking breathing in? That's the other thing.
Trees, fecal matter, squirrels. It's all fucking atomized now. Take a whiff.
So you have the fire trucks coming in from Oregon. They get turned away in Sacramento because they can't do emissions checks. These are tankers that are fucking packed to the gill. They got water. You got more hoses. You got more firemen. They are literally volunteering their time. They're not going to bill you, anything like that. Out of the goodness of their heart, they are offering to come help because they see, obviously, this whole situation is, as the kids say, foobarred. And Sacramento goes, you shall not pass. It's like, honestly, I just go, you need to quit fucking around. We need to get out to LA. This is important. Not before you have an emissions check. I'll fucking blast you with this water. I will shoot you with my fire hose if you don't stop. And that is not a euphemism for me pissing on you, although if you say no to that, that could be next. Get the fuck out of the way. We got a lot of ground to cover. We're trying to help you. Like, you're literally having to grab these fucking government assholes by their lapels and go, I'm trying to fucking help you. I'm sure in Sacramento, they're probably going, no, you have to let the fires burn. Why? We're trying to make the real estate really cheap so BlackRock can buy it up. Because you see, we had State Farm cancel a shitload of people's insurance policies at the beginning of the year, and then we had all these wildfires. Total accident, right? And then we let them burn them up because all these multinationals want to come in and buy primo land for cheap. So we got to let the fires continue burning.
What?
But
again, that's
that
the best answer you can have. Other than, duh, I'm too stupid to know that the environment and emissions are bad for greenhouse gases. No. Because again,
honest
these
to Christ,
fires are worse.
If they would say if they would say that they're doing this for BlackRock and Vanguard, I'd feel a little better because there would be an evil guy.
It would at least make sense.
Yeah. I would be like, oh, you guys have this all under control. You're just really evil. Okay, good.
Okay.
That's been my criticism of conspiracy theorists all this time is I'm like, you guys just need a big, bad, evil daddy. Because then
because you can't handle random chaos. You need structured chaos.
At least there's someone in charge. But I get it now. After watching there be people in charge to numerous things that we thought were all happenstance, if someone came to me and said, because a lot of people would be pissed at that. A lot of people would be like, you let that state burn so that a corporation could buy up all the land. And they'd be mad about that. If they told me that, I'd be like, oh, so you guys are just like evil supervillains. You just didn't let a state burn because you had your fingers up your asshole smelling your own shit.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, yeah, this is totally evil. I'm like, oh, good. Whew.
Because again, for like an evil, maniacal, like, hey, I'm here to help everybody while secretly sell your life out from under you, Gavin Newsom fucking looks the part.
Right. He looks like he looks like a guy who gets behind in his gambling debts and then like sells shady insurance policies.
He looks like the picture you would see in the dictionary if you looked up carpetbagger. Like, that's just what he looks like. I'm not saying that's who he is. I'm saying it's what he looks like to me.
In 15 years, we're going to see Gavin Newsom doing this commercial. Look, I wouldn't promote something that takes advantage of a single American senior. That's why I want to talk to you about reverse mortgages. I'm Gavin Newsom. And if I thought that this was taking an old person's home and giving it to BlackRock and Vanguard, I wouldn't do it. That's the thing about those fucking reverse mortgages. That's another, like, I'm slowly becoming like everything's a conspiracy guy, like everything has a deeper meaning. That reverse mortgage shit is all, again, all of this real estate stuff with BlackRock and Vanguard and all these places, it's all designed to kill class mobility. It's all designed to stop the middle class from moving up through their home equity. Mm-hmm. So what they're doing with the reverse mortgages, first of all, what they're doing by jacking up the price of housing at a time where the economy is depressed is to stop middle class people from buying homes, watching their equity go up and moving up the ladder. The thing they're doing with reverse mortgages is taking the equity that's already been established, that they know that the boomers' kids stand to make millions, well, I mean, all told, many billions of dollars on real estate. There's going to be this massive influx of billions of dollars going into the pocket of middle-class Gen Xers and millennials in the next 15 to 20 years. because
not unless we buy their homes first.
Exactly. Because millions of boomers are going to die because they're all turning 70 and 80 now.
Thank you, Thanos. Sorry.
And as they die, they're going to leave their houses to their children. And say what you want about boomers, they bought houses for $50,000 that are now worth $500,000.
Yep.
So these boomers have $500,000 in equity, and Vanguard and BlackRock fucking want it. They don't want you to get it.
Right, because if you have it, then all of a sudden you might have more opinions about how the world should work. And with more money, the government might listen to you more. It'd be a hell of a lot easier if we could just take that shit, make you into a debt-forced slave, and just keep ourselves the buckage.
So then you get your, I guarantee they tell these old people too, like, you don't need to involve your children. We can just do it. It can be just us.
Yep.
And then they give you all this money over the years, and then they go, oh, by the way, now you got to pay us back. We own your house. And they're like, well, I don't have any money to pay you. I've been using that money to live. I'm like, well, get the fuck out of here then. We got to resell it. And then your kids go, what the fuck happened to my inheritance? And they're like, I don't know. They told me it was just the money I already owned for my home. And they're, oh, man. So they're trying to sleaze their way into your inheritance so that Gen X and millennials don't move up. It's all a fucking scam, man.
And the worst part is there's a very, very simple rule or law that we could institute that would really put the brakes on this quite quickly. And that's just single-family owners for single-family homes.
McBuster's calling this done baby side economics. Pretty much. Papa Shop is proud of me, too. I'm finally getting it. Thank you, Infernal Machine, for the 10 gifted memberships.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
We take 30 of that, but I think Infernal spent 50 getting those. So we're gonna put him at 50. I think gifting 10 memberships costs $50, and we take 30 of that. So now that puts us at $250. Guys, let's go on a $50 run in the next 10 minutes. Hey, we get, you know what? If we get to 200 in the next 10 minutes, hype train.
Hell yeah.
Hype train. If we get to $200 in the next 10 minutes, where's my, I might need a new, there we go. I got my train horn ready for the week. Steel Toes taking back the hype train. Los Federales with $1 says, please play this, Aaron. It's AI, but it's gold. $1 from Zen Man Builds. He says, my mom has tried to sell her house and do the reverse mortgage thing. I've stopped her both times. That's my goddamn house. She lives with us now, and I rent the house out. I mean,
it's not a half bad idea.
It's not a bad idea at all. You do have to look after your parents, man, for two reasons. One, you don't want your parents getting fucked over by somebody. But also, yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any shame in that guy going, look, that's my fucking inheritance, and I'm looking out for it.
Yeah, no shit, because as people get older, they do get more and more retarded. Like, you start out as an infant and you end as an infant. It's just one's really, really young, the other one's really, really old.
Right. And they all shit their pants in the end.
Diapers and brain damage. It's the same entrance and exit, folks.
Yep. So, yeah, watch out. If you got older parents, fucking watch them. And maybe educate them on that reverse mortgage shit before they start getting stuff in the mail. That might be the way to do it, too. All right, $250 away from today's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, all of the links are in the chat. Click one of them. Everyone help us get down to $200 by 8 o'clock. And we'll hype train the shit out of this thing. All right, we're done with swingers parties. We're done with football. We're done with wildfires. We've been getting a lot of shit done today. Yeah, sorry, Johnny. I apologize. So we've been on conspiracies, wildfires, swingers party deaths, and Vikings football. Now we get into some of our human interest pieces for today. Some of the local fare, if you will. This next one is, we're getting out of LA and we're going to Bakersfield, California. I will admit I'm attracted to stories like this, like a moth to light. Whenever there's like some local council or local board and some boomer put up a Facebook post and everybody's up in arms and they want to kick them off the board, I love those stories because when they go, oh, offensive comment causes art council board member off the board, the first thing I do is I go, I'm doing this story because I got to know one thing.
What was the comment?
How fucking hilarious was the thing they said? Because, like, the more up in arms and enraged everyone is, the more I'm like, I can't wait to see this shit. Like, it's the car wreck element. They're like, because
for me, I like adding the knowledge because I never realized how ignorant I am to like offensive and racist language because I'm always learning new ones. And I'm like, oh my God, I didn't know that was one.
Yeah, the whole thing where they go, this is horrible, this is terrible that all of this has happened. And then they go, yeah, and it's offensive and it's and then you have people like me who they want people to look at the story and go, oh my God, I need to know how terrible this person is. Meanwhile, most of the people following the story are going, N-word, say the N-word. They're all taking bets on like what the person said. This is Bakersfield, California. Let's see why this person had to resign.
Lawton Powers, a member of the Arts Council of Kern Board of Directors, resigned from his position after posting an inappropriate comment on social media. The post targeted LA Mayor Karen Bass and the ongoing fires in Los Angeles. In a statement, the president of Arts Council of Kern, Anthony Goss, said, quote, the individual has since stepped down from their board seat.
What did they say that was so bad? DEI Mayor Karen Bass of LA has been at foreign presidential inauguration in Africa. Blank was she doing there? I'm guessing fuck was she doing there?
I gotta think it's gotta be fuck, because again, why would you blank it out for any other reason?
Her fat, I'm guessing ass, right? Her fat ass
that's too big for ass. Fat is 3 letters.
Fat black ass? You think it's fat black ass?
It's gotta be black ass. Her fat black ass needs to be in California.
Her fat black ass needs to be in California. That's, you know what? That's I'm assuming that an art board is relatively liberal.
Right.
So I'm guessing, and he started off with DEI mayor. Okay, so
that's the offensive part for them.
Okay, DEI mayor Karen Bass of LA. And then I'm guessing fat black ass. Whoa, shit.
I gotta say, I was gonna mention this before. Every time that clip plays, I get more and more mesmerized by Booker T's pecs and how active they are during that whole thing. Like, those puppies don't want to be contained.
The 90s were a great time for steroids and pro wrestling.
Oh, if only I had MS in the 90s.
Yeah. Even your pecs were fucking jacked to the gills back then. We got it right. DEI Mayor Karen Bass of LA has been at foreign presidential inauguration in Africa. What the fuck was she doing there? Her fat black ass needs to be in California. Yeah, that'll get you kicked out of the... You know what's funny, though? You know what won't get you kicked out of the art board?
What's that?
Inviting a drag queen to read to kids at the library.
I love that every time you... that DEI is our strength until you point it out. So if you say that, now everything else that comes after has to be uber politically correct, or you're being super offensive. Because I don't know... I'm sorry. In the world we live in, maybe I'm just jaded. Fat black ass doesn't seem that offensive.
No. She needs to have her fat black ass in California. I think the most offensive part of it is the fat part because she is black. I mean,
but she is fat.
Yeah. Well, then what are we upset about? You ate the food.
The fact they pointed out she was a DEI hire.
Yeah. Like, you ate the food. We didn't make you fat. We didn't make you black. Get your fat black ass to California. I love how people are on fire. Their homes are burning. We have no idea to measure the wildlife that we lost, anything like that. And people are like, I can't believe this man criticized the mayor. Like, really? I can't believe you're not. But we got to, hey, you know what, though? They got him off the art board. Everything's going to be fine.
Right? I'm sure that will fix all of the problems. The crookeds will now be straight.
Everything is going to work out fine now that the big meanie head who said fat black ass is off the art board. 250 away from today's goal. Come on, guys. Let's move it. Infernal Machine was great with the 10 gifted memberships. I want one of these to catch, and I want us to get on a roll so I don't have to do this and, shuka. But, hey, fill up this here Celsius can with your dollar bills. 250 away from today's goal. Let's make it a good start. We need to hit all our goals this week. Just for good luck. So let's start a little rally. If you got 5, give 5. You got 10, give 10. Whatever you can do, we appreciate it. Keep this show on the air. Keep Johnny and I going. We do love doing a show for you every day. I have such a great fucking time doing this. The only stressful part is, of course, always the razor-thin margins that we end up running on. Gray Duckling gifting 5 memberships. Thank you very much, buddy. Now he's tied with Infernal for $50. We appreciate that. And right there, we take a little more off. That puts us $235 away from today's goal. We got 2 minutes. If we get to $200, if we get $35 in the next 2 minutes, we'll do a hype train. Gray Duckling becoming a member for 31 months also says choo-choo. So there we go.
Let's get a hype train going.
Let's fucking do it. $35 in the next 2 minutes. We got ourselves a steel toe hype train. PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo, Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo. Whatever you got, throw us your money. We're very close to getting to that 200 at 8 o'clock and being on pace for Monday. I love being on pace for Monday. Also, if you don't know, we are going to have the evening show at 4 o'clock this afternoon, Central Time, because the Vikings play at 7, which would absolutely devastate our viewership. Hey, you know, we've been talking an awful lot about how Anna Kasparian is moving to the right.
Changing teams.
Yeah. $5 from Zenman Builds. He says, here's $5 since you said you are done with football talk. Well, I mean, look, I take your contributions for what they are. I don't look down upon any of them. 2:30 away from today's goal. So at the very least, it's time to go to the dentist.
2:30.
Right. 2:30. $100 gets you autographed naked Twister from Steel Toe as well. Go ahead and jump in. 1 minute left to get that $30 in and start a Steel Toe train. Ryan the Garbage Man with $1 says, what about Dat Black Ass? No, I don't think that would be okay either. I don't think Dat Black Ass works.
A little harder to pass.
Von Kaiser with $5. Thank you very much. 50 seconds left to try and hit $200 to get $30 in there. In the next 50 seconds to get a little hype train started, just for fun, just for a good time. All right, so we've been focusing a lot on Anna Kasparian and all of her shit. Wait a minute, $5 from Josh. Thank you very much, Josh.
Thank you, Josh,
for the $5. So that's going to put us at $225 away from today.
So close.
We're getting nice and close. Keep it going, boys and girls. 15 seconds to get to 8 o'clock's $200 mark and then firing off a hype train for you. Looks like we're going to come up just short of doing that. But hey, thank you very much. It got us down to 225. Let's keep going. Everybody throw in a little bit. Couple people. Hey, if a couple people want Twister, we're pretty much done for the day. So thank you.
So if it's $100 for the autographed Twister, how much is it for the autographed Twister to then be handed over live and in person at a Baymont hotel? Like, how high do we go for that?
Well, we got to look at the schedule, see when the meetups are.
Okay.
Honky with $1 says, choo choo, let's load him up on a field trip to Doc. Jesus Christ, man.
Wow. This is something I keep telling people on my chat. I'm like, I get it. Jokes are fun and we all enjoy the chat, but mine's on the screen. Just the thought of maybe what you're putting up there, please.
Sam Show's mad that I censored any part of that Rumble rant. Please, Sam Show, please tell me how I read that Rumble rant and keep my YouTube channel. If you can come up with a way, that's great. Paul, our guy who gave us the World War II airplane piece that's hanging up behind me. $15.
Thank you. That's what, like 10 now?
Over on that's 17 from Paul. Thank you, buddy. $10 give, by the way.
And in my club, I will splash the pot whenever the fuck I please.
All right, well, we didn't quite make it, but we did get it down to 210, so I say let's get it down to 100 by 9 o'clock. Thank you, Fauci's Pangolin, for the gifted membership.
Appreciate it.
Very, very nice, and we appreciate it quite a bit. So 210 is the number. Wow, you guys put in some work there. Thank you very much. Keep that work going. And we're looking good for today. Sam Show still has not come up with a way that I could have read that super chat or that Rumble rant and kept things on the air over here. All right.
Yeah.
So now that we just missed that hype train, but we got ourselves down to 210 for today. Thank you, guys. We can move on to this next story that I've been trying to tease. So Anna Kasparian moving to the right. We all see it.
Mm-hmm.
One guy's going under the radar, and I'm making one more prediction for 2025. This guy we're about to talk about next, he will be known as the Republican senator by the end of the year. I believe the Republicans' majority in the Senate's going to grow because of this guy. Any ideas?
Fetterman?
Fetterman. Thank you, hey, Mikey, for the $1. I appreciate that too, buddy. Fetterman's going to be a Republican by the end of the year because, number one, he likes to do whatever the fuck he wants.
Mm-hmm.
Number two, he's been shitting on a lot of, like, left-wing shit, like the Palestine stuff and things like that.
Right.
And I think he's pro-oil drilling, too, at this point.
He's very vocal about Chinese companies not having any ownership of American property and or companies. He does not like it when Chinese-affiliated groups and companies buy up lands or make bills for things like water contracts and stuff in our states. Yeah. He is not happy about it.
Well, he wants to ban Chinese companies from buying houses here, too.
Yep.
He wants to ban that. So, like, isn't it weird that, like, this is a sad state of affairs for the United States that, not cucking to China has become a Republican stance? Like, you'd think that would just be an American stance. You want to talk about how divided we are? How about the fact that cucking to China is now up for grabs as a political debate? Like, a Democrat says no cucking to China, and that guy catches shit in his own party for saying that.
Well, I mean, we had a similar thing happening, not catching shit within the party, but back when Trump was running for election, people were saying they'd rather be Russian than Democrat or something like that. I forget. There were people that were pushing for that. But yeah, it's really messed up that we as a country can't agree. How about foreign powers don't own our shit?
Well, there's this theory out there that when Fetterman was recovering from the stroke, he was a Democrat.
Right.
And the more Fetterman...
as his brain heals.
Yeah, as his brain heals and his brain resets, Fetterman becomes based in Republican.
As men become less brain damaged and women become more intelligent, they both seem to swing Republican.
We don't really understand. I mean, back when he couldn't read and we had to have a fucking, teletype for him to do a debate, he was all in with retarded liberal positions. But now that he can think for himself and uses words like a big boy, apparently he thinks we're all assholes.
Jesus, what if he was never in for all of the positions and people were just speaking for him? Because he's over there, the voters.
Yes, he's saying that he wants the voters and voter ID laws to be struck down. That's unconstitutional.
Yeah. Well, the drilling that we're going to do has good morning. The world is good night. And ham sandwiches, Ronsenal. I believe what he said was the rich need to start paying their fair share. That's just how he says those things. Let's go.
My opponent and female cop, dog, female cop.
Oh no! Fetterman was mershing. Fetterman had
out.
And the taxes need to. Oh no! That's what it was. I had no idea. Thank you.
Fetterman's been doing dabs. Now it makes sense.
I learn something new every day. But Fetterman recently announced that he's going to Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah.
He's going to go visit old Dandy Don in Mar-a-Lago. And oh my God, did he catch shit. And you know what's cool about Fetterman?
He's playing with him.
He's telling everybody to fuck off.
I love him for this.
I'm going to Mar-a-Lago to talk to the president. Like, you can't fucking do that. How could you go talk to him? He's like, and I believe his quote was, nobody can tell me who to talk to.
And more importantly,
He's gonna be the president, so maybe, I don't know, for the sake of a government that works, you might want to establish a friendly rapport.
Yeah, if you're a Democrat in Philadelphia, don't you want your senator to meet with the president because then he can have some influence to get shit done for your state?
Right.
Well, then again, Eagles fans.
Senator John Fetterman has accepted President-elect Trump's invitation to visit Mar-a-Lago. Fetterman will be the first sitting Democratic U.S. senator to visit Trump at his home in Florida. Fetterman says he thinks it's pretty reasonable that if a president would like to have a conversation or invite someone to have a conversation, to have it. However, a Trump transition official says plans could still change and that the Fetterman meeting has not been finalized.
It's happening.
And in my club,
oh, shit, there I go again. I got him.
Fetterman saying, hey, look, if the president invites you to talk with him, it's stark raving reasonable to go there. And the liberal elites on this side, blasphemy, send him to hell. Like, why?
And then the other thing is that, like, now it's ironic. Now Fetterman's the one who's got them stroking out.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Fetterman's the normal guy now. His brain is healing and everything else. And now they're all going, female cop, good evening. They're losing their minds over him. And that Trump would be an idiot not to. You know that during that meeting, Trump's going to be like, what's it going to take for you to jump?
Yeah.
Like, what do you?
And at this point, I don't think it's going to be a whole hell of a lot.
No. You want to be on the side that gets you well paid for your efforts? Trump's going to tell him, there's no Democrats, there's no Republicans, there's no Sunnis and Shiites. There's only haves and have-nots. There's only so many seats at the table,
Gunny.
Now, are you in or are you out? Senator John Fetterman will become the first sitting Democratic senator to meet with President-elect Trump at Mar-a-Lago. Recently, Fetterman has broken off from the Democratic voting caucus there's another thing he did. He backed the Lake and Riley Act.
Oh, yeah, because he is a big fan of the Lake and Riley Act.
Yeah.
He does not believe American citizens should be getting murdered by illegal aliens. It's a really weird take he has. Doesn't sit well with the liberals.
Was he always a Republican, maybe? And when he had a stroke, somebody got in there and said, hey, remember now, you're a Democrat. He went, what?
I'm pretty sure.
Now, he voted for the Lincoln Riley Act, which is Lake and Riley Act, a bill that requires the federal government to detain undocumented migrants who have been convicted of or charged with burglary, larceny, theft, or shoplifting. In a statement to CBS News, Fetterman noted it was pretty reasonable that Trump would want to have a conversation while adding that quote. This is the part that I loved. Fetterman said, "No one is my gatekeeper."
Buddy, they must not have gone up there and told you. You're a Democrat. Fall in line and suck the D.
Maybe no, but you've been stroked out for a long time. Maybe no one went up there and told you. You don't meet with Republicans no more. That's the plan. Yes, we are going to have a conversation, Fetterman said. I think that, one, he's the president, or he will be officially. And I think it's pretty reasonable that if the president would like to have a conversation or invite someone to have a conversation, to have it. And no one is my gatekeeper. To which the Democratic leadership and the CIA said, that hole in your head says different. And he goes, what hole in my head?
Right.
That one.
Did you get the clip of what he said he's going to do when he gets to Mar-a-Lago?
No, what did he say?
He said he wants Donald Trump to make him the Pope of Greenland.
No.
He literally told that to the news. He wants Donald Trump to make him the Pope of Greenland. Because he was effing with someone.
No, you're fucking.
You're going to meet with Donald Trump?
You're fucking with me.
I'm not fucking with you. I covered this last week.
So he's still a little retarded.
No. He's fucking with the news people that are like, you're going to meet with Donald Trump. He's like, yeah, I'm going to become the Pope. I'm going to demand to become the Pope of Greenland.
Oh, here's the deal. First of all, Greenland wouldn't have a Pope, you stroked out dipshit.
Right.
You'd be the governor of Greenland. Second of all, you better not joke about that shit because from what I read this weekend, Trump is not fucking around on Greenland.
No, he's not fucking around on Greenland. But with everyone freaking out about Fetterman, and again, as you said, he publicly declared, like, nobody is my gatekeeper. He's fucking around on the people who are like, you're going to meet with Trump. Yeah, I'm going to become the Pope of Greenland. Suck it.
Well, and the Greenland thing, they were asking, I think, Don Jr. Or no, they were asking somebody who's going to be in the cabinet. They're like, Is Donald Trump planning to? No, it was not Pence. Vance. They asked Vance. They're like, would Trump consider using military force to subdue Greenland? And JD Vance. The expectation is him going, no, of course not. That's silly.
No, of course not.
JD Vance answered like, well, we already have military there, so if we need it. What the fuck?
Yeah, literally, that's one of the things. Why would we want Greenland? We have a shit ton of bases there.
Yeah.
We have an anti-air missile defense system there that started in the Cold War. Like, we've had our frickin' foot and dick in Greenland for a long time.
So we have Alaska in the west. We'll have Greenland in the east. We'll have our little...
And Russia in the middle.
And let's go to the Fetterman clip, and then I'll see if I can find the J.D. Vance one. So they find... Hey, Senator. I thought, dude, I swear to Christ, I thought he was wearing a bathrobe for a second.
Nope, just a Carhartt hoodie.
Go back, watch it. Look.
It does look bathrobe-y.
Right?
It does look like a bathrobe now.
This crazy motherfucker is wearing a bathrobe.
America's dad just got out of his office.
Goes and grabs a newspaper right outside the door. You guys want
take a dump?
You guys want some cereal? You guys want a bowl of Raisin Bran? A Raisin Bran? I got grape nuts.
Hey, Senator. Yeah. Can we ask you what you hope to get out of your visit to Mar-a-Lago to talk to Donald Trump?
What are we talking about here?
He just asked you.
This is before it was official, though. This is when it was Rumorville, and they were jumping down his throat at just the thought of it.
Okay.
Is there some news?
There's some news. We hear that you're going to be heading down to Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah, I've heard that. Yes, I've heard that, yeah.
What will you be discussing with the president?
Well, yeah, I demand that I need to be made Pope of Greenland.
Do you have
You know what's funny about this? Is the media doesn't know how to respond because it's still early in the stroke recovery game. They're like, is he making a joke or is he still retarded? I don't know if I
Whereas
laugh.
the rest of us see that face and we're like, he is fucking with you so hard.
Yeah, and the rest of them are like, I don't know if we can laugh at him because he might still be retarded.
Resume to be Pope?
I'm having a conversation like he's the president, is going to be. So, I am not the senator for just Democrats in Pennsylvania. I'm everyone's senator in Pennsylvania. And so it's just...
I don't know. Is Schumer still in charge of the senators or did he step down from that? Schumer's going to pull him aside and be like, you're fucking senator for the Democrats. Actually, you know what? You're not. You're a senator for a very specific group of Democrats. They're called the people who give us shitloads of money. Now, fucking cut it out.
Having a conversation with the president.
He's like a big ogre just knocking shit over. He's just like...
Right.
These people have dropped their mics. They're all going the other way. He's still talking.
He's lumbering through everyone. And the best part is he's like, guys, I'm going to meet with the guy. What are you going to discuss? I'm going to be the Pope of Greenland. And then he just smiles looking at him like, you're going to run with that now.
I'm going to see if I can find the J.D. Vance Greenland clip. Yeah, here it is. This is the military force one. He was on Fox News yesterday.
What's the deal with Greenland and the Panama Canal? Are we
Jerry Seinfeld doing the interview. What's the deal?
Hey guys, what's going on with Greenland?
Have you ever noticed that Greenland isn't green? It's not green. It's white, which makes it good. It should be called Goodland.
The White Land or the Rhineland.
Or the Fourth Reich. All right. Back to JD. Are we really talking international diplomacy and going to Jerry Seinfeld being a Nazi?
Yep.
You know what the best part of Greenland is? I was talking to my friend Sam show, and he says, no Jews. Jerry, aren't you Jewish? Self-hating Kramer. I don't like him either, Jerry. All right, let's go to J.D. Vance talking about, I don't know what, fucking going to war with Denmark.
What's the deal with Greenland and the Panama Canal? Are we using or considering use of military force in any of those situations?
No, look, we don't have to use military.
There's only two canals that Republicans care about. The Panama Canal and the Birth Canal. And they're going to be taking control of both of them.
force, Shannon. The thing that people always ignore is we already have troops in Greenland. Greenland is really important for America strategically. It has a lot of great natural resources. My friend Donald Trump Jr. was there a couple days ago, and you know what they told him? They want to be empowered to develop. The people of Greenland want to be empowered to develop the resources there. We also need to make sure that Greenland is properly cared for from an American security perspective. And frankly, the current leadership, the Danish government, has not done a good enough job of securing Greenland. I think there actually is a real opportunity here for us to take leadership to protect America's security, to ensure that those incredible natural resources are developed. And that's what Donald Trump is good at. He's good at making deals, and I think there's a deal to be made in Greenland.
We're not fucking around all of a sudden on Greenland.
No, it doesn't.
My entire life, I've never heard about us getting Greenland. And now all of a sudden, before Donald Trump is even in there,
he did talk about this in his first term, but everyone said it was nuts, along with everything else that he was saying. But he did talk about wanting to acquire Greenland before, and we're like, yeah, Donald Trump wants to acquire Greenland, blah, 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 bullshit. But now it's like, hey, Donald Trump's going to be president again, and we're going to take Greenland. What?
Honky with $1 says, said Fetterman a steel-toe morning show hoodie. It's good marketing, and his persona matches Aaron's. Hey, wait a minute.
Fuck yeah, no, dude, I'm on board with that idea, just because the steel-toe hoodies are damn fucking comfortable hoodies. One.
You think he'd wear a steel-toe hoodie?
I'd fucking love it if he did.
But then here's what that's going to lead to. We're going to fuck Fetterman's entire career because it'll be great publicity-wise for us because people will start Googling it. But then they'll come up with, like, the history of steel-toe.
And he'll go around going, hey, guys, have you heard about the parable of steel toe?
Hi, it's Al Stein, Primetime 99. I'm Film on Blimp. I'm here with my buddy, John Fetterman. And, John, we're going to talk about everything. We're going to talk about Senate. We're going to talk about taxes. We're going to talk about how these woke people are destroying everything. Thanks for being on the show. Have you heard the parable of Nick Rekieta? He met up with this guy, Aaron Imholte, and biggest podcast in the world. Which, by the way, people are like, you know, Alex is fucking with you when he says that. I'm like, yes, and I love it.
Yes.
It's
a hilarious joke.
Because guess what? Some people aren't going to think he's kidding. And they're going to go, with greatest podcast in the world, and I don't fucking listen.
I've never fucking heard of this thing. They're going to look into it.
I'm of the mind of let people hate this show on their own. You know, don't take anybody's word for it. Give it a shot, then hate it. You know? Because what we've proven is that even when you hate this show, you can't fucking help yourself. You can't.
You got to come back for more. It's a little addictive. We're the nicotine of the podcast world.
There's people that make entire 5-10 hour shows because they hate steel toe so much. That's what we call.
Like I do every day. What?
That's what we call a win for the toe. Thank you very much, Nicholas, my golfing buddy, with $10.
Thank you.
Over on PayPal. Let's put him on the list here. $10 in, which means we're at $200, which means boys and girls,
we're on the verge.
Get to $100 by 9 o'clock.
And we don't need to talk about it.
We're looking really fucking good. 800 people checking out the toe. Go ahead and hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. We appreciate your support. Keep it going, kids. We appreciate it. Yeah, so apparently we're getting Greenland. We have some breaking news. This broke about a half hour ago.
Okay.
A lot of you will recognize that man as former world heavyweight champion Tyson Fury. Tyson Fury lost 2 fights for the undisputed heavyweight championship of the world to Alexander Usyk. Oh, I have something cool I got to go grab for you guys. One of you did a really fucking shitty thing. I think maybe you know that our advertisers have a really good sense of humor.
Mm-hmm.
But I was still a little embarrassed at this little gimmick that one of our fans did. It was funny as fuck. But Cheetos just dropped something off for me.
Okay.
Because it was addressed to Aaron Imholt in care of Stoney's Bar. And one of you, I want to accuse Sam Show, but I'm not sure. It was very funny. I'm going to go get it in a little bit. Guys, do me a favor. If someone wants to get an autographed Twister, $100. Let's do that. Then we're at 100 right away. That's right. I want to knock this thing out in a big old fucking chunk in the next 40 minutes. Thank you guys for your generosity. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Here we go. Tyson Fury with a big announcement today.
Hi everybody, I'm going to make this short and sweet. I'd like to announce my retirement from boxing. It's been a blast. I've loved every single minute of it, and I'm going to end with this. Dick Turpin wore a mask. God bless everybody. See you on the other side. Get up!
There you go. Tyson Fury today announcing his retirement from the sport of boxing. One of the best. He was really, really good. He's retired before, but he retired as champion. He also
now
left.
He's retiring as not champion.
Yeah, he left the sport for a few years to handle some personal issues. Then he came back, won a bunch of fights. Then he retired. Then he fought Usyk a couple of times, and then he lost. So
seems like a good time to hang it up.
Yeah. Let's go to Honky with $1. Says Denmark handing over Greenland is them turning over a new leaf.
Who says we don't work for this?
Yeah, what you guys don't understand is I got to read the shit out loud.
Right? Then remember it.
If you don't think that's work, politely go fuck yourself.
It's literally like sin eating, you guys.
Yeah.
It builds up on you and it calcifies, and at the end of the day you got to pray the gay off.
Sometimes it hurts. Sometimes it does cause physical and, more importantly, psychological damage that you guys don't understand. All right, throw in the Streamlabs, throw in the PayPal, throw in the Venmo, the Super Chats, the Rumble Rants. Johnny, talk to these people for a little bit. I'm going to go grab something that Cheetos just let me know that he left for me outside, that a fan sent to him for me. Stoney's Bar, downtown Rockville, Minnesota, on Broadway. Join them tonight for the Vikings game. They do Purple Pride shots after every Vikings score, and hopefully there's lots of them to be consumed at tonight at 7 o'clock. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, great place to go, and a great crowd to watch the game with. Of course, for good luck, have one of their world-famous Bloody Marys. That's at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville on Broadway. You talk to these people, I'm going to go show you guys what you did, and I'm sure you'll love it.
I'm very excited to find out what this is. I'm really, really wondering what they sent it to Cheetos, so the freaking list could be a mile long on what it is. Fuck. It better be I hope it's a full-size Photoshop cutout of Mr. Immolte in let's say not a MyPillow position, in a biting MyPillow position. I'll be live today at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time. We're going live today at 2. I hopefully will have my Twitch back up. I don't know why Streamlabs wasn't broadcasting with Twitch this last Saturday, but we'll have that issue figured. And then this Saturday, we're doing a special 10 till whenever stream where I'm building a model kit, and we're going to hang out and fuck around, and people that throw in money can jump into the Discord and all that fun stuff this Saturday. So awesome times happening.
Pants Maestro says, is it talent? God, I hope it's talent. Shut up. Fucking asshole. All right, guys, $200 away. Let's hit it. Let's call it a win for the toe. Let's do it on PayPal, Venmo, and Streamlabs. Get ready. So it was addressed. No return address, by the way, which I have to say, good call. Aaron Imholt, courtesy of Stoney's Bar. I think what they intended was for them to make it look like Stoney's sent it to me.
Right.
And Cheetos just immediately, as soon as he got it, took a picture and he goes, "One of your fans?" ? And I'm like, yep, looks like it's one of my fans. So some asshole sent this book to Stoney's for me. It's called The Secret History of the Jews in America, a story of deception and betrayal.
My money's on Sam Show. My money's on Sam Show. My money's on Sam.
I believe that it was probably Sam Show. Doesn't say how much they spent, but that was a really Jewish thing of me to turn it.
Dude. Jesus.
I wanted to know how much they spent on this gag.
But what is the value of this book? I mean, after all, somebody spent time and money.
Can I resell it for the goal? 2024, this book was written, so it's fresh.
Doesn't it usually look like those? Doesn't it list it on the barcode on how much they cost?
Yeah, that's what I was looking at.
Oh,
Nothing.
damn.
It was written by a guy named Sean Ryan Rosa. And on the inside, it has a quote. For this I was born, and for this I have come into the world to testify to the truth. You know who said that? You know who this guy quoted in his Secret History of the Jews in America book?
It certainly wouldn't be Hitler, would it?
Jesus Christ.
Oh. Wow. A lot of people might not know this. Him also not a huge fan of them.
Well, no, he was very forgiving.
Well, he was forgiving, but he was also annoyed.
Von Kaiser guessing that it was Henry Ford. Pants Maestro says, I'll buy it and you can send it to Sam Show.
Why? That'd just be boomeranging it back to sender.
And why does he need another copy? I don't get that. Also, you know me. I'm all about that goal. If it makes dollars, it makes sense. $200 away. Let's go on a $100 rally in the next 35 minutes and be on track for a win today. Honky says, so there's Tyson Fury. He's talking about Tyson Fuhrer for $1.
Okay.
Says, I'm going to invade Poland to get Danzig. So, you see, Tyson Fury is a boxer. Do you get that?
Right.
Tyson Fuhrer would be a Nazi trying to conquer Europe. And by the way, Carlos Cameo, I don't have a copy of Mein Kampf. I would like that rumor to cease immediately. I have 0 copies of Mein Kampf, and that is not a fucking invitation. Stop it. You know what they do.
Oh, believe me, I do. As someone who is repeatedly reassuring the IRS that I'm not selling futons, exotic meats, or gorilla jizz, yes, I am aware of what they do.
I would be so happy if you got a call from the IRS and they asked you if you're selling gorilla jizz.
Oh, dude, next time it happens, I'll see if I can record it for you.
I like Chips and Dips' idea. $5 donos for Aaron to read passages from the book. I will read 2 sentences from a random page. If you got, for every $5 you throw in $5, give me a page number, and I'll read 2 sentences from the book that an audience member sent. Yes, I don't want to talk about the goal all day. So if there's any grift we can do to knock out the goal, necessary evil, if you ask me. People are saying, I think it was Pants Maestro said Aaron doesn't have a copy of Mein Kampf. He's committed it to memory. Someone in the chat saying the book cost $14.88. That makes sense, actually.
That's a good price for a book.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Chips and Diff says paragraph, not 2 sentences. All right, you got yourself a deal. We do a paragraph every $5 that comes in. You just give me a page number, and we'll do a paragraph. They drive a hard bargain. I say 2 sentences. They're like, no, 3 or 4. Fair. Sounds good to me.
Well, it's my deal, Wade.
Finder's fee. No, I need the whole thing. All right, let's go in, and we got a couple of stories coming up still from this hour's worth of stuff, and then we got to go into the 7 o'clock where we got a lot of other great shit. I'm happy with today's show. Dr. Silverwolf with $5. Oh, I got to keep track, and then I got to read. He writes, hit me, Jew baby. Wait a minute, you can say that on...
One more time?
Is this up for negotiation? All right, so that's going to put us at... So that, first of all, puts us at 195.
Thank you.
Away from today. And now we got to get... and now we got to get a paragraph read here. for Silverwolf. Let's take a look-see. I'm going to go to... I'm going to go to page 127. I open it up, and the chapter is chapter 3. Holy shit, dude. Page 127, and it's on chapter 3. I have a feeling this guy goes off a bit.
You two might be kindred spirits.
Chapter 3 is called Zionism. Here we go.
That sounds lovely.
All right. Israel is the largest recipient of U.S. aid in the entire world. It receives more aid than that given to all the countries of sub-Saharan Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean put together. Israel receives over $10 million per day from the United States, and there is evidence that the total cost to American taxpayers is closer to $15 million a day. Yet this information is almost never printed in American newspapers. Coverage of the Middle East in general, and of Israel in particular, virtually never reports this enormous American connection to this region.
Weird.
Now I'm just going to read shit from this book, and people are going to go, uh-huh.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Honky says for $1 says Mein Kampf is a boring-ass read. Now 200 Years Together by Solzhenitsyn. There's a reason there's no printed copies in English. Hit me up if you want a pirate ebook. Solzhenitsyn is fucking good. It's true. $20 from Gray Duckling.
Thank you.
He's up to 70. He says, read it. All right. Should we go to another random page?
Yeah, let's find it.
That puts
about
that knocks us down another $15, by the way. So now we're 180 away from today's goal. Boys and girls, keep it going. 180 away from starting off with a successful week. Let's flip here. Let's go to page 39. So we're in the early stages of this book.
Okay.
Oh, no. This is called Origins of the Jewish Revolutionary Spirit. Now, this is about Jewish author Amos Elon in the history of Jews in Germany. So is this book just like shit from other books? Did he like copy and paste? Is he like red barring a Jew book? The leading Jewish family magazine, the Allgemeine Zeitung des Judentums, on March 11th, called upon its readers to join the timely movement sincerely and with all your hearts. The editors of the religiously traditional, politically conservative magazine, Der True Zionswacher, normally eager to please the authorities, found the courage to announce that their fondest dreams were coming true. That was about, the background of that is encouraging Jewish people to move to Israel, because Zionism was Jews having their own country in the Middle East, basically where they could cause the most trouble uprooting people.
Right. Where they were most unwanted.
And they said, well, let's just flood them with bodies. Let's buy a bunch of land, buy up a bunch of shit, and then eventually we'll just petition to become a country.
They can't stop us. We had to put up with the Holocaust.
And then it holy shit, it worked, essentially. Andrew's son says that rolled off of Aaron's tongue.
Well, that's just because of the way it was written with all of the, the R's and stuff. There were
My
some
people.
German words in there.
Yeah, it was my people had that in there. My German people. All right, guys, we are 180 away from today's goal. Babashov says, I love the Allgemein Zintun Juventud Guerrero or whatever magazine. It was Juventud Guerrera. Show some fucking respect. 180 away from today's goal. Let's get under 100 by the end of the hour. Thank you, guys. Here in Minnesota over the weekend, we got douched with snow. And then after we got douched with snow, the temperatures plummeted. So the roads are like glare ice in a lot of places. Yeah. And in Minnesota, when the roads turn glare ice, people drive like tards because they're either driving way too slow and they're not going to slip, but they're driving too slow and they're going to cause accidents, or they're fucking tearing off and they're slipping and sliding. Their wheels catch a little bit of... The thing about glare ice that gives you a fucking heart attack is that you slip, but for a little bit.
Yep.
Like you hit this patch and then you go, zim, zim, your car goes all fucked up, and then you're fine.
And then all of a sudden it grips again.
Yeah.
On your back.
So you have a heart attack, and then your car jolts like that. You're like, fuck, that is a ride. So like with glare ice, it's not like snow and ice all over the road where you spin out and you slip and you go in the ditch because you just keep hitting ice and snow. Instead, you do this thing where you go zzz, zzz, and then your tires catch pavement again and then just clunk. Like, fuck. It's hell. It sucks really bad to drive in. Like I was doing the zipper merge onto 15, right? Mm-hmm. And I usually punch it when I get onto 15 and just zip in front of somebody. How you're supposed to fucking do it. Well, I turned that corner to launch myself my Coyote Roadrunner thrust move to Armageddon. And oh boy, was there glare ice all over the place. And I did that thing where you punch it and you get zzz. Oh boy, did that cause me to shit my pants just a little. But then, of course, I caught the pavement again and you get chunk.
Zip, and then you just take off.
Yeah. Bit of a wild ride. And the shitty part is, like, when you get that glare ice, if the temperature stays super fucking cold, it doesn't go away for a few days because you have to wait until the temperature gets warm enough that the road salt they put on can activate and melt it. It's fucking, it's
Does
really.
the salt have to activate? I thought
the salt had to activate.
No, like road salt will melt ice a little bit just automatically. Like salt is going to make ice like melt, but I think like when it's colder, you're not going to get it to disperse as much.
Eaton Clams is saying, wah, my state is full of ice and Africans. Wah.
Hey, I'm fine with the ice. The ice is manageable. Some problems.
Some of your problems don't melt.
Some of them are year-round.
People are yelling at me for calling it glare ice. It's black ice, moron. Stop glare ice, black ice, you racist. I'm sorry. Helgi,
dangerous, deadly black ice.
Helgi with $5. Do you remember, did you ever watch the movie Bowling for Columbine, the Michael Moore documentary on guns?
No.
He had this segment in his stupid fucking documentary. And of course, when I was a teenager, I thought it was brilliant. But then you get older and you realize he's retarded. But like in Bowling for Columbine, he goes, our media tries to scare us about black people. Instead of killer bees, they're called Africanized bees. Instead, and then he tried to play it off where like Compton isn't dangerous. He's like, the media tells you you're going to get murdered if you come here. And he went to like, he went to that dangerous cross section, Crenshaw and something else, Crenshaw Boulevard and somewhere else, which is really dangerous. He went in there at like 11 in the morning and interviewed a guy. And he's like, they say this is so dangerous because black people live here and it seems fine. It's like, yeah, they're all fucking sleeping, bro.
Let's try it at 11:30 at night.
Yeah, let's do this at night. Jay Fish says Aaron probably says crisscross applesauce too. It's Indian style. Indian style.
Crisscross applesauce gonna make you jump.
Yeah, it really does. Fucking,
you're welcome.
Really does stop you in your tracks. We got 20 minutes left in this hour. 175 away from today's goal. Keep it going. We're almost at $100. We got under 300 by 7. We were right at 200 by 8. Keep it going, boys and girls. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats. We're 175 away. Honky with $5. If you're just joining us, some asshole sent this book to Stoney's and told Cheetos to send it to me, and Cheetos did today. Somebody sent me a book called The Secret History of Jews in America. So I told the audience, somebody said, hey, if we pitch in money, will you read from it? I said, you guys throw in $5. I'll do a few sentences. And they said, do a fucking paragraph. I'm like, okay. So we're 175 away from today's goal. Helgi threw in $5. So let's pick a spot. Here's 189, page 189. This one's called Qualifying Jewish Power and Influence in America. Oh my God, dude. He's going through lists.
So was this... Who wrote this book again?
Chief speechwriter. So he's going through each of the presidential positions and like how many of them have been Jewish. in the last however many years. Jay
So
Fish.
Owen Benjamin is the one who wrote this
Yeah,
book.
it's written by,
under
ghostwritten by Owen Benjamin. Jay Fish with $5 says, here's another 5. All right, well, I'm going to go through 2 different sections of this chapter then. Deputy National Security Advisor. In recent history, no less than 6 of the past 14 Deputy National Security Advisors, or 43%, have been Jewish, with Jews comprising just 2% of the population. This is an overrepresentation of 2,050%. Sandy Berger under Clinton. James Steinberg under Clinton. Anthony Blinken under Obama. Oh, shit. You know what that means?
What?
They went from Clinton to Obama in terms of Jewish deputy defense or national security advisors.
Mm-hmm.
That means that W didn't have any fucking Jews in the national security.
Dude, the one pushing all the crazy shit for W was Cheney.
Anthony Blinken under Obama, and then Avril Haines under Obama, Charles Kupperman under Trump, and Jonathan Feiner under Biden. There you go. Thank you, Helgi. So then Jay Fish sends us $5 and says, here's another 5. Thank you very much. We're 170 away from today's goal. White House counsel. In recent history, no less than 6 of the past 26 White House counsels, or 23%, have been Jewish, with Jews comprising just 2% of the population. This is an overrepresentation of 1,050%. So this guy is autistic as all hell in his numbers.
Are you sure you didn't write this book?
Leonard Garment under Nixon, Robert Lipschitz under Carter, Bernard Nussbaum over Clinton, Abner Mikva under Clinton, Bob Bauer under Obama, and Ed Siskel under Biden. Oh, man.
Well.
Oh, boy. For $20, I'll give you guys the list of the Council of Economic Advisors. That one's going to be a riot. Oh, my God. I can't fuck it. Dude, I can't read this book. It's just, I'll be in chat rooms like Sam Show by the end of the week. Whoever sent me this book
is awesome.
I'm glad we could use it for the program. But Jesus fucking Christ, this is what we call digging deep. All right, 170 away from today's goal. 15 minutes away from the top of the hour. Keep throwing in money, guys, and we can get this down to 100 by the tippy top of the hour. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. All right. So I was talking about the black ice. We'll say black ice here in Minnesota. And this is also that time of the year where southern states that aren't used to snow get like a dusting.
Yep.
And the entire state shuts down.
Yeah.
Did you ever see that one year where they had that? It was kind of a meme, but it really happened, where it snowed a little in Atlanta and they basically recreated that Walking Dead scene of the highway. It
because
snowed.
They couldn't handle that there was snow on the road.
It snowed and traffic literally just locked up. Like everybody was going, I'm terrified to move. I'm not moving.
I don't know how to do this, guys. If I hit my brakes, my car might slide a little.
It makes me wonder. You know how like Hitler you know how Hitler invaded this? He wanted to invade the Soviet Union in the spring so that he would have all spring and summer and fall to make gains before winter set in. Well, he didn't get going till the summer, and that fucked him over big time. I don't understand why us northern states in the winter don't just invade the southern states. Because our tanks will cruise through at 60 miles per hour right through snow. And meanwhile, like the South will be sitting ducks. Just pick a weekend where it calls for snow in the forecast. They're fucked. I guess we did kind of try that. It was called the Civil War.
Yeah, but I mean, back then, everybody was slowed down in the winter.
Yeah. Could you imagine if we were mechanized during the Civil War? We would fucking waste them.
Could you imagine if it was as hard for people to ride horses as it is for them to drive with just a little bit of snow? Just all of a sudden the horses can't stop to save their lives and they just slide into shit.
Yeah. Honky with $1 says, whatever happened to that Asian Erica singer, Lo Mein Kampf? Lo Mein Kampf. That's very good. Oh, she's probably just hanging out, enjoying her internet fame of being the chick that sang the German marching music.
Oh, man.
Probably just enjoying herself.
I just want to know how old she is and if she's single.
You really do have that yellow fever. Are you? That's racist to say that, right?
Possibly. I don't know, but it's also accurate. So what are you going to do?
I don't think you're supposed to say yellow fever.
I just think they're beautiful people.
All right, let's go to. So this was what happened to Texas this weekend.
Yeah,
when they got a little bit of snow. Now in Minnesota, when you go to buy a car, one of the things you kind of have to do if you want to drive that car in the winter is get either all-wheel drive or front-wheel drive. You do not want to drive a rear-wheel drive car in the winter in Minnesota. That's a death wish. You just don't. Here's Texas, where they don't have to worry about that kind of shit, and they can drive their rear-wheel drive cars, and it doesn't go well when the snow starts falling.
What the? Is that a boot?
No, he's got like a chain. He's got a thing on his car so it can grab the road and push him forward a little bit. Like
a
get him...
tire chain? But yeah, it seems like there's only one because the rest of it's sliding.
Well, because the plan is it's supposed to like give it a push. Like, you know, when a kid starts riding a two-wheel bike for the first time?
Mm-hmm.
That's so you can just grab the pavement and it'll boost you, and the boost will be enough for the car to go on its own. But it's a fucking disaster, these people in Texas. And that's the funny part about this is like, we live in this shit half the year, and we sit there going, what's this guy using this fancy snow thing for?
Yeah, dude, just get a front-wheel drive car.
Yeah, like just drive, dummy. I mean, it's just snow. You'll be fine. And they're like, no, we got to tie the ratchet straps with the metal onto the tire, and that'll help us get to the, why don't you guys just drive?
I mean, it just maybe you should stay home for the day.
Yeah.
If this is what it's going to take for you.
Guys, let's call it. It's over.
He's going to burn so much gas just trying to get out of neutral.
Second most dangerous Mustang driver I've ever met.
I personally have never met Mustangs.
Look at that. Uh-oh.
That guy's getting through it. Everybody else is moving around, but old Camaro here.
Oh, those trucks can handle it. Those are all-wheel drive trucks. Oh, this guy got... Oh, come on, buddy. You can do it. Come on.
This is what happens when you don't properly use a zipper merge, my friend.
Come on. Oh, he's giving up.
And the real irony here is it's a van with the name Progress, and it's going nowhere.
That van is called America. Oh,
somebody's in for a ride.
There's a rear-wheel drive sports car. Oh, that didn't go well.
Nope. Stopping isn't their strong suit.
I mean, really, these people get a little ice and snow, and they are fucked. It's remarkable. Well, congratulations, Texas. All the, it's justice because all these other places, they shit on us. They talk about how fucking frozen north, this and that. It's like, we can get around.
You deal with the snow for a couple of days.
Exactly.
We do it for months.
170 away from today's goal. Throw in a couple of bucks. We got 10 minutes to go until 9 o'clock, and we'd love to be under 200. Is this? Oh, somebody sent me some Jewish parable. God damn it.
About Aaron and Molte. Anyway.
No, it is not about me. Let's get to 100 by 9 o'clock. Throw in a couple of bucks. Yeah. Let's see if we can get there. MSO says, how much to read from A History of the Spiral Ham by Johnny Crutches? I didn't know you wrote a book about spiral ham.
I didn't. These are the weird rumors that these people keep putting forth that I have to keep fighting left, right, and sideways. Now to the point of actually having to prove that I have not made monetary gains off of them. It's just crazy.
Look, man, I just don't like to hear it from other people. You know? I would like to hear this shit from you.
I don't have a history of the spiral ham. Plus, how do you get the history of the spiral ham? You just call that book The Ham Bone. Like, I mean, why would you?
Pants Maestro, Aaron, care to address the rumors you've been kicked out of USA Boxing? No, of course not. Oh, is that the cope they're going with? Sorry. Yeah, I kind of fucked a few people up last night on the members only show with the truth. So now they're a little salty about it. Sorry. Speaking of, oh my God. So I snuck a little Twitter in on the can before the kids went to bed on Saturday. And I think it was Friday or Saturday. Our buddy Jesse PS from Pod Awful had Milo Yiannopoulos on. And I guess while Milo Yiannopoulos was on, our other old friend, Ethan Ralph, was like in a tweet spiral. I don't know if he was high on prescription pills. I don't know if he was drunk or whatever, but he was lighting up all his internet friends. He was fucking giving everybody the business. Go to Ethan Ralph's Twitter and check it out. At the Ralph Retort. He was flaming Ricada. He was going after Vito, Dick Masterson, like all these people. And then Milo was on Jesse P.S.'s show on Pod Awful. And I don't know if you know this, but Dick Masterson tried to get Pod Awful's did get Pod Awful's Patreon taken down. Because he didn't like that. I'm almost positive Jesse P.S. is the one who revealed that Dick Masterson got, I guess, fucked up the ass while dressed as a cow and likes to be called Juju. I'm not making this shit up. It's out there. Well, anyway, Milo apparently called Dick on Jesse P.S.'s show, Pod Awful, and was like, hey, I think Ralph needs help. Because he's tweeting erratically and all this stuff. And Dick, washed his hands of the whole thing. He's like, nah, unless it, adds content or whatever, I don't really want to do it. And Jesse P.S. is like, holy fucking shit. So he's basically just admitted that he uses this guy and doesn't give a fuck about him. So Ralph starts just tweeting at these people. He's going to show up at their house, this and that. Tells Ricada, fuck you, you addict, you drugged your kid. And oh boy. Oh, yeah. Ralph went fucking hard on Twitter over the weekend. So then Jesse P.S., being the incredible opportunist that he is, makes this announcement. Tomorrow night, meaning tonight, at 7 o'clock Eastern, Ethan Ralph is going on Pod Awful. Jesse P.S. is going to have Ethan on his show. And look, man, if I wasn't the Vikings fan that I am,
you'd see what happens.
I'd be checking that out. But holy shit. Yeah, Deutsch Chad said it was awesome. It was he was getting after it. I mean, he was calling Vito a pedophile. He was he was fucking going to town. Threatening to show up at people's houses. So the Ralpha male going on Pod Awful. Jesse was getting in there. Well,
good for him.
Yeah. So he's mixing it up. Samuel Warner with $2 says, check your text for the parable of Nick Rickett. I saw it. Thank you, Sam, for the $2. Honky with $1 says, teacher asks her class, can anyone name some flammable materials? The Jewish boy puts up his hand to answer. Me. The teacher says, yes, that's correct. Anything else? Pants Maestro says, with $1, yeah, they're saying you violated the code of conduct for coaches and are getting kicked out. No, it's not. I mean, I've never heard anything even of the sort. I think what happened was they're getting a little desperate because
why?
The truth got out. This is what they always do. They're like, I'll do the Aaron boxing thing. And then it all just becomes a bunch of bullshit. And then they wonder why nobody wants to work with them. It's like, I can't believe I can't get any guests for my event that I'm having. I can't believe that this guy won't work with me and he doesn't trust me and he wants to make sure that I'm not going to snake. Or like my lawyer said, look, 2 of those guys are under criminal investigation for crimes against you. You're not associating with them. Okie dokie. Yes, boss. I understand. So then their cope is, oh, no, he's getting kicked out of USA Boxing. It's like, guys, I'm sorry. No.
He's afraid to fight me.
I've got a fight with an actual boxer on February 22nd. And they're like, oh, yeah, he's afraid. It's like, it really is toddlers jacking themselves off and jacking themselves off to me. It's fucking weird, dude. So congratulations to Jesse from Pod Awful. Speaking of getting all those guys shaken up, Jesse's a pro at it. He's really good. And I don't understand it. I don't know why, because I've taken my turn in the barrel with the Jesse PS stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And Jesse's fucking hilarious with it. Like, Jesse's really funny. Like, he sent coleslaw to our show. I think that's hysterical. I ate the coleslaw. Like, I don't
coleslaw, apparently.
Like, how seriously do you need to take yourself that you can't take a little razzing from the Pod Awful guy?
More importantly, how seriously do you take yourself when you think you can take yourself seriously when you do this?
Right.
You sit in front of a computer, you talk into a microphone and a camera, just literally spouting your own bullshit and opinions. How seriously can you take yourself?
It's fun to laugh at him, though. You got to admit that. A, I get to drive him nuts. B, I get him to cope. And C, I get to laugh at him. It is pretty good. All right, guys, let's throw, speaking of, but you know what's not pretty good? Being 170 away at 9 o'clock. Let's go ahead and jump into that. Let's get some money in here. They've got to be wins. We got to start winning here on the toe. We got to start making our cash. We got a show coming up at 4 o'clock today because of the Vikings game being at 7. By the way, my neighbor, my friend, is a Bucks fan. He's reeling today. I just checked my texts. His Bucks lost to Washington, and their season's
The Bucks stop here.
All done. All done. All right, guys, let's throw in a couple of bucks and get another win for the toe. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. MidlandArmory.com. Of course, our friends at Midland with a great selection of ammunition, optics, tactical gear, you name it. They've also got what you need for home defense. They've got what you need for hunting. They've got what you need for sport shooting. Go ahead and check out their selection, MidlandArmory.com. That's MidlandArmory.com in downtown Foley, Minnesota. I'm going there tomorrow. I'm going to be at Midland tomorrow visiting Derek and Tracy. I always look forward to my trips out there, and not just because they have a Casey's. That has nothing to do with it. But there you go, MidlandArmory.com. Visit Midland Armory today. And All Care Towing. Yeah, it's shit outside. It's garbage. It reeks. It sucks. It's slippery. It's snowy. So what we need is we need someone who can come pick you up when you get in a little bit of trouble. And that is All Care Towing. 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. Again, that's for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Nobody's quicker than All Care. Use them when you have one of those unfortunate moments where you the weather claims your vehicle. 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. All right, guys. We got to, oh, there it goes. I opened up the 7 o'clock stories, and it was a little bit too much for the YouTube stream to take.
Uh-oh.
I had to hit the old refresh. So let's get this opened back up and then pop out the chat. Over 800 of you checking out the toe right now, heading to 9. Thank you very much. Show us a few bucks. We appreciate it. All right, 170 away. Let's do it. Did you see that Joe Rogan had a hell of a week?
No. The only thing I remember about Joe Rogan is everyone going, "Oh, he interviewed Donald Trump and everything that Trump said." What's been happening with Rogan?
Oh my God.
He interviewed Mel Gibson and they talked about
he had a couple of bangers this week, I have to admit. And I don't listen to a lot of Rogan. When he has a guest I'm interested in, I listen. I watch almost the whole thing. He had Mel Gibson on, and it was fucking bananas. Mel Gibson's a madman in the best way possible.
Yeah, Mel Gibson hates Newsom, too.
Oh, God, he was going after Newsom. He was talking about his religious beliefs because everyone's always fascinated by Mel's religious beliefs. He's like, Mel's so Catholic that he goes to Latin Mass.
Yeah.
And that he thinks the Pope's a fucking asshole. And, like, the Pope isn't Catholic enough. You could tell when they brought up the current Pope. He was like, yeah, he's more progressive. Yeah, that guy. Like, he's got a Pope grudge, for sure. But his thoughts on, like, they went through religion, evolution, Newsom, all kinds of stuff. And then they talked about old man shit like ice baths and all that. Mel Gibson is a fascinating guy. He's just really entertaining to listen to. And then Rogan the next day has Zuckerberg on. And Zuckerberg starts revealing all this shit that the Biden administration tried to get them to censor, tried to get them to take down. And he will admit openly, he'll say, some of it we did, some of it we didn't. And I'm trying to get the bearings on Mark Zuckerberg. Like, is he doing this turn to the right because he's genuinely kind of evolving his opinions, or does he see kind of where his bread is buttered and he sees Trump's kind of taking off?
I'm thinking it's the writing on the wall thing.
Yeah?
I'm thinking he's seeing the people that have been siding with Trump, and I'm thinking he's been seeing the last 4 years, regardless of whether or not you're a Republican or a Democrat, there is a large and growing group of people that are starting to go, you know what, Democrat, Republican, black, white, I'm in the lower middle class, and I'm getting fucked. And so they're just not happy with the government.
Well, now they're so Zuckerberg goes on Rogan, starts talking about all the censorship that he'd done in the past and how the Biden administration. I mean, for part of it, it kind of sounded like he was saying the Biden administration made me do it. I'm not this guy,
right?
But then, like,
I don't know if I buy that.
I don't know if anybody else. Well, I mean, there's tens of millions of people who have watched it, so I'm sure some of our audience has. I kind of found the thing to drag when they started talking MMA and injuries from MMA and how to recover from torn ACLs and shit like that. Yeah. I'm just like, okay.
I don't give a shit about Mark Zuckerberg's ground and pound or how well he shoots. Like,
right. And, that's one thing I commend Rogan for. Like, he has the confidence to just do a boring fucking show. Because he's built his audience, he's got his money. It must be nice. Because, like, I'm sitting here all the time going, is this topic going too long? The less people care about them than I thought they did. Am I not doing well? No money's coming in during this one. Blah, blah, blah. And he just kind of sits there, and he doesn't have to worry, and he can just go, let's talk about when you recovered from your ACL, did you use peptides? And I'm like, this is not entertaining. This is fucking boring, and this is terrible.
Must be fucking
nice. I'm like, I wish I could be this boring and terrible. I'm fucking on. I'm fucking crushing it. I'm one of the most engaging personalities out there, and I can't make fucking $170. I can't hold a job for a week watching cars. So Rogan does the Mel Gibson thing, which was great. He does the Zuckerberg thing that, and I mean, got a lot of attention. Probably the most attention Rogan's got since the Trump and J.D. Vance week, to be honest with you. But now we're finding out more and more about Zuckerberg's sudden turn.
Mm-hmm.
He met with President-elect Donald Trump the day before announcing his social media platforms would end their fact-checking protocols and go with the community notes model. Now, something tells me, like, I just have this sneaking suspicion that Mark Zuckerberg just didn't come by this shit honestly.
Yeah.
I have this feeling that Trump was like, and this, by the way, the source I have for this is my asshole. But I think that maybe Trump sat him down and said, we're going to look into all you guys. We're going to see what you did for 2020. We're going to see what you did with the laptop. We're going to look into all of it. Unless you give us a reason not to look into it. And so Zuckerberg gets the message and he changes all of this shit. Community notes, changing their gender policies, changing all of this other stuff. The more that comes out, the less I'm inclined to believe that this was all just happenstance.
I don't think it's happenstance in the first place because there's no offense. I don't believe people like Mark Zuckerberg and companies like Meta and stuff like that get to where they are or stay where they are by just changing their political affiliations and moral viewpoints on happenstance. So,
yeah,
I think there's I feel like, no. This everything. I think everything with Meta is structured, and I think for like you said, now with Trump in office, we've got the Patel in the FBI and all that shit. We're just gonna start looking into all this stuff. People are really quickly being like, well, how about I trade teams before my ass gets burned?
Right. Yeah, and see, I'm kind of leaning towards that because it was a sudden shift. In fact, like there's a difference between his personal beliefs maybe changing and evolving and taking these big steps for a multi-billion-dollar company. Now, he has a board of directors, but he's in charge because he owns the majority of the stock and the majority of the votes. So he basically has his board to bounce shit off of.
Right, and I bought it through a lot of stocks and firms and holdings. It's all a bit technical.
Yeah.
But the important thing is my company's future is secure.
Didn't you get the memo? So I've always been one of those guys who I don't care how or why they're doing it. The fact that they're doing it is a plus. Like Facebook became more open. Facebook became a more free place to go. And if that's because Donald Trump scared the living shit out of Mark Zuckerberg, fine. If that's because Mark Zuckerberg became based because he's rolling on the floor doing hug locks with dudes, that's great too. Look, we found out earlier today, MMA is probably better than going to the Baymont Den during Swingers Weekend.
Look, man, you get a couple of guys' balls in your face while you're getting armbarred. You're going to be like, hey, how about we talk about fiscal conservatism?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, some guy was just really cranking on my ankle and just had my calf on his nuts, and he was just wrenching his knee, and I was like, hey, do you think the government that governs least governs best? I just wondering your thoughts on the matter. I wanted to have an intellectual debate on it while we were fucking snuggling here on the mat. So good, yeah, good for Mark, good for Facebook. Personally, who gives a shit why it happened?
As my eyes rolled back in my head during that rear naked choke, I started to think, maybe we should cut some of this spending.
I do respect him for this, though. He said he wants to compete in MMA, like he wants to take some MMA bouts. And
dude, I'd love to see that. I guarantee you, even fucking low card fighting people are going to pay attention.
Right.
To watch Zuckerberg fight. And it is funny because this is in a weird way kind of like the fucking, I guess for lack of a better term, the Dabbleverse or whatever. All the people I'll fight Aaron, let's do this. No, it's fucking off.
It's worse than that. It's worse than that.
No, but I'm saying because him and Elon Musk had that, we're going to throw down, we're going to MMA, we're going to do this. The whole thing fell apart. Elon Musk isn't and I'm going to take some MMA matches. Zuckerberg has been actively doing this shit both before he got called out and after.
Yeah. So. It's worse than that because it's yeah, let's do it. And I'm like, all right, I've done this before. I know how to do this. Here's all the things we need to do. And they go, now you're adding stipulations. It's like, hey, child, hey, little boy.
There's rules.
You don't know what the fuck you're doing. I do. So either follow my lead or get the fuck out of the way because you're not serious. Like I told that Rocco guy, I'm like, look, those other guys, are the featured parts of a criminal investigation. I can't have anything to do with them on that level. But you can still do it. Haven't heard a peep from him. And no, little boy, tweeting out to a bunch of people doesn't count. I need to hear from you.
Right.
And nothing. It's always nothing. It's always like, you're just adding too many stipulations. I'm like, no, I'm trying to organize so we can do this from thousands of miles away.
And then it's where they, when you and the other party says yes, and you're like, okay, so here's how we're going to do this. Oh, now he's adding rules and he's changing the rules. Motherfucker, these things require structure. That's how this goes.
It's scared baby boy bullshit. That's all it is. And it's content farming. You don't have anything, so you go to me, and that you have no intention of doing it. Basically, what I'm doing is I'm exposing that you're a chicken shit.
And that's where, like I said, Zuckerberg and the Elon Musk thing, where it's they both kind of came out ooh, we'll do this MMA thing. They couldn't make it happen. Meanwhile, as far as I know, Elon Musk, I haven't heard hide nor hair of anything with him doing anything with MMA. It's weird to see Zuckerberg's no, man, I'm still going with this. I'm gonna get in some fights. I'm gonna do some MMA.
Right. Pants My Show said, come on, they all said they'd do it, but your lawyer said you can't. No, I just can't include those two. Everyone else can still do it. And again, there's a big difference between saying you'll do it and then following my fucking lead when I tell you what you've got to do. but they've all got mommy issues. And the minute you try to tell them what to do, no, that's not how it goes. You got to hold these fucking people's hands like babies. And when you do, they throw a tantrum. It's fucking incredible. Sam Show says this bullshitting. Yeah, and the other thing is the audience doesn't fucking care. The audience thinks it's gay because it is gay. Like I said, I got real fights to fucking get ready for. So either fucking get on my level here and let me fucking quarterback this thing. And if you bitch, I'm just going to tell you to fuck off. Because I don't.
And that's where Zuckerberg is now. And I got respect for him for that. I want to see those fights.
He's recovering from an ACL right now, though. Probably won't be able to do it.
Was he playing baseball too?
What?
Isn't the ACL the upper arm thing?
No. ACL is your knee.
Oh, fuck. Oh, never mind. I got the wrong one.
Mr. Pay Pallington with 199 says, what were the rules for the Ethan event? If it takes place at my gym, it's way easier. The Ethan thing was it's now or never. I would have gotten chewed out. I would have gotten in trouble for the Ethan thing. If I would have had time to plan that, yeah, Ethan would have had to get licensed and everything else. But if it's at my gym, I have a little more leeway. That's why I've always told these people, come up here. It'll be nice and easy. But then they bitch. Oh, we have to come up there. Blah, blah, blah. Again, you're children. You're not serious. I got you again. Exposed. Let's continue on here. But yeah, with the Ethan thing, I was going to get in trouble for that. And I was just kind of ready for it. But I wouldn't get my license suspended. The thing is, if I take part in something that's not USA Boxing sanctioned and licensed, I get suspended for a year. The thing with the Ethan thing was it was a little sparring thing at the gym. If the owner's not there, I can get in trouble with the gym for that. Like, I can get in trouble with the gym. They'll chew me out. They'll bitch me out, stuff like that. I can live with that. But I can't live with having my license suspended. I fight real people who want to do this, not puppeteers who pretend to on the internet for content. All right, let's go to this next one. We are 170 away. We got bigger fish to fry on this program. 170 away from knocking it out. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Pants Maestro says they just want a contract. Right. What do you think is a contract is full of? Stipulations.
Rules and stipulations.
Fucking hell. Pants Maestro.
We were trying to make one and they bitch.
Try to keep up. I'm not going to listen to people bitch. You're either, because I know how to do this, you're either going to let me fucking do it and shut the fuck up, or like I said, I'm moving on. I got real people to fight. Let's go. Massachusetts men arrested in connection with racist graffiti in downtown Laconia. Again.
Do we have pictures?
Again, maybe I'm the piece of shit on this story, but when I hear these stories, I don't go like, oh my God, the country's rotting from the inside. What are we going to do? I look at stories like this and I go, what'd they write?
I hear a story like this and I'm like, what did this black person say about black people to bring awareness? Because that's always where it starts for me.
Sam Show sits there and he's going, was it the Jews? Did he say something about did he say something about, did he take this book that Aaron got and put a passage in it? Oh my God. Let's go ahead and find out what happened. I'm judging by the people that we see in the thing here. I'm going to go with maybe some N-bombs.
Okay, I feel confident with N-bombs.
Yeah, I feel like N-bombs is usually a pretty safe one.
We are just learning this morning that 2 people have now been arrested in connection with offensive graffiti that was spray painted on several businesses in downtown Laconia. So police say Tommy and Johnny Yarbrough were arrested.
No, God damn it. Why does it have to be a fucking Johnny?
I didn't know you went by the name Yarborough in other states.
Yeah, dude, now I'm going to have to argue people like, hey, we got footage, Johnny, of you running. Like, yeah, I wish. That was the other thing that was most offensive about that was the way they sauntered to the building.
That's how you know that these guys, that Johnny was not involved in any of this, is that these guys were pretty mobile.
Able-bodied.
Yeah.
Early this morning, they say the suspects were visiting the area and don't have any specific ties to it. Some of the businesses that were hit helped spread the word by putting wanted posters in their windows.
What did they spray?
Yeah, right. Come on.
Who gives a shit who they were or if they're from here? What did they spray?
The only reason any of us care about this story at all is we want to know. We don't want to know what they sprayed. We have a specific question. Did they write the N-word?
I've got a list. All right. I've got a list of priorities of like, all right, so they did this. All right. Then it's got to be that. Then it's got to be that. Like, let's work this down.
Okay. I'll guess. And if I get it right, I win. If I get it wrong, you put a head first, then a stick body, then 2 legs, then 2.
Right.
I guess, maybe playing hangman in this case is not a good idea. I don't. I apologize.
Well, that's just called a good old Alabama pastime. Whoa.
That someone would do that and destroy everyone's property. Always trouble.
You know what I love about that is that woman doesn't know what she said, but she was like, that is offensive. That's terrible. To destroy people's property like that. It's not the racist graffiti. It's not the offensive language. She's like, do you know how much money this is going to cost? My insurance premiums will go through the roof.
Well, ironically, depending on what words they might have sprayed, they might have been talking about property too.
Everyone's property.
Always troubling when you see a message of how not to behave tattooed across your landscape. We're not going to tolerate it in any way, shape, or form. It's just
that says
simple.
love.
Yeah, I mean, show us the rest of it, because so far this just seems like a good thing. It says love.
Now, authorities believe the suspects may have also been responsible for some damage.
I'm guessing that next word might have been one of the problems.
It's weird how we panned away. Can we go back quick?
Come on.
In Guilford, they say the investigation is ongoing.
Oh, there's where the good shit is.
That's the good one. Remove that. Get that shit out of there. I need to see it. You think if we go on Twitter and search Laconia graffiti?
I hope so.
Just appalled. I'm just reading through the actual text of the story. No.
I'm weirded out by the guy they interviewed who's wearing like Coke bottle glasses and then a pair of sunglasses on top. Like you can switch between the two.
The guy who looks like Bubbles from Trailer Park Boys.
Yeah, dude. I'm sorry. I don't believe those Ray-Bans are prescription. Okay, so how about you don't wear those?
Let's see if we can find what it's called. Laconia.
Yep.
Let's see if we can find.
Just Google what did Johnny do in Laconia.
I want to see if I want, because I mean they won't even show it.
Video games this last weekend have been kicking me in the balls. I was playing Final Fantasy, like the remake thing. They really burn on a Johnny character in that. Decided to switch to Cyberpunk. They're like, hey, in the future where cyber enhancement can fix everything except multiple sclerosis. I'm like, really? We have to put that in there for no reason. And then I'm like, all right, let's go to a real story. Well, looks like Johnny was out spraying graffiti. Fuck.
They don't have it.
That's not fair.
Yeah.
I want to know what they said.
I'm
going to get accused of it later. I'd like to know what I supposedly did.
Fake Gino Bisconti. We only know it's fake Gino Bisconti because it's someone who has a YouTube account. 199 says Johnny thought legs didn't have muscles. That's kind of funny. Johnny's like, a torn muscle in your legs. Why would that be important?
It's all bones, right?
Yeah.
Like those are just
suck it up, queer. I don't understand. Like why is this guy all worked up about his legs not working right? Ooh.
Fucking just use your wheelchair a little bit more. God.
And by the way, the ACL is not a muscle. It is a ligament. God damn it. It is a ligament. 170 away from today. Let's move. We're getting down to it, boys and girls. We are 170 away. We got 40 minutes left in today's show. We need a rally before the Beggy segment, and then we need a rally during the Beggy. So we need two big rallies. So if you got 10, 20 to throw in at the toe, please do. Right now, Gray Duckling is in first with $70, Infernal with 50, and then we've got Nicholas with 10 and Honky with 9. Those are the tops. The top of the toe, if you will, for today. Puerto Rican prostate.
What did he say?
Puerto Rican prostate puncher. I said they're like toddlers. I didn't say $1 from Puerto Rican prostate puncher. Toddlers jerk off to Aaron. Steel toe quote. 0120. No, that's not what I said. I said they're like toddlers. Never. You know what? No. That's my response, Puerto Rican prostate puncher. My response to your $1 is incorrect. No. Turd Burglar writes, this is the grift we needed. Turd Burglar says, God damn, Johnny is sinking the show. There you go, guys. An accusation that Johnny is sinking the show and we can't make any money because Johnny's here. Prove them all wrong. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Throw in. The toe needs your help. We're 170 away. We got 40 minutes left. Let's do this thing. Why is somebody poisoning people with ricin? What the fuck is going on with the ricin shit?
Fucking Tupelo thing comes out. Now everybody's got a ricin, everybody.
Right?
God damn.
Fucking Kings of Tupelo comes out, and all of a sudden now ricin is back in style. No, in Brooklyn Park, Minnesota.
Really?
Fears over ricin. Had shit shut down there over the weekend.
See, you say Brooklyn Park, and I'd be like, fears over fentanyl sounds like a Brooklyn Park thing, but fears over ricin, that doesn't sound that speed.
Yeah, ricin sounds a little too smart for Brooklyn Park,
Right,
you know?
There we go.
I mean, Brooklyn Park, I don't see a lot of homeboys in Brooklyn Park fucking, yo, I got castor beans, knuckle.
Where did you get those?
Yo, where you get castor beans, motherfucker? I've been looking for castor beans for a long motherfucking time. We trying to make some ricin up in this motherfucker. Like, that's not usually their style. The style of the gangbanger is usually pull up, gun sideways, and shoot. It's not usually, hey, you.
Where'd you get them castor beans from? I found them in my nugs, right? And I was like, that's some ditch stuff, right?
Yo, bro, I got some castor beans. Where'd you get it? Man, the same chicken they done, that helped with the beanstalk and shit. The guy who sold Jack them beanstalk beans, motherfucker, I'm going to plant some rice and I'm going to kill some motherfuckers. Oh, no, Johnny, why did you send us $2 to shit on yourself?
Oh, because I apparently can't go 5 minutes without just pointing out how much I suck.
Johnny with 199 says, God, I'm awful. I can't believe that Johnny would, first of all, distract himself from the show to send a super chat.
I was playing with my phone.
Wow. You couldn't throw us a hundo? It had to be 199?
Well, I mean, how much do I get paid to do this? You want me to cycle all my money back in? That sucks.
Kind of.
That wasn't in the contract.
Sam Show wants to know why Johnny... Yeah.
Rules.
You know what? Everybody go on to PayPal and Venmo right now and send fake Johnny donations. Everybody send donations as Johnny, but we'll just pretend they're Johnny.
Yeah.
So, Johnny, go ahead. Johnny, if you could, go in and send donos on PayPal, Streamlabs, and Venmo. Let's do that. Turd Burglar says, about time Johnny contributed something. Wasn't very nice.
Oh.
It's incredibly mean-spirited.
Not even my time?
170 away from today. Let's try to notch a W, huh? Fears over the presence of the deadly substance ricin prompted a hazmat response as authorities conducted a high-risk search warrant in Brooklyn Park Thursday morning. The Brooklyn Park Police Department SWAT team, Minnesota National Guard, and FBI were involved on a search warrant in the property. It was related to an ongoing domestic violence investigation. Fuck. Dude, that's taking abuse even further. Fucking giving them ricin.
You talk back to me and I'm going to poison your ass. Jesus Christ.
You want me to mash up these castor beans? I bet you don't want to see me mash up these castor beans. Keep mouthing off, bitch. Keep mouthing off. That's, I'll take an open hand slap over a ricin attack.
Just sitting there with a pester and mortals, but hey, how do you respect the husband?
Authorities learned throughout the investigation that the suspect may have been in possession of castor beans, which are known to contain the deadly, naturally occurring protein ricin. I have a question. This may be a stupid question. Why don't we outlaw the sale of castor beans?
Yeah, what can you use them for that isn't making ricin?
Right. I'm not going to Google it because then the FBI is going to be at my fucking house. What else can you use castor beans for? I'm good. No.
Mine come from Cuba. They're Fidel Castro.
Oh, so now you're running a castor bean business?
No,
you
I'm
set
not
yourself
running a
up for that
business.
one, motherfucker.
Why can't a person have their own private supply? Why does it always have to become a publicly traded commodity?
Did you guys hear that? Johnny's got a castor bean business. Holy shit, that is a revelation.
This is because of the rotund thing, isn't it? Goddamn.
Wow. Well, no, that's because you said that you had castor beans that you got from Cuba. Did I hear wrong?
Fidel Castro beans.
Fidel Castro beans. I mean, some would say that communism is more poisonous than ricin. Wow. Well, if the FBI wasn't watching before,
they are now.
Definitely got a target on our back now. Oh, I'm Hey, you know what I just told myself in my head?
What's that?
Power of positivity, Aaron. Paste that fucking smile on your face. Because I was like, oh, shit. Almost 9:30. 170 away. Donos have been locked up for a while now. Can't really do this show without the goal. The money's kind of the most important part.
Is an issue.
Fuck, what are we going to do? But then my brain went, smile, motherfucker. Power of positivity. Win like a man, lose like a man. Cannot lose today, though. We got to we got to hit. We got 3 L's in 2 weeks is not something I'm happy about. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. If you love the show, show it your financial support. Let's knock this thing out. We need you to get going now, or this last half hour could get very, very ugly and very, very sweaty and very, very hot. Piers Morgan had Jordan Peterson on his show.
Okay.
And they were talking about this guy, Tommy Robinson. You ever heard of Tommy Robinson?
Yeah, I've heard of Tommy Robinson.
Tommy Robinson is an English guy who, for people who are kind of anti-immigration in the UK and in Europe in general, they really like him. He's kind of looked at as a truth teller about Muslims and all this other shit. Personally, my own opinion about Tommy Robinson is he's a bit of a blowhard. Now, he's been arrested numerous times in the UK. He's been locked up in the UK a bunch of times. And because he's been arrested and because he's been locked up, people like to go, oh, yeah, fucking he's being arrested and going to jail for telling the truth about immigration and about Muslims. He's being arrested for hate speech. And they kind of use him as like the example of how bad the UK is getting with free speech. The problem is, when you pick guys as your mascot who aren't perfect and are flawed, it can kind of sometimes fuck with your narrative. So like in the case of Tommy Robinson, most of the time when he goes to jail, it has nothing to do with Islam. It has nothing to do with commentary. It has to do with like sometimes financial scams.
Oh, no.
And other shit. And it kind of gets tacked on to the activism part. Piers Morgan had to set Jordan Peterson straight on this one. And this has to be kind of awkward for some people because a lot of people who like Jordan Peterson have probably liked the shit Piers Morgan's been doing lately.
Yeah.
So one thing that the right has a problem with is when their daddies fight.
Uh-oh.
Like we saw it with the Elon, Vivek, H-1B visa thing.
Yep.
When the right wing has daddies fighting, that shit's nuclear. And it's fun to watch. Before we get to that clip, Carlos Camejo with $1 says Fidel Castro's Magic Bean, newest steel toe coffee flavor. As if anybody buys the steel toe coffee. CrescentMountCoffee.myshopify.com, please. Puerto Rican prostate puncher with $1 says Johnny flicked Castro's bean. What? And Pants Maestro says for $1, sorry about the L toe, tough beat. I'm starting to get worried. We are 165 away, though, now, after all those 1s and 199s came in. I appreciate that. You guys could keep it going.
It's really hard to do with all my sock accounts. This is taking time.
I haven't, Johnny, you haven't given one fake dono since that 199 one. The fuck is your problem? I'm sitting here rotten.
I'm logging in with my phone right now.
Steel Toe's dying a slow death, and here you are not even giving fake donos. What the hell, bro? Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. We are 165 away from today's goal, and I really don't want to miss. So if you could, throw us some money. This is me begging you to give your tithings to the toe. Remember, $100. Naked autograph twister sent to your door. We've already got them sent out. So get yours today and help us as I keep thinking of grifts so that I can keep my show on the air. Piers Morgan and Jordan Peterson. Here we go. This is a little education here for Jordan on old Tommy Robinson.
My problem with Robinson is that he's trying to portray himself as this great martyr who's been, had lawfare put against him. by the British establishment to silence him, when in fact it was his refusal to be silenced and to repeat lies about this young Syrian refugee boy, which is why he's in prison. Secondly, my problem with him, Jordan, if I'm honest, is I don't know how many Americans or people in America who've been following this, because I see all the stuff on social media, they just don't seem to understand that Robinson's criminal record is highly extensive and very unpleasant. So, you know, for 20 years, he's been breaking the law.
So, like, that's my thing. Like, people are like, Tommy Robinson's being prosecuted for his speech. It's like, no, he's been kind of a hoodlum for the last...
I don't know if you've been paying attention. He's been prosecuted a lot.
Yeah.
Because of what he's been doing.
Well, and then people, you can kind of spin it when it's your agenda. You can go, oh, no, you could pick anybody up for that, but they picked him up because of what he says about Muslims. Like, yeah... Not really, but okay, let's say that's true.
Okay.
When that keeps happening for 20 years, don't you get a little more artistic with your speech and figure out how to say shit? Or at the very least, just go, fuck this. The UK is too much for me. I'm fucking leaving. I can't take this place. I give up.
Or maybe you just stop committing crimes that you can get arrested for since you're going to be so vocal about the Muslims. I feel like there is a way to make this work.
Right. Fucking behave. Fucking behave.
He attacked an off-duty police officer. He led a hooligan group of football thugs in a brawl involving 100 people. He headbutted a man in Blackburn. He used...
Yeah, both of those things, whether you love Muslims or hate them, you're going to get picked up for.
Yeah.
Those are arrestable offenses, guys.
It's a false passport to get round the fact he had criminal convictions in the UK to get into America and was...
So wait, he got caught with a fake passport? Okay, again.
That's a pretty serious offense, guys. No, but it's because anybody could get caught with a fake passport. Hell, I have one, but because I don't say shit about Muslims. Like, no, that's not how that works. And first of all,
look,
don't tell people.
Right-wingers, and especially European right-wingers who are against the Islamic immigration, look, find a better mascot. This guy's not the guy. You have other people. Like Salman. Oh, no, did Rushdie die? I think Rushdie died like a year or two ago.
Did he?
I don't think Salman Rushdie's out there kicking.
Oh.
Ayaan Hirsi Ali. There's plenty of people who you can use as kind of like your favorite person against Islam. I just don't know if this Tommy Robinson guy seems to be a bit devoid of character, is all I'm saying.
Court. He perpetrated mortgage fraud, over £160,000. He was then found in contempt of court twice for turning up at court cases involving people who had been accused of committing these heinous crimes of grooming and raping these girls, nearly wrecking the trials because he was saying defamatory things in public outside the courtroom. And
so he was so they were prosecuting these Muslim immigrants for forming grooming gangs and stuff, because that is a problem in the UK. And he would show up and start rabble-rousing at the courthouse, and it's like, hey, fuckhead, do you want this guy to go to prison? You got to shut up and let us do our job.
Now is not the time to pull that kind of bullshit, sir.
So I'm sorry. I know that some people see him as like an anti-immigration hero. He sounds like kind of a dipshit.
Oh, and hey, great news for you. Salman Rushdie is still alive and kicking.
Well, then there you go. Use Salman Rushdie. There you go.
And then we come to the refugee story, in which he's now back in prison again. And he was found guilty of stalking a journalist and accusing her partner of being a pedophile. This is...
And then telling the judge that she's drunk as... Wow, buddy.
Yeah, you got to have a third world aristocrat video of the guy saying heinous things about children before you can say that. Jeez. You know, I'll be honest, this is the longest I've seen Jordan Peterson quiet.
Yeah. He's trying to come up with a reason to justify, because again, he's kind of on the opposite side of this. So It is weird. I'm also sad that he's wearing, for what I consider Jordan Peterson, a very tame suit. I love his crazier suits.
Yeah, it's not as loud as usual. Yeah, he's toning it down for Piers out of respect.
Not a nice guy. This is a pretty repellent human being who also simultaneously has been right to bang on for many years about the scandal of the rape gangs. So, yes, he's complicated, but at the heart of it is somebody who I think also, just finally on the point of Robinson, 2 points I'd make. One, I think he's done this, he's monetized his hatred of Islam. It has warped, in my view, all his so-called journalism, activism, whatever he wants to call it, because it's always skewed against Muslims. It's never fair and balanced in any way. And I think that's what tipped him over the edge with this story of this boy at the school. And, you know, on that, the bully, the alleged bully, was actually kicked out of the school before this ever got made public by the media. So they'd already had their own investigation, concluded he was guilty not just of that, but a litany of other.
Okay, so what Piers is trying to say is, guys, find a better guy. Like, find a better example of your position. Like, just because, and you know what? We have this problem in this country, too, with the people we pick for, like, talking about shit, is that just because they agree with us, we go, all right, cool. Well, then we adopt him. He's our guy. And then you're like, all right, it turns out, like, how many times have you seen, like, a guy goes viral and people go, yeah, he's our guy. Fucking right on. We're rolling with him. And then, yeah, they look through his fucking rap sheet and his history and you're like, oh, shit, this guy's human garbage. We got to walk this back now.
Yes, but also how many other times do we go, oh, this poor hapless victim that society just went out and struck against for this, that, or the other, and then we look into him and it's like, yeah, it turns out he's a horrible piece of shit, committed crime after crime after crime. Right, innocent victim. Shame on the world.
Guys, we have 22 minutes left, and we are $165 away from today's goal, and without hitting the goal, there is no steel toe. So if you are feeling generous, just a collection of you pooling together, throwing us a couple bucks. I know this is the gross part of the show. I know this is disgusting. If you think it makes you uncomfortable, imagine how it makes me feel. Go ahead and throw us a couple of bucks. We need to knock these out, or I need to get the fuck out of here and go do something else. Which, again, totally fine. Nothing wrong with that. I am happy to do it. I just want to know that I gave it my best and tried to keep my show on the air, as we have outside of radio for over 4 years now. So I see no reason why to see it all stop. Still doing very well, doing better numbers than we did back in the day. Very excited. I know that things can be tough. If you have a little something, throw it our way. This is the unfortunate disadvantage we have on this program is I'm quote-unquote expensive talent because I had a lucrative broadcasting career before this. So I do apologize for that part, but if you could knock out the goal, I would appreciate it. It keeps everything running. And we cut it by $20 a day now. We were able...
That's way down.
Yeah, we were able to cut the goal by $20 a day. It's the first of what I hope are a lot of them this year. But we got to be able to keep things going if that's what we're going to do. This is fucking insane. Robbinsdale, we actually have a lot of Minnesota stories today.
Okay.
Minnesota's been making the news. So far, we have drug deaths at a swingers party at a hotel and some motherfucker making ricin. So they're not good. Like, they're not, hey, Minnesota's fucking crushing it stories, but we are in the news, I guess.
Okay.
This next one, let's just say it continues the streak. Officials at a Twin Cities high school are investigating after a student brought an axe and a stun gun to the building on Tuesday. Dude, in fairness, that's a fucking old school attack. You know?
So you hit them with the stun gun and then what? The axe? Or I don't... Is the axe to defend yourself while you reload the cartridge on the stun gun? Because you got to switch those out.
I think the axe is first, and then if they struggle with the axe, you hit them with the stun gun. So, like, let's say with the right hand, you're like, whew, you go... Oh, no, the axe is a two-handed weapon. I'm thinking of a hatchet.
Well, not necessarily. Yeah, a hatchet's a one-handed. Or, well, there are one-handed axes, but still... Either way, it's going to be rather unwieldy, and it's a high school, so you know if you miss that first throw, they're giving you shit like, hi, your fucking aim sucks.
Yeah, you're going to get bullied all over again.
Right?
I don't know. Do you stun gun them? You got to stun gun them first, right?
Right.
Then you got to go with
because even if they're like electro-fishing it on the floor, it's an easier target.
And, you know, and this may be me being a goody two-shoes, I don't know, but you could just not bring an axe and a stun gun to school and just be nice to people. I'm sorry. You know what? I can hear people yelling the gay F word right now. Cooper High School principal Shanice Smith said the school, located in New Hope, received an anonymous tip about a student with weapons in his backpack and found them upon investigation. No one was injured. Not yet, because you ruined it for him. I'm sorry for the concern this may have caused you and your student, Smith said in a message to families. We work to create an environment in which all students feel welcome and safe. And I can see where an axe and a stun gun would run counter to that effort. Although this is kind of the school's fault. I have an inside source at Robbinsdale High, and they said that at conferences at the holiday break, the teachers told the student and his parents, you need to show more initiative and you need to be more ambitious. And if you give a kid that kind of instruction, but then nothing really with it, I mean, then that's how you end up with axe attacks, because he just misunderstands. Let's go to Pants Maestro with $1. Says, all it takes is butter, Aaron. Nope, I'll go sell cars before I eat butter on the show to hit the goal. I am, like I said, a while back, I just kind of became at peace with myself. And I just said, look, if it ends, it ends. We're going to smile. We're going to be glad for the time we've had with this program. And if he dies, he dies. But we're not gonna be upset. I've gotten to do this for so long. It's so awesome. And if we keep hitting goals, which there's no reason we shouldn't, I'm thrilled. That's fucking awesome. That's great. But if we don't, whatever. We'll go do something else. $5 from Matthew Q says, Johnny's jersey is better than yours. Maybe that purple choker collar isn't good for winning.
Oh, screw that.
My little bracelet. How dare you? That puts us 160 away from today's goal. Guys, please help us knock it out. We do need that. Like I said, in order to stay up on things, we had just started to dig out here. We need to not reach into that old reserve tank, if you will. No reaching in to the reserve tank for the toe. 160 away from today's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats. I need you. Andrew Son says, if Steel Toe dies, Johnny killed it. Hey, man, look. I think we do one of the best shows out there. I think this show's a lot of fun. I think it's fantastic. I'm not the one who gets to decide that. I'm not the one who gets to decide if the show is good or not. The audience gets to decide if the show is good or not, and they express that with their dollars. And if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. Pakistan with one. I love Pakistan. He's always my arbiter of truth. He writes, good luck selling anything in this market. Oh, wait until this sweet white asshole hits the market, my friend. I'm just saying.
Yeah, stick of butter. Hello, OnlyFans. That's where the money's at.
A lot of overhead here at the Imholt house. All right. Oh my God. Here's an interesting story. You know how Colorado has become a hard blue state in recent years?
Mm-hmm.
Well, they become such a serious blue state that they decided to up their minimum wage back in 2006. They said they were one of the OGs. It's got to be adjusted each year up or down based on inflation. So if you're a business, you got to pay higher costs because of inflation, right?
Right.
Colorado thought it would be a great idea that while businesses are paying out the ass for inflation, they should hit them with the double whammy of extra labor costs.
Sounds perfectly logical.
Would you like to check in on Colorado?
Yeah, how's Colorado doing?
I don't know. Let's check in on Colorado, and then since I'm a desperate e-beggar, I need everyone to send us some fucking money because we're losing by a lot today, and I'm really fucking nervous. But I'm happy. I'm thrilled. I got to do what I loved for a long time. If this is the twilight, I've enjoyed every minute of it, but I really hope you find it in your heart to keep us going. Let's go ahead and check out this Colorado minimum wage story. I bet you that they are not coming to the realization that a lot of us came to while they were still proposing this thing, right? I bet you.
Probably not. They look like they're still in the situation of we're not going left enough, but I could be wrong.
I think we need to raise it more. And by the way, these news sites are getting fucking atrocious with their media players.
Yeah.
They're getting really
Brian
fucking
Redmond
bad.
is no stranger to running a business or two. For the past year, he's been running 2 nutrition stores in Pueblo.
Payroll is already our biggest expense out of everything, so knowing that it was going to increase just would have made it that much more challenging for us.
Brian?
That's just it. It doesn't matter if your employees are any good. It doesn't matter if business is up or down. The state comes to you at the beginning of each year and goes, oh, by the way, since inflation went up 7%, your wages
You're
need to go
paying
up.
more for your employees.
So all this shit you see here that he has to buy, he's paying 7% more for this year.
Right.
Theoretically. And then on top of that, you got to add another 7%, so double that added cost in labor. This sounds like a great way to run the economy. I'm so glad the government decided to get involved.
Says he decided to sell one of his stores partially because it cost too much to pay his 5 employees.
But as it was, like, even without the increase, that was our biggest expense as a company.
Starting January 1st, Colorado's minimum wage increased to $14.81 an hour.
It's a pretty substantially high minimum wage. Being from Wisconsin, it's like double the minimum wage of what it is there.
This graph shows how minimum wage has...
And, you know, honestly, like, these minimum wage jobs are supposed to be for, like, teenagers, high school kids. So it doesn't matter if you pay them shit money. They don't really need money. They live with mom and dad. They're low-wage help at businesses that don't need a lot of skilled labor. It's just, here, throw bodies at it, and then eventually one of them won't be a fuck-up.
Yeah, but the problem we have is in the last few decades, especially due to certain people's... certain political groups pushing it. We have more and more people who are like, oh, I don't need a college education. I can work at McDonald's and expect to make a living wage.
But honestly, if you were a business in Colorado or California or any of the places where they passed these laws, you should have moved, you should have got out of there, and you should have got rid of your business, you know, back when
Or
they
you
passed
should
it.
have talked to Gavin Newsom for a sweet reason to cut you out because you make fresh bread every morning.
Yeah, run a Panera. That's how you get out of this.
Increased in Colorado from 2006 to 2020. In 2006, Colorado voters passed an amendment to the state constitution that requires minimum wage to be adjusted each year up or down based on inflation.
I think just Colorado expenses and cost of living here is a little bit higher typically than like the national average per se.
The federal minimum wage is $7.25 per hour. Colorado is more than double that. With one store left in his ownership, Brian says he and his fiance are now Steel City Nutrition's only employees.
Oh, fuck. Dude, I feel this guy. Like, I hear him. As someone who just used to have more people, and as the money just got worse and worse, and the costs and everything and prices of shit went up, 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 and up, it's like, yeah, it just whittles down. And you feel like a failure. It all just whittles down lower and lower. There's less and less. It's fucking sucks, man. I get it. I feel this guy. And the worst part is, like, this guy isn't failing. Like, the system's failing him.
Right.
It's
not that his business isn't successful. It's not successful enough to overcome all of the money sucks that are coming from inflation and these forced rules.
They're forcing him to spend more money. Like, he could probably get his budget under control and he could probably stay in business. That's what the government does. They up these minimum wages, and they're like, we'd rather have less businesses generating revenue for the economy, but they're paying their employees $15 an hour more than we'd rather have a bunch of businesses and all of them contribute to the economy.
It's almost like they want there to be a plethora of people who are both not highly skilled, not highly paid, in need of government assistance 24/7.
Yeah.
He says they simply cannot afford additional staff.
It definitely makes it more challenging. We just have to adapt, and that's just kind of the nature of running your own business, is being moldable.
If they get sick, go on vacation, or in the case of next week, take time off to get married, the business will simply be closed.
Just because it's hard.
Fuck, that's the other thing. Yeah, so like you figure in how much your wedding costs and how many days you're going to take off. You have to now factor in how many days you're going to take off and the lost revenue there as part of the cost of your vacation.
Mm-hmm.
I feel bad.
Or if you get sick, if you're out for a week because you're sick as shit, you're like, oh, fuck, now I've lost that revenue. I got to find a way to make that back.
Right. Yeah. I get it. It fucking sucks. It's terrible. Oh, my God. Bigot on Socialist Media says Seattle, it's $20.76.
Ugh.
Well, in California now, it's like a $20 minimum wage because, again, it's so expensive to live in California. These people need to make a living wage when they're flipping burgers. And again, everybody that works in the minimum wage job, like, yeah, I'm going to make a living wage. I deserve to make enough to live like a decent person. Like, right. And then these laws happen. And they go, oh, by the way, you're fired. Wait, what?
It's too bad, man.
Where's my wage?
It's real. I mean, it is the government just taking people who could otherwise run a successful business and just running them out of town. It's I hate to use it.
It's the best ad for not letting government be in charge of shit.
Right?
They're taking stuff that was doing fine and tanking it.
Oh, thank you so much, Stephanie, for $50. Stephanie for 50, giving us a fighting chance at this thing. Grand Poobah with $10 says stun gun to bring him down. Axe to finish the job. Come on, what are we doing here, people? Oh, yeah, see? He's just trying to let us know that, look, when you bring a stun gun and an axe somewhere, there's an order of operations when it comes to all this.
There's a method to this shit.
Yeah. All right, guys, we're $100 away. We have a chance. We need the rest of you. So what I'm going to do, next 7 minutes, I can't just start a new story. We got a lot of good stuff still coming, more Florida California wildfire coverage. Oh, the multimillionaire guy who's convinced he's not going to die. That guy's a fucking lunatic. And then also CNN decided to do, this is very important. They decided to study why people post themselves crying online. Like, apparently people during these wildfires are taking pictures of themselves crying. Like, if you can't,
I was about to say, did Mersh say mean things to all of them too? Like, that's the only.
If you can't think of like a more California thing
than to make the wildfires about
you crying. Holy shit, is it perfect? It's fucking perfect. Mr. Bubbles with $2 says, used to be a Ricada boy. Now I'm a steel toe man. Well, thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. All right, guys, $100 away from today's goal. Turd Burglar says, beg, piggy. Here we go. The fucking beggy monster is out. We're going for it. Oh, off we go. $100 in 6 minutes. Let's see if we can do it. At the very least, of course, get under $50. And we add an extra 30 to the show to see if we can knock it out. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. We're $100 away. Everyone get in there. Everyone throw in. Steel Toes got a shot. We've got a chance to get a win today. We're $100 off the pace. It can be done on earth as it is in heaven. Johnny and I want to do an extra half hour today. It's Vikings Day. I mean, shit. If we're going to get a win against LA tonight, it's got to start with a win for the toe. How are you supposed to get a win for the Vikings if you can't get a win for the toe?
Friends don't let friends look like they fight crime for the Los Angeles Rams.
Come on, boys and girls. There we go. Auto Glass Guy back in the mix.
Thank you.
Auto Glass Guy gifting 5 memberships. We got to write him down. Auto Glass. And now we're $90 away. Uh-oh. We're into the double digits. Come on, boys and girls. It's too close now.
Striking distance.
$90 away from today's goal. Throw it forward. Keep it moving. Keep the old toe. Keep this old bitch in heat, if you will. Andrew Son, just take it from Johnny's future earnings. I believe in this audience. They can do it. They can do it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. $90 away from today's goal. 4 minutes to go. Come on, boys and girls. We're amped. We're up.
We can do it.
We'll read more of the book you guys sent me if we can knock out today's goal. I retire it for good if we don't knock it out today. I'll be bitter. I'll be a bitter, pouty bitch after the camera's off, of course. I'll smile to you. And then I'll be a bitter, pouty bitch. $90 away from today. Turd Burglar says 20 gets you 50 Stoney's gift cards. Oh, don't worry. That grift is coming this month. There's a day or two where we do that. That'll be there. I'll do anything to keep this show on the air. I fucking love doing this shit. It's just, you can't be a hippie. There's got to be money involved. Got to work out the numbers. Off we go. 3 minutes, just over 3 minutes left to go. Streamlabs, PayPal, Rumble Rants. The quicker we get this knocked out, the quicker we can just move on and get back to business here on the program. Let's go. Sam shows mad. He's like, "You'll what, you piece of shit?" Well, let's knock out the goal. Let's get that overtime today, baby. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. He says, "No, fuck that. You're the entire log of shit." Hey, man, I got to look out for number one. I got to make sure we're making the money that keeps this show on the air. Come on now. 2.5 minutes to go. Just a few more drops. That's it. 90
I thought he was
is
losing his shit over the book, and I was like, now we know who sent it.
I want to believe Sam Show sent it. That would be awesome. I've got stories on top of stories. I got whole hours that I haven't opened yet. Come on, boys and girls. 2.5 minutes to go. $90 away. Hear my pleas. Puerto Rican prostate puncher says, "This doesn't make me want to donate. It's not funny." Well, when we were being funny, you didn't want to donate either. So it's fine. It's fine.
Okay.
Let's get it moving. Come on, man. Come on, guys. Do it. Pretty please. Begging, begging, begging. Love doing steel toe. And if we can do it for an extra half hour, if we can get that $90, I'm a happy fucking guy. We took some L's last week, man. I don't want to take any more L's. Feel like a failure. And you probably are at that point. I don't want to feel that way. So if you got 5 or 10, man, throw in 5 or 10. We need 45 just to keep this thing going a little bit longer. Come on, I'm begging like I'm sucking dick for Coke. That's what I'm doing. How much to eat one of those spicy chips? I'd like to think that I could keep a show on the air by not doing gimmicks, that I just do a good enough show like I have for years and years. Maybe I've passed my prime. I don't think so, though. Little over a minute to go, $90 away. Somebody come in and knock out some of this fucking goal.
We're so close. Come on.
You guys have been the best audience for so many years. We did. By the way, if you're an OG and you hate drama shit, we did basically nothing but news and weird, goofy shit and fun. Help us out just a little. If you like drama, I'm sorry. I apologize. Oh, 50 seconds left to go. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo. I'm not going to stop smiling. I'm taking this L standing, but I'm not taking the L. You guys can do it. $4.99 from Talking on the Front Porch says, "For the rally, $85 away. 30 seconds to go. Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Let's do this.
$85 to go. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. I love those. Super Chats, gifted memberships, anything you can do. Let's do it. Let's go. We got 20 seconds left. $19.99 from Red Fox Mad says, "Let's go. Everyone donate to the toe." $70 left to go. We're right there. I can't give up now. $70 left. 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm not quitting. I can't lose. I'm not going to lose again. I'm not going to have a third L in a row. I'm staying on the air. You can go if you want to.
No, I'll hang out.
I'm not taking another L.
One.
We'll make this. We're going to do this $70. I'll stay on. I can't. Psychologically, I can't take the L. There we go. $20 from Copperhead over on Rumble. $55 away.
Yeah,
from
we're too
knocking
close
out
to stop it
today's
now.
goal.
Like we're right there.
$55 left to go. Pantsmeister goes, haha, he's broke. No, psychologically, I can't lose again. I'm going to really feel like the failure that I am if I keep losing. $55 away. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. 5-10 at a time, guys.
Hell, he keeps losing. He's going to feel like the failure I am. Oh,
5 or 10 at a time. We haven't had our best monetary week the last week, and there's only one way. You can't be entitled if you do this. If you don't make your money that you need, do more content. Your exchange is you give people content for money. If you're not making enough money, do more content. So, guys, we don't want to beg for the next half hour. Knock out this last 55. Let's call it a win. And then we can forget the ugliness of this last 10 minutes. That would be great. All right, who's this cocksucker? I just don't give a fuck anymore. I really don't. We're knocking out this 55. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. Oh, Aaron, are you losing your fucking mind? Yup, I'm losing my fucking mind a little bit. Let's go. Let's rally. Let's roll. I'll just keep saying it till it happens. That's all.
All right.
Brian Johnson, the millionaire venture capitalist known for his quest to fight off aging through extreme measures, does not think he's going to die.
Wow. There's a surprise.
He believes that he can throw enough money at death that he can stave it off.
You know what some of the shit he's doing is, right?
What's he doing?
He's doing diet and exercise like any reasonable person, but then he's doing other crazy shit like regular transfusions from his son.
Hold on a minute. He's literally taking blood from his kid?
Yeah.
He's taking his child's blood, putting it in him so he can have younger blood. You understand that's what they accuse like Biden and wealthy politicians of doing is like the
adrenochrome.
The adrenochrome thing.
He's doing this shit, which is why it's funny. Where it's like, oh, dude, all the higher ups, they're all doing this stuff, and it's a big secret, and they don't want you to know about it. Really? Then why isn't someone saying something to this guy? Because he's flat out going, yeah, no, I had a kid, and I thought, oh, there's a blood bag for the rest of my life.
Dude, if this guy does it, then all the elites are doing it. If this fucking nobody venture capitalist billionaire is pumping kitty blood and his own child, you said he uses his own child's blood?
His own child's blood. And if he's publicized pictures of him before he started doing all of his shit and his shit now. And while he looks creepy, weird, and like an alien in both photos, arguably, and according to him scientifically, they've proved that he's reversed his aging by about 2 years.
Okay, but it's going to take a lot more than that.
Oh, yeah.
To live forever.
No. It's a snowball at a freight train, but still, there is some success, and apparently he's doing it through his own son's blood. So, yeah.
So how long until he just ties his son up and his son is just fed iron-rich foods all day just for his blood?
I have no idea.
Thank you, Brian M., for the 5 gifted memberships. Let's fucking go, guys. $45 away from today's goal. $45 away. Get it, do it. Well, you know the adrenochrome thing, that's my uncle's, what does he call this? The dun babies.
Yeah, that's what Real Raw News and stuff says. That's what the kids are for.
Not only the dun babies, but then they sex traffic them. And then because that abuse raises their cortisol levels, which produces more adrenochrome. So that's why they think that only Trump went after the child traffickers when he was in office, because the Democrats don't want to go after the child traffickers because they're using the child trafficked kids' blood for adrenochrome.
That is such a messed up scenario in terms of just if that's how it worked. Like, no. We can only get more adrenochrome if we just treat this person like utter dog shit.
Yeah. But that's how the Democrats stay alive. That's what my uncle says.
It makes sense.
Okay, cool.
I buy it.
$15 coming in from you, Johnny.
Oh, you're welcome. I was on my phone.
Johnny with $15 on PayPal says, from Johnny, I need this job.
I do.
Wow.
I have nothing else in my life.
Johnny,
I don't even have my own show today.
$15. Hey, guys, $30 away. Pretty please. Let's fucking do it. Let's go. $30. Let's knock this thing out. MSO says Johnny sells adrenochrome. Dude, will you hook me up? I'd like to sell some adrenochrome.
Fuck, I wish I sold adrenochrome. Apparently, it's a miracle cure. I could be out, walking around, dancing, having a great time instead of being damn near dead. That's not fair.
I want to put my adrenochrome money towards the goal. My life has gotten a lot simpler in the last year. Mm-hmm. My only stress in my life is the goal. That's it. That's a very blessed position to be in.
Yeah.
And today got off to an amazing start because I looked at everything. I went, I can take $20 a day off the morning show goal. That's pretty cool.
Spank this thing out. It's going to be beautiful.
Now we're $30 away because Johnny just gave $15. Let's knock out the last 30.
Call it a day.
Call it a win for the toe. Absolutely. So this Brian Johnson guy, oh yeah, here you go. His anti-aging efforts include regular plasma transfusions from his teenage son, strict diet, exercise, sleep, and an extensive list of daily supplements. He reportedly spends $2 million annually on his quest to prevent aging.
Now, for those of you who don't know what a plasma transfer is, I do. Remember that fun time that we were doing the show and I had tubes in my chest that I would like play with to gross you out?
Ugh. Yeah.
Yep. Well, those tubes were so they could take my my blood out, separate my blood from my plasma, and then they would put my blood back into my body, and then they would give me either a plasma like substitute or donor plasma, and the whole purpose of that was to clear out my shit I had going on with me. So to do this, they have to take his son's blood, separate the plasma from the blood, put the blood back in the son, then take the bags of clarified butter-looking plasma stuff and put them in the dad in the same process, because you can't have too much plasma. So they have to take his plasma out and put his son's plasma in.
So traumatize the fucking shit out of your child.
Yeah, there's no way you're doing this without a main artery. This isn't like a, hey, put an IV in while I do it. No.
So this isn't like just take some blood out, here's my kid's blood, put it into me, which is already fucked up.
Yep.
This is like a whole process.
This is like dialysis machines, literally dialysis machines that they need to do this.
This guy should have his child taken away from him. He's using his child as a plasma farm.
Right? Although I gotta say, having gone through a couple of plasma treatments before, man, do those things make you feel good. You lose some weight, you get some energy.
Okay, great. But what does it do to the kid?
I don't know.
Makes him sleepy?
I just realized, how long do I gotta wait before they're farmable? She's 6.5, right? Like, okay.
Johnny knows that the key to his survival is right upstairs all of a sudden.
I didn't realize this whole time I've been cursing myself. I'm like, why did I have a kid in this horrible condition? I feel bad for her because she has this shitty dad. Wait, never mind.
She's the answer to everything.
Yes.
Wouldn't she want me around longer anyway, though?
She does it out of love.
She does it because she wants to. Get the fuck out of here. By the way, thank you to Katie with $15. She says, Skol.
Thank you.
Yes. $15 away from knocking it out today. Fucking do it. Let's go. Finish it up. $15 away from another win for the toe. And remember, whether you love us or you hate us, it doesn't matter how we got there. It just matters that we got there. So get that last 15 in there. Thank you, Katie. That's very kind of you. And hopefully, and you know, I love it because what I did today, I'm showing my faith in the audience. I'm saying, you know what? $70, who gives a fuck? We're doing overtime anyway. I think you guys, I think you guys will do it. Puerto Rican prostate puncher with $1 says Aaron has toddlers beating off to him, so he has experience in this topic. No, that's not. Pants Maestro says, taking longer to hit the goal. Yeah, no shit. That's for sure. Believe me, if you see it, I've seen it for a while. Thank you very much. Now, according to test results, Johnson's physical fitness is equal to that of an 18-year-old and the heart of a 37-year-old and the asshole of a 21-year-old. I don't know why I know that. That's not in the story here. That's just something
the
that I...
tautness of that sheriff's badge.
No, a 21-year-old college girl.
Oh.
Yeah, that thing's done. Forget it. He's tying a rope around his stomach to hold the shit in. He's, every time one of them gives him a shot and says, you look really pretty, it's just immediate rear barn door entry. Well, he says it's from a bad transfusion he got from a college sophomore. And now all of a sudden he just really gives it up for any guy who says, I love you. And he gives him the back door.
The cum keeps him young.
According to test results, those supposed results have been met with intense scrutiny and skepticism from the scientific community. Well, I do have it on good authority that he got those numbers from a Wii Fit. So we're not really sure how trustworthy they are. He goes, what? I took the Wii Sports test and it said
Dude, man, Wii Fit don't fuck around. It is a legit therapeutic physical fitness advice.
He was like, I was like, well, how'd you get the ass of a 21-year-old from the Wii? He goes, you don't want to know. Let's just say there's notch marks in my remote control.
Oh, man.
And I said, you said I didn't need to know. I thought we were going to keep it at that.
Well, see, I realized that to tell you because I learned far too late to use the remote. And first I started with the balance board.
Oh, yeah, that's going to. All right, let's listen to this fucking creepy child blood thief.
Dude, he looks fucking weird.
Oh, God, he
Something
does.
about whatever he's doing, it just, again, if this is living forever, I don't want to.
Yeah, no thanks. Let's take a look.
Do you think
$15 away from today's goal. Who wants to help us hammer out that last 15? We're just about there for another win for the toe.
No.
Really?
Yeah.
You think you're going to live forever?
Forever is not a concept the human mind can contemplate.
Bro, that sounds like something an 8-year-old that you stole blood from would say.
And I love that his shirt is reminding him of what his mission is. Don't die.
Don't die, yeah. See, now, if you don't wear that shirt, it's like that girl who didn't
Gonna
wear
forget.
the neckerchief around her neck. Fucking head falls off. What are you going to do? Do you remember those books that we read in
Which
school?
ones?
The ones where they had, like, creepy stories, like the girl.
Yeah, R.L. Stein's ones?
No. I don't think it was R.L. Stein. It was the one about the girl who has the neckerchief tied around her neck, and the boyfriend kept asking her, "Why do you have that?" She's like, "One day I'll tell you." Blah blah blah. And then one day they like get married and shit, and she's like, "All right, I'll let you untie the handkerchief," and her fucking head fell off.
Yeah, no, I have no clue what you're talking about now.
Now I'm worried that book doesn't exist, and that's covering up some kind of like childhood trauma that I just did.
That second part sounds very believable.
Or the one where like the chick gets hit by a train, and like the guy wants to get the train off of her, but they tell her no. If when we do that, she's going to bleed out and die. So you need to say goodbye to her right now. So he talks to her before they remove.
Wasn't that the end of or the beginning of like the movie Signs or the parody of it with Charlie Sheen and Denise Richards?
Oh Jesus Christ! Sorry about that.
Happy New Year.
I was going to look it up or see if the chat at least knew. No, it's not Mein Kampf.
Again, this was a weird book that did not have a happy ending.
Oh, thank you, Grand Poobah. It's called Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark.
Okay, is that the one then? If that's the book I'm thinking of, is that the one that also had like the story of like the Grim Reaper's coming for this dude's son? So he sends his son off, and he's gonna and then the Grim Reaper shows up, and he goes, "My son's not here." And he says, "Yeah, no, I'm gonna meet him in town later," like that kind of a deal.
I think so. Might be. Yeah, it was released in 1981. So
and then, or like the story of the people that have a pet dog and that they found as a puppy, and they're feeding it. It turns out it's just a giant rat.
Really? I don't know that
one.
one.
Of those.
Oh yeah. There was another one. More Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark, 1984.
Okay.
Scary Stories 3, More Tales to Chill Your Bones in 91. All right. So it was a trilogy, so to speak. That's the book.
That was required reading in your high school or school?
I was in the library.
Oh.
And yeah, a lot of us would check it out. Or the kid who found the big toe in his garden. Oh, yeah, that one. That was a wild one. Or like, wasn't there one where like there was a call, like this woman's phone kept ringing?
Mm-hmm.
And then like it was her husband or whatever or something like that. And they kept hearing their husband's voice or something. And then they went and looked the next day. They went to their grave, and a telephone pole had gone down, and the wire went right to his grave.
Oh, wow. No, I've never heard that.
Oh, yeah. It's fucking scary shit, dude.
Fucking scary. I did the I read some of those, and I remember I was really big in the R.L. Stein Goosebumps shit.
Oh yeah, I read a lot of Goosebumps. I read a lot of Goosebumps
Mother
books.
Goosebumps?
Well, then I brought them to my uncle's house one time. Stop it. I brought them to my aunt and uncle's house one time. and my uncle's like pretty Christian, and he told me that those are Satan books, and it's witchcraft, and it's unholy, and it made me hate R.L. Stein Goosebumps, so I stopped reading them.
Oh man, I loved the Goosebumps books. They were just good-hearted fun, in my opinion.
I did too, until one of my uncles ruined them for me and told
They
me
were never scary. It was always just funny.
He said it was a tool of the Antichrist, and I couldn't read them. So then I just
let me tell you, the Antichrist has a horrible publicist, but one hell of a writer.
Jim Sharkey says Aaron fucks with Judy Blume. I don't. I don't fuck with Judy Blume. That's a rumor that you're starting right now. MSO writes, I thought Goosebumps were April.
Sorry, I tried. I tried not to. I tried.
$15 left in the goal. Let's go ahead and knock this out and call it another win for the toe. $15. Hey, I want 3 of you taking it upon yourselves to throw in $5 or $10 and get this thing hammered out. We got $15 left to go, and we're going to knock out every damn dime of it. All right, let's go. Let's find out more about this fucking pasty creep who wants to live forever.
But will we be able to radically extend life and beyond our preconceived imaginations? Yes. Will it happen before my natural limit right now, which is, my life expectancy is probably 80, 90, like something like that.
Fucking relax, buddy. Relax. You're at 77, 78 with the rest of us. And don't forget, a fucking car could hit you at any time. That's not a threat, by the way. I hate the... Oh, also, are you a question talker? Yes. Is that fucking infuriating? Sure is. Would I like to cut your tongue out if you do it again in this conversation? No. Okie dokie.
I just really hope that Tobey Maguire doesn't die of cancer, because he is looking horrible.
He really is. It's too bad. Yeah. What's the, oh, hey, I'm going to live a few years longer. Yeah, but you look like leukemia. Is it really worth it?
Yeah, it's like the Dennis Leary bit. Like, hey, man, cigarettes take years off your life. Yeah, they're the ones at the end. Fucking have them.
Right. It's all shitty years anyway. So this guy wants to extend the amount of shitty years he has.
Yeah.
I love people like this, man. I always hope that they get hit by a bus or some act of God befalls them. And it's like, aha, you stole your teenager's blood for no reason, you fucking creep.
Right? And fortunately, he isn't even living in a time where super duper healthy people are dropping dead like that from things that we can't talk about for some reason.
Yeah, I wonder if this guy's vaccinated or not. Here's how is this not a CPS thing? How can you not investigate the fact that this guy uses his kid for blood harvesting?
Well, at this point, his kid's fucking 16 or 17. When you see pictures of the two of them, it's creepy. Because, again, he looks younger than he used to. But, again, it's like the two of them are morphing into one person because they're sharing plasma.
Right. And it's like the kid isn't getting good plasma back.
No.
He's literally sucking the life out of his... Well, not literally. Easy, Aaron. Actionable. He's taking the life from his child.
Well, you know what? He is giving his kid something. A blueprint on how to reach immortality. Now his kid just has to go out and find some lady of whatever repute and just plant a field in there. And
this basically becomes like a... what do you call it? This becomes a pyramid scheme of blood harvesting.
Right?
You get
every kid down the line has more.
Yeah, because you need blood. What the fuck?
The return of the American family, ladies and gentlemen. That's what this is.
When you need blood plasma, are you going to wait for a stranger, or are you just going to tie your child up to a medieval device and extract all his blood and put it into your body?
Look, I wouldn't suggest plasma replacement if I thought it harmed one of my children.
Oh, Magnum PI, you don't need the money, bro.
But the technology is moving so quickly that it will, the species is going to either survive or die in this moment much sooner than my life expectancy would turn up.
I think a lot of people will hear about what you do or have already heard about it and think to them.
I don't know why, but I fucking hate that NPR delivery.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Because you're talking to a creepy weirdo, just okay, well, I think people hear what you do. Dude, Speak up. This dude's fucking creepy.
Yeah.
Check his hard drive.
Can you please ask about CPS going to his house and asking about the fucking blood harvesting? That's all I want to know about. I don't care about. He's not going to live forever. This guy's going to die at some point. I need to know if his fucking child is going to get therapy.
Look at who the interviewer is. She doesn't give two shits about his son. She wants to know about that youthfulness.
No, shush.
No. She's a lady. She wants to live forever. They're all obsessed with that youthful glow.
Look, you're gonna set Sam show off here by saying, "Look at her name. Look at this person."
No. I had nothing to do with her name. I was going with her gender. What's her name?
Israel McZionism.
FP on the FP Honestly show. Let's find this
Free
out.
press. The free press.
He's spending all of his time trying to not die and missing.
I mean, technically, aren't all of us? Aren't we all spending our time?
I'm actively speeding it up, actually.
I'm not spending my time trying not to die. I'm trying to spend my time living.
Obviously, you've heard this. Missing the things that make life life. You know, the wild, compulsive choice to jump in an ocean at midnight, or, you know, I'm just thinking about some of the high points of my life, and probably yours before you started Blueprint. What do you say to that?
Yeah, I say let's just. I mean, it's very easy. Let's just imagine we're doing a thought experiment. We're hanging out with Homo erectus.
Whoa. Fucking you do in your free time what you want to do, creepazoid, all right? Leave the rest of us alone. You can suck off erectuses for all you want.
All the gay people in L.A.
Yeah, what are you, trying to start wildfires, you dick-touching weirdo? Fucking keep your own erectus to your homo. Queeb. It's like to bully people who say smart words.
They existed 1 million years ago. And we say to Homo erectus, tell us, what is the purpose of life? And they're going to grunt and be like,
to get this goddamn boner to go down. I've pushed on it. I've covered it up with math books. I can't figure it out. By the way, Kyle with $10. Thank you, Kyle. He says this whole Aaron arc is like a slow motion train wreck. Don't I fucking know it? I guess this is to help with fodder for the farms and to keep those of us morbidly entertained. Those stories were around in the 70s, for the record. Hey, you can't call this show a train wreck and then show that I got you to respond to something we were talking about. That just shows I'm interesting.
So I have a question. You're better at this than me.
Yeah.
What are the odds? Weiss is the last name. What are the odds? Weiss.
What about Weiss?
Barry Weiss was the name of the journalist interviewing.
Yeah. Right, that's what I said.
Yeah,
Sam Show doesn't need to know that.
Well, now I do is the problem.
The answer is yes.
Damn it.
Baba Shah.
I was doing a gender. I wasn't even trying to go there.
Puerto Rican prostate puncher. Don't type Jew in all caps. By the way, $10 from today's goal. $10 away. Somebody be the person who mercy kills today's goal. $10 to go. Lock it in. Call it another win for the toe. And let's do this.
Multiverse doesn't need a babysitter. It needs a mercy.
I do love that we totally got this Kyle guy, though. He's like, Aaron, you're a train wreck. You suck, blah, blah. By the way, that thing you were talking about earlier, here's the thing. It was around in the 70s. It was. That's what we do here. That's what we do here. Hey, that thing you said was interesting enough for me to go look it up and tell you something and contribute to the program.
By the way, you're also still a piece of shit.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
I stumble into the shit. That's all. I stumble into the shit. $10 away. Everybody go in with their $10. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, Venmo. Someone says 14. Yeah, go with $14 and that many cents that you just said. Either one of them's fine with me. It's $10 until another win for the toe. I'm in a death spiral with this goal today. I've worked too hard.
We're gonna make this happen.
We're gonna make this happen, and one of you is gonna take mercy and pity and be a hero and knock out that last $10 for today. See, this is the part of the goal where it just kind of gets fun for me.
Yeah,
where I'm like $10, whatever, $10. It's not about the $10. It's about the act of hitting the goal at all costs, no matter what. All right, so this anti-aging douche, keep an eye on him because his kid should be allowed to well, I guess the guy will be dead. So, but like
His
if the
kid's
guy
like 16 or 17, his kid is at the point where it's like it's consensual. I'm pretty sure.
But if the guy dies at 72, the kid should get to set him on fire. You know, let's say the guy becomes terminal at 70. And they're like,
Okay.
hey, there's nothing we can do. We're just going to make him comfortable. The kid gets to kill him.
I got a better question for you.
What?
What if he becomes terminal at freaking 4 years from now?
Yeah.
You've been doing all this stuff. You've been spending all of this money. By the way, you're still going to live a shorter life than most people because cancer happens.
Because for me with this guy, it's the fact that he stole his kid's blood plasma that he'll never get back. That's what it is.
Maybe he paid him for it.
Speaking of paid him for it, Katie with $10 over on Venmo.
Thank
Guess
you.
what, boys and girls?
Pay him. Pay that man his money.
Suck it, I won. Suck it, I won. Suck it, I won. Our audience is the best. They came up with the money. The goal has been hit today. It is over. By the way, I'm only doing this because people who hate this show don't get irony. And they're going to go, he cannot brag about hitting the goal when he fucking begged and stretched overtime and did it later. I can make up whatever fucking rules I want. It's my show. It's my universe. And I win. Vidam, they're like, you always say another win for the toe. Yes, I know. Right. Why do you do that? To get that reaction out of you. But it's not a win for you. It's an internet show, dickhead. None of it's a win. I'm here. I lose. But when I say another win for the toe, you go insane. And for some reason, that part gets me up in the morning and makes me love doing this show. Yeah, I get Pants Maestro. To spend 4 hours of his life doing this. That's what I do it for.
4 hours of his life hating us.
Yes.
And then at the last half hour, he's like, yeah, you guys aren't going to make your goal. And we're like, God damn it. Yep, I guess so. Here we go again.
Ryan the Garbage Man with 50 cents says, I heard Johnny is in the business of selling koala scrotums now.
Why do people keep hearing these things? That is entirely not true. One, what business would there be for koala scrotes? I can't even imagine. Those are tiny. You know, I mean, if you're going to go with scrotes, you want bigger, balls, more to work
size, with. It doesn't, it's by eye of the beholder. How do you think they make dice? Exactly. Let's go to Zen Man Builds. He says, a win is a win. Doesn't matter how long it took. Exactly. That's the spirit. Pants Maestro says it's a lower goal anyway. Yeah, we were able to lower the goal by $20, and then we struggled like crazy to hit it too. So it's kind of a yin and yang. It's a win and a loss. MSO nailed it. He says a win for the toe is a loss for humanity. Yes. Pants Maestro says it's actually like 8 hours most days. All right. Well, thank you for your honesty. I appreciate that. Turd Burglar says, guess he's not firing Johnny today. Oh, well. Nope. Tomorrow's another day. Keep watching. Keep seeing.
One of these days,
this fucker's going to get the old boot right out the fucking door. We're going to kick him down. We're going to treat him like Doyle Hargraves treats the wheelchair guy from his band in Sling Blade. Johnny, you fucking genius. All right, MSO ending today's show on the note of the Vikings are going to lose today. I'm not going to tolerate that kind of talk. It's going to be a win for the Vikings, just like it's a win for the toe. Oh, thank you guys so much for a great start to the week. We'll be on at 4 o'clock. We'll have Stoney's gift cards for you. It's going to be great. Thank you so much for the time and energy. You're the absolute best. Johnny, thank you as well.
You're welcome.
I got to put, here we go. Katie's 25 in there. We got a log jam like crazy. We got 70 from Gray Duckling, 50 from Stephanie, 50 for Infernal Machine, 25 from Katie, 25 from Red Fox Mad, and then a bunch of people tied at 20. Thank you, guys. Kyle, I love Kyle. I love people like this. They have a sense of humor. I unabashedly think Kyle's great. He goes, fair, you sucked me in. And I didn't look it up. I read those in the 70s. Yes, kids, last century. Another win for the toe, I guess. Kyle, thank you so much for being a good sport, buddy. You make me believe in humanity again, even if you are a gigantic piece of shit, which I don't know. Hit like, hit follow, hit subscribe. We got a clip going up later this afternoon, and then we got a 4 o'clock show. I got to go spar at noon. Take it easy, guys. Have a great night. Another win for the toe. Johnny, you have a great show at 2.
I will. See you later.
All right. Bye, everybody. Bye. 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 Another win for the toe. Bye.